There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Wang Lin calmly focused his attention, having traversed the mountain for 7 years. Each time he broke a restriction, he modified it slightly, increasing its power several times over. Therefore, if before he passed, the restrictions were like mountains of swords and seas of fire, after he passed, the place transformed into an even more terrifying and perilous area. The level of danger increased several times. If an unlucky person were to stumble into it, even with powerful cultivation, they would be severely injured. During those 7 years, Wang Lin changed a great deal, especially in the area of restrictions. His understanding of restrictions broadened considerably. Now, any restriction he had broken could be easily re-established with a flick of his wrist. It was like a miraculous form of magic. Wang Lin felt a mixture of joy and fear, and even greater excitement. After all, if he wanted to overcome this mountain, learning restrictions was the only way. For the past 7 years, his research into forbiddance techniques has been purely a process of recording and deducing in his mind. This deductive process is his unique method. He deduces countless times, following each clue. Once he encounters a difficult point, he tries to think it through and solve it. Although the speed has slowed down, he overcomes it thanks to his perseverance. He starts with the simplest things, gradually progressing without any rush. This method is perfectly suited to cultivating forbiddance techniques. Looking across the cultivation world of Vermilion Bird Star, there are many cultivators who use forbiddance techniques, but very few have a deep level of research into them. At this point, apart from a few old geezers, none of Wang Lin's peers can compare to him in terms of skill. Even he found it perplexing. He himself possessed no exceptional talent, yet he seemed to have a certain affinity for formations. It was similar to when he first encountered formations. Later, cultivating and using them felt a little easier than magic. At this moment, Wang Lin sat on a large rock, staring motionless at the mist not far away. For the past 2 days, Wang Lin had been here, gazing at the mist and contemplating. Sometimes he would take out his jade slip and jot down notes. Other times, he would draw some pictures on the ground. However, in his eyes, the mist was incredibly mystical, like the eyes of a dragon in a painting. Originally, the formation here resembled a pond on a mountain. To pass through, one could only use their chat to fly. 7 years ago, Wang Lin might have had to use the little beast to investigate before he could figure it out. But now, with his current level, especially with the addition of a divine eye, he only needed to observe carefully. Although he couldn't immediately comprehend it, he could determine that the restriction above had an effect on preventing flight. This made the cloud restriction somewhat ingenious. In Wang Lin's eyes, without the cloud, the restriction, though somewhat difficult to decipher, could still be solved with more study. But now, with the cloud appearing precisely at the center of the restriction, its variability increased significantly. However, this didn't worry Wang Lin. He stared intently at the cloud, his eyes blinking repeatedly. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and quickly formed a hand seal. Countless afterimages appeared on his right hand. At first glance, it looked like thousands upon thousands of arms. Countless afterimages flickered continuously, appearing before him. Finally, under the manipulation of the arms, the afterimages connected into a circle. Wang Lin immediately stopped and clapped his hands. Instantly, all the afterimages quickly flew out, plunging into the mist. After entering the mist, the afterimages immediately disappeared, creating countless ripples that pierced through the clouds. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, not bothering to watch, but closed his eyes and concentrated. His right hand moved in the air. Slowly, he frowned. That world of afterimages, Wang Lin had relied on it for the past 7 years to study the Forbidden's formations and then find a way to break them. Through 7 years of continuous improvement, he had become extremely proficient in using it. He didn't even need to observe with his eyes. He could detect the structure and rules of the Forbidden's formations simply by using his divine consciousness through the ripples. After thinking for a moment, he opened his eyes, and his right arm continued to move. This time, his expression was extremely serious, his right hand continuously moving for almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. A circle of afterimages reappeared before him. After the 10th circle of afterimages appeared, Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He panted heavily, his right hand almost completely numb, struggling to muster his last ounce of strength to perform 10 movements. 10 circles of afterimages simultaneously flew into the mist. That world of afterimages looked simple at first glance, but in reality, to create one, Wang Lin's arm had to move tens of thousands of times within a few breaths. Moreover, his movements were based on what he had analyzed over the past few years. It could even be said that the world of afterimages was a Forbidden's formation. At this moment, the 10 circles of afterimages had pierced through the mist and disappeared, leaving only ripples spreading out in the mist, creating countless fluctuations. Wang Lin's consciousness was highly focused. His left hand continuously traced lines on the ground. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. With a gentle rub of his hand, all the lines on the ground were erased. He stood up, bowed his head, and calculated for a moment. Then his right hand moved, emitting a beam of light that shot into the mist. As soon as the light entered, the mist immediately trembled and slowly dispersed in all directions, revealing the scene inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath, took out his jade slip, and carefully recorded his analysis and the erased pattern. For the past 7 years, every time he broke a restriction, he would take out his jade slip to record his findings, so that he could study them later if needed. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin put away the jade slip and stared at the mist. He saw a section of a bridge about 10 meters away from his position. This was the true appearance of the restriction. Just as Wang Lin was about to approach, his gaze suddenly fell upon a small tree growing on the rocks of the bridge. With his 7 years of experience, Wang Lin recognized something was amiss with just a glance. On this mountain full of restrictions, this wasn't the first time Wang Lin had encountered 2 types of restrictions intertwined. Such restrictions weren't numerous, and the method was completely different from the other restrictions on the mountain. If he wasn't mistaken, it was definitely added by someone else. He had encountered many such cases over the past 7 years. Now, looking closely, it was clear that the small tree was a restriction added by someone else after breaking it. Wang Lin sneered. Just seeing the method of placing the restriction, he immediately recognized it as similar to the ones he had encountered before. Clearly, it was the same person who had set it up. 4 years ago, he began encountering this person's restrictions repeatedly. Therefore, after deciphering it, he gained a deep understanding of the person's Forbidden's formation. The Forbidden's formation on the mountain wouldn't actively attack unless touched. But this person's Forbidden's formation was different. As soon as one entered its range, the Forbidden's formation would automatically attack. If the attack was unsuccessful, it would even self-destruct, causing the surrounding Forbidden's formations to open, encircling the intruder. Wang Lin blinked, staring intently at the stone pillar for a moment. Then, carefully using 3 illusory circles, he projected them towards the tree. It trembled slightly, and its outer leaves quickly fell off. In an instant, the tree trunk turned black, finally twisting in a bizarre way. Wang Lin's illusory circles contained countless Forbidden's formation techniques. Their main purpose was to break the Forbidden's formation. Slowly, the Forbidden's formation on the small tree was broken, revealing its original form. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag and took out the black poison sword. At the same time, the twisting tree trunk suddenly shot up, hurtling towards Wang Lin. In an instant, the poisonous flying sword flashed, whizzing past the tree trunk. Immediately, the trunk split into and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, it slowly transformed into a brown centipede. After a few more struggles, the centipede turned into a stream of black gas. As the gas rose, it suddenly gave off a sense of danger. That feeling appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In a flash, it was gone from his mind. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered a technique using spirit beasts as forbidden spells. But after the spirit beast transformed into gas, the technique felt strangely familiar. Although he could confirm that this type of forbidden spell was similar to the previous ones, all set up by the same person, it was clear that even that person rarely used the technique of using spirit beasts as forbidden spells. Its power, while not significantly increased, was more bizarrely powerful. If you just walk past without paying attention, you'll definitely not escape the centipede's jaws. Lord Lu Yu. Wang Lin murmured thoughtfully. He knew why he felt a sense of familiarity. That year, in the passage, Lord Lu Yu had used someone beside him as a puppet to perform a bizarre technique. Wang Lin remembered that initially, Lord Lu Yu had intended to use him. But seeing his wariness, he changed his target and attacked the person beside him. He extracted some special substances from the young man to perform the technique. Now, the scene before him was exactly the same, except the person being used had turned into a centipede. At that moment, on a rocky outcrop about 500 feet from the mountaintop, Lord Lu Yu suddenly turned his head and stared down the mountainside. His expression was extremely grim. The young man beside him had completely lost his composure. Who is that person in the end? For the past 5 years, he's continuously broken through my restrictions. Even the deadly move I set up in the mist was destroyed by him. Could it be Duan Muji? No. It's more like the ancient emperor. Perhaps this old fool has also been studying restrictions for the past 1,000 years. This person is truly a formidable enemy after entering the 3rd level. Lu Yu Demon Lord muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with excitement. A large vortex had appeared on the mountaintop 500 meters away. That was the location leading to the 3rd level. Initially, Lu Yu Demon Lord had passed through completely unscathed. But the higher he went, the more complex and powerful the restrictions became. Among them were some incredibly powerful restrictions. Lu Yu Demon Lord had been trapped in one of these restrictions for 5 years, only today having the good fortune to escape. He turned around and quickly moved forward. At the same time, a figure emerged from the entrance at the foot of Forbidden's Mountain. He held a whisk in his hand, wore a hat, and possessed an air of a wise sage. His steps were leisurely yet resolute. It was none other than the ancient emperor. His expression remained calm, but a slight frown creased his brow. At the first checkpoint, he had leapt into the land of fire. It was a world of nothing but fire, completely incompatible with his magic. It took him 7 years to emerge. During those 7 years, he had slain countless demonic creatures within the sea of fire. In truth, if he had risked his life using his lifebound magical artifact, he could have quickly passed the first checkpoint. However, the ancient emperor's cunning was such that he preferred to waste time rather than risk his life. This was completely different from Meng Tuozi. This time, the ancient emperor had prepared meticulously. Although fire was incompatible with his magic, he was still able to overcome the obstacles step by step. Although a long time had passed, he still had most of his magical artifacts. They were crucial to his success in overcoming the final obstacles. The path of no return didn't take him much time. He could pass through at his leisure. Even though illusions appeared behind him, his calm and composed nature meant he paid no attention. After entering the second gate, the ancient emperor took a deep breath, blinked, and stared intently at the mountain, a cold smile playing on his lips. For 1,000 years, all his preparations had been for this day. To enter the 3rd gate, he absolutely had to understand the restrictions. That was something he had deeply ingrained in his mind since his lucky escape. If he hadn't rushed in as soon as the passage opened, even with protection, he would have been buried long ago. He was different from the 6 Desires Demon Lord, Duan Muji, and Meng Tuozi. Over 1,000 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. Therefore, he was one of the key powerhouses of that year. In his eyes, the 6 Desires Demon Lords were just a bunch of juniors. If he hadn't been severely injured while escaping, preventing him from killing the 3 of them, How could he have let the 6 desires demon lords live? For 1,000 years, he recuperated in the cultivation demon sea, also studying forbidden's techniques for his next attempt. During those 1,000 years, although he recovered his cultivation, he didn't make any further progress, partly because his injuries were too severe, affecting his foundation. If it weren't for the rare treasures, his cultivation probably wouldn't have advanced any further. Since then, he has been extremely interested in this trial. Only here can he find such rare treasures. If he's lucky, after passing through the 4 gates and reaching the ancient god's corpse, obtaining the transformation pill and becoming a powerful transformation stage cultivator, all his efforts will be fully rewarded. Therefore, he abandoned cultivation and focused on studying forbidden's techniques. He even changed his appearance and became a disciple of several famous sects to learn. After 1,000 years, he is now completely confident in his forbidden's techniques. Moreover, he has prepared some necessary things. Touching his storage bag, he smiled again. Without saying a word, he quickly glided to the foot of Forbidden's mountain. Back then, he had forcefully broken the first layer of the Forbidden's technique. Therefore, after observing for a while, he entered. For him, such low-level Forbidden's techniques didn't require much effort to break. The best method was to break through with brute force. After all, he had used the same method to get through back then. He remembered very clearly that after entering, the weeds transformed into countless swords. Just as he remembered, in an instant, all the weeds flew up and transformed into countless swords, and at the same time, a pink mist appeared all around. The ancient emperor's expression remained calm as he swiftly moved forward. Any sword that struck him was instantly shattered by a layer of ice. A series of sounds echoed, but they didn't faze the ancient emperor. He easily reached the other side of the barrier. He remembered that he would encounter a pink light here. Sure enough, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the pink light appeared. At that moment, the ancient emperor snorted softly, his right hand clenched, and he struck directly at a beam of pink light. Instantly, the light vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, he unleashed several punches in quick succession. In less than 2 breaths, all the pink light beams were crushed and disappeared. The barrier here was completely broken by him with ease. The ancient emperor continued walking forward. His gaze was fixed on the second barrier several tens of meters away. As he was rapidly approaching, his expression suddenly changed. A black mist appeared beneath his feet, different from the pink mist before. From within the swirling mist, faint wails of lamentation echoed. Immediately afterward, countless black swords, radiating a crimson glow, hurtled forward. Their speed was incredible. By the time the whistling wind began to blow, they were already upon him. The ancient emperor's expression darkened. He let out a loud roar and unleashed a stream of spiritual energy. The energy instantly transformed into a wall of ice, blocking his path. Most of the flying sword's attacks struck the ice wall. He then retreated a few steps, his right hand clenching into a fist and striking the ice wall from a distance. Instantly, the wall shattered into countless shards of ice, scattering in all directions. At the same time, his left hand formed a hand seal, unleashing numerous spiritual incantations. These incantations automatically followed the shattered ice shards. In a flash, the ice shards melted, transforming into countless clones of the ancient emperor. All the clones then formed hand seals, unleashing countless spells. Loud rumbling sounds echoed within the barrier. Under the fierce onslaught, it was quickly broken. The dark mist slowly dissipated, and then the ancient emperor emerged with a gloomy expression. He glanced around, his face becoming even more somber, radiating a hint of killing intent. He muttered, "Liu, you little brat, you set up this restriction, didn't you?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The sudden appearance of the restriction almost caught him off guard. If it weren't for his high cultivation, even if it didn't threaten his life, it would have caused him considerable panic. He was certain that the person who set up this restriction was Liu, the demon lord, because in the ancient emperor's mind, Duanmuji's temperament wasn't suited for studying restrictions. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of that brat Wang Qingyu. But the ancient emperor's intuition led him to suspect Liu, the demon lord, first. As for Wang Lin, he had long forgotten about him. With his current level of restriction mastery, he could sense the malevolence of the person who set up the restriction with just a thought. Therefore, he no longer dared to underestimate the situation. He secretly vowed that even if he encountered a simple restriction, he would observe it carefully before proceeding. Wang Lin, slowly ascending the mountain, suddenly stopped, glanced down at the foot of the mountain, and let out a few cold laughs. Just now, he sensed that the first restriction he had set up had been destroyed by someone else. However, Wang Lin wasn't at all flustered. Over the past 7 years, he had added countless restrictions along the way. Those following him, no matter how strong, would have to expend a great deal of effort. If they weren't careful, touching multiple restrictions at once would result in death or severe injury. If they were unlucky, they might even trigger restrictions over a large area. At that point, even a nascent soul cultivator would be doomed. There weren't many powerful restrictions behind Wang Lin, only about 3. That's because the area wasn't only surrounded by the mountain's restrictions, but also by the addition of numerous more by the demon Lord Liu. Finally, after Wang Lin passed through, he gritted his teeth and added another layer. But he still didn't feel satisfied, so he went around and placed several more restrictions together. Once someone dared to enter, a storm awaited them. Wang Lin sneered, ignoring those behind him, and continued to ascend. The higher he went, the slower his speed became. He had put a great deal of effort into deducing the variations of each restriction. He even meticulously studied all the intricate details of the internal workings of the restrictions before daring to attempt to break them. The restriction techniques he devised could only produce a maximum of 10 after-image circles. Any more than that, his body and consciousness wouldn't be able to withstand. Others, even if they could only produce 3 to 5 circles at most. The reason Wang Lin was able to achieve 10 was thanks to the miraculous effects of the Extreme Realm Divine Consciousness. Extreme Realm techniques were everywhere. Over the past 7 years, Wang Lin had pushed their effectiveness to the limit. Thanks to them, he was able to conjure 10 illusory circles. The jade slips recording the Forbidden's formations had surpassed 100. All of these were Wang Lin's gains over a long period and also his most valuable possessions. Wang Lin's willpower was incredibly unwavering. Sometimes, to break a Forbidden's formation, he would disregard day and night, studying relentlessly to find a breakthrough. Time slowly passed, and another 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. By now, Wang Lin's hair was completely white. His eyes were even sharper, as if they could see through people's hearts. In fact, Wang Lin never expected to survive 10 years on Forbidden's Mountain. Those 10 years felt like a blink of an eye to him. Day after day, he immersed himself in studying Forbidden's formations. At this moment, his position was less than 600 feet from the summit. However, the area from the mountaintop, about 300 jang away, was completely shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see the scenery inside. Over the past 3 years, Wang Lin's spiritual liquid had dwindled considerably. He had to be careful not to waste it, ensuring he had enough for use. After all, studying the Forbidden's formations was extremely mentally exhausting. The spiritual power in his body would also be depleted along with his mental energy. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the cliff. Many Forbidden's formations surrounded him. These formations were set up by him to conceal his movements. The higher he climbed, the more dangerous Wang Lin felt. Along the way, he had carefully considered whether the person ahead of him had passed this second gate. If so, that person was right ahead. From here, the power of the Forbidden's formations was immense. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to escape death. Therefore, Wang Lin's divine consciousness was not readily extended. He could only analyze the situation himself. As for the person behind him, over the past 3 years, Wang Lin could clearly sense their progress. Initially, he would feel a restriction being broken every few days. But now it takes almost a month for them to break one. This is partly due to the increased power of the restrictions on the Forbidden's Mountain. Additionally, Wang Lin's skill level has improved in these places, so the restrictions he sets are much stronger than they were 10 years ago. Wang Lin slowly exhaled, blinking his eyes. He knew that if someone could sense another person breaking their own restrictions, then the person ahead could also sense his own process of breaking them. Perhaps the other person was waiting for him ahead. After a moment of thought, Wang Lin let out a cold laugh. He subtly moved his right hand, setting up several more restrictions around him. He had been here for almost a year. During that time, every day, he observed the surroundings, paying attention to what was happening below, and also setting up more restrictions. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. He didn't want to rush into the trap the other party had set. Moreover, having come this far, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Wang Lin was waiting for the person behind him to catch up so he could overtake them. That person's cultivation level was certainly also at the nascent soul stage. That's why Wang Lin stayed here for a year, setting up the restrictions. The purpose of these restrictions wasn't to attack, but to conceal his presence. After a year of preparation, Wang Lin was completely confident that even if that person came here, as long as he didn't move, the other party would hardly be able to detect his existence. After a few more months, Wang Lin's mind suddenly stirred. A forbidden formation he had set up 100 yards away had been broken. He smirked coldly, his eyes fixed on the spot 100 yards away. The ancient emperor's anger from 3 years ago had not only not subsided, but had intensified considerably. Over the past 3 years, each encounter with the forbidden formation had cost him immense effort. Not only had he had to break the formations on the mountain, but also those added by others. What infuriated him even more was that after breaking one formation, another would inexplicably appear. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation and prior experience, he would have lost his life several times already. Along the way, he cursed silently to himself. Although he was a reserved person, he couldn't help but curse aloud at times. In his heart, the person who added the forbidden formation was utterly despicable. It looked harmless at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it could be easily broken. But the restriction he had just broken was precisely the crucial point for unlocking another restriction. If he didn't break it, there would be no danger. But if he did, a series of dead ends awaited him. One restriction would appear, and another would emerge. Despite knowing the danger, he persevered. Finally, he found a way out of this perilous situation. If he faltered halfway, he could give up. But if he wanted to continue, the only way was to break the restriction. His hatred grew stronger with each passing day. He wished he could instantly appear before his opponent and tear him in two. Sometimes, a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation would appear right in front of him. But after concentrating and observing for a long time, he couldn't detect any kind of restriction. After much effort and thought, he reluctantly took out a restriction protecting artifact to investigate, only to find that there was no restriction at all. Clearly, the opponent had only deliberately left a little spiritual energy behind to confuse his judgment. This made him even more angry. There were places that looked different at first glance, but upon closer inspection, something was faintly visible. If he didn't concentrate, he certainly wouldn't be able to sense the slightest spiritual energy fluctuation there. But after spending a lot of effort and energy thinking, he still couldn't figure out what it was. Unexpectedly, he accidentally discovered that place was also a fake. For the past 3 years, the constant blurring of reality and illusion had driven the ancient emperor almost insane. If he ignored the restrictions and simply walked through, he would surely be met with a real one. Originally, he spent a lot of time preserving his magical artifacts at the first gate, but over the past 3 years, he had used more than half of them. All those artifacts were used to test the restrictions. A feeling of heartache constantly lingered in his heart. He deeply regretted wasting so much time at the first gate. If only he could have gotten out a little earlier and entered the second gate before the other person, he wouldn't be suffering like this now. 2 years ago, after seeing 3 different types of restrictions, he had already ruled out the 6 Desires Demon Lord. At least, the 6 Desires Demon Lord could only be considered the first. He could confirm that there were 2 masters of restrictions ahead of him. Originally, he only feared the 6 Desires Demon Lord, but now another mysterious figure had appeared in his mind. The more he successfully deciphered this person's restriction techniques, the more apprehensive he became. If the first Forbiddance technique was somewhat bizarre, it lacked sufficient variation and many details were overlooked. However, later on, that person's Forbiddance technique suddenly intensified. Not only was it incredibly varied, but its level of strangeness was unimaginable, completely beyond his comprehension. Previously, breaking Forbiddance techniques wasn't difficult for the ancient emperor, even somewhat simple. But later, the difficulty increased significantly, requiring him to expend considerable effort. That person's position in the ancient emperor's heart rose steadily. At least, in terms of Forbiddance techniques, the ancient emperor now considered that person his rival. Although he had studied countless types of forbidden techniques over the past 1,000 years, in terms of their bizarre nature, the ancient emperor still felt inferior to this person. What terrified him even more was the realization that this person had undoubtedly just begun learning forbidden techniques. But even realizing this, the ancient emperor still didn't believe it. More importantly, this person's initial restrictive formations were haphazard and chaotic. But later, they formed their own unique system. And that system had only two characteristics: speed and uncanny strangeness. Its speed made it extremely difficult for people to react. The various attack methods and approaches changed unimaginably, making it impossible to predict. In the ancient emperor's heart, this person's position was already incredibly high, and now it had risen even higher. Just now, after breaking a restrictive formation, his face darkened as he stepped outside. He looked up at the mountain peak about 700 feet away. Normally, he could have reached it with a single teleportation, but now, let alone teleportation, he didn't even dare to fly. He still remembered very clearly that 1,000 years ago, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, relying on his special magical artifact, had used teleportation to get close to the mountain peak. But just as his body disappeared, a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky, striking a spot in midair. The lightning bolt severed the continuity of the teleportation spell, forcing the person to reveal themselves. The magical artifact that the cultivator trusted was nothing more than a child's toy. In an instant, it was shattered by the purple lightning. Even the cultivator's body, and even his nascent soul, were annihilated without a trace. The scene stunned everyone. Compared to the restrictions in the sky, the restrictions on the ground were much easier to break, and their power wasn't as strong. Therefore, everyone obediently moved on the ground. It took the ancient emperor nearly a month to reach the location where Wang Lin was hiding, covering a distance of 100 meters. He was getting closer and closer. For about a month, Wang Lin had witnessed a high-level cultivator in the nascent soul stage breaking a restriction for the first time, and he had gained much insight. Today, when the ancient emperor stood more than 10 meters away from Wang Lin, his eyes suddenly flashed as he looked in Wang Lin's direction. His gaze seemed strange. His body remained motionless as he carefully observed, muttering to himself, "Another chain of restrictions. This guy is truly insidious." He waved his hand, throwing out 4 small white flags. The 4 flags quickly spun and fell in 4 directions around him. Then his eyes darkened, and with a single gesture, the 4 small flags suddenly grew larger. There was no wind, yet the 4 flags fluttered, transforming into countless white rays of light that flew towards Wang Lin. The white rays paused briefly, then suddenly moved, converging at a single point and shooting straight towards one side of the cliff. Wang Lin, sitting amidst the countless restrictions, remained calm. His gaze was composed, without a hint of panic. He was completely confident in his 10 years of research into restrictions. If the restrictions were hastily deployed, they certainly wouldn't be able to deceive the opponent. But these restrictions were the result of a year's work by him. Therefore, Wang Lin was completely confident. Seeing the opponent using a special method to probe, Wang Lin sneered, remaining seated. Especially since the opponent's point of attack was precisely where Wang Lin had deliberately revealed a slight weakness. If that person didn't notice, then Wang Lin would have wasted his efforts. For white flags emitted rays of light, and after they converged, they instantly rushed into the space filled with Wang Lin's countless restrictions. It was a place that looked like an ordinary cliff, nothing unusual. But under the corrosive light, they gradually faded and disappeared, revealing a small path. The ancient emperor blinked his eyes, staring intently at the path. After thinking for a moment, he still didn't approach, but waved his hand, retracting the white rays of light. Then he observed carefully again. With years of experience deciphering the Forbidden's formations on Forbidden's Mountain, he knew that the formations here certainly contained hidden deadly techniques. Carelessness could easily trigger some of the massive formations. Moreover, this place was very close to the mountaintop. The power of the mountain's formations made it extremely difficult for him to cope. Without his more than 1,000 years of studying formation techniques, which allowed him to avoid difficult situations, it would have been even more challenging. Therefore, the ancient emperor was extremely cautious. He sat cross-legged, controlling the light beam, slowly penetrating and deciphering the formations. Wang Lin still smiled coldly as before. In reality, his position was no more than 10 meters away from the ancient emperor. But the ancient emperor couldn't see him. Even using divine consciousness, it was difficult to penetrate the formations. After all, here, except for Wang Lin himself, no one knew how many formations he had set up. Given Wang Lin's meticulous nature, it was certainly not a small matter. Almost all of his 10 years of study on forbidden techniques had been applied here. A month later, Gudi stood before the small path he had opened more than a month earlier, his expression somewhat grim. He had originally thought the forbidden techniques here would be extremely complex and insidious, but after a month of careful study, he was surprised. The forbidden techniques here were incredibly simple. This stark contrast filled him with anger. Fortunately, he had encountered similar situations several times before. After taking a deep breath, he looked up at the mountain, silently making a decision. After reaching the summit, if he could meet that mysterious person, he would have to learn from them, good or bad. His hatred for this person had become deeply ingrained. However, Gudi remained extremely cautious, because along the way, that mysterious person was most skilled at using deception and illusion. At first glance, it seemed real, but ultimately it was fake. However, in reality, even the slightest lapse in concentration would immediately lead to danger, because it was real. Therefore, the ancient emperor's mind was highly focused, observing his surroundings, slowly moving forward. Following the narrow path for less than 5 meters, the surrounding cliff suddenly shifted, revealing a sharp stone pillar moving at incredible speed. The ancient emperor, far from being surprised, breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and instantly a blue light emanated from his body. The stone pillar, upon striking the light, immediately turned blue. Looking back, the short path was filled with blue stone pillars. Immediately afterward, a gust of wind blew, shattering all the pillars and scattering them across the ground, creating a layer of blue ice shards. The ancient emperor lifted his foot and continued forward. A moment later, saying that he was about to reach the end of the small path, Wang Lin, who was outside, blinked. In his right hand was a circle of afterimages. Just throwing it out could activate the surrounding forbidden's formation to attack. Although the chance of killing the opponent was not high, it could certainly injure the ancient emperor. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin retracted his right hand, putting away the circle of afterimages, and silently watched the ancient emperor leave. The reason he didn't try to attack was because he didn't want to disrupt the balance. If the ancient emperor was injured, in Wang Lin's opinion, he would definitely find a place to heal. Unless forced, he certainly wouldn't go first. Obviously, this wasn't what Wang Lin wanted most. After a while, Wang Lin acted again. He swung his right hand, and the circle of afterimages spread out in all directions. Countless afterimages quickly entered the forbidden's formation. In an instant, countless restrictions that Wang Lin had set up around him were lifted. With his mastery of forbidden's techniques, the ancient emperor sensed something amiss after leaving the small path. The place was filled with layers upon layers of forbidden's techniques, each containing countless variations. The sheer number of restrictions was overwhelming. His expression changed, and without a word, he swiftly moved forward. At the same time, a restriction was lifted. A 7-colored beam of light suddenly emerged from the cliff face and flew rapidly towards the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor's expression changed. He knew that the 7-colored beam of light had no offensive power, but it was a light-based forbidden technique. Simply touching it would instantly teleport him to a predetermined location set by the person who placed the restriction. The ancient emperor quickly raised his right hand. 4 small white flags immediately floated before him. He glanced at the 4 flags with a pained expression, then silently released a stream of spiritual energy. Instantly, the 4 small flags spun rapidly. A dark passage suddenly appeared between the 4 flags. At this moment, the light barrier arrived. The ancient emperor immediately jumped into the passage and reappeared 10 meters away. After exiting the barrier, his speed suddenly increased, leaping several more meters. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face gloomy, and he turned to look at the barrier, which had returned to normal. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked forward. The 4 small flags continued to circle around him. Wang Lin's eyes remained fixed on the 4 small white flags. The reason he launched the attack was because this old man was too insidious and cunning. If he let him leave peacefully, the old man might become suspicious. That would be very troublesome. Therefore, counterattacking would force the opponent to react in a difficult way. At that point, the old man would surely no longer suspect anything. After all, there were many barriers on the Forbidden Mountain. Breaking them as he went was perfectly normal. What surprised Wang Lin was that his opponent also had 4 small flags. These flags created a passage through the Forbidden's formation, allowing him to leave safely. Evidently, these 4 flags were the ancient emperor's trump card for overcoming the formation. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then sat down again. His gaze fell upon the vortex on the mountaintop several hundred feet away. At this moment, the demon lord Liu stood nearly 100 feet from the mountaintop, his face ashen. If it weren't for that young man, he would have reached this place 2 years ago. Even he dared not touch the formation here. He had once failed to break it, and touching it had caused a light-based formation to appear. On Forbidden's Mountain, this was the demon lord Liu's biggest headache. Once teleported into the range of another formation, the consequences would be extremely dangerous. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it in time, he had no choice but to use the young man next to him as a shield to escape. Liu, the demon lord, wasn't worried about the young man's life or death. He had invested a great deal of effort into the young man's body. Therefore, after the young man was teleported away by the light-based teleportation spell, he pursued him relentlessly, expending considerable effort to bring him back. At this moment, the young man stood beside him, his eyes closed, his life force seemingly extinguished. In reality, he had been killed by the spell itself when he was teleported away. Yet, he was still able to act strangely, following closely behind Liu, the demon lord. Just then, Liu suddenly turned his head to look behind him, a cold smile in his heart. He could sense that another spell he had set behind him had been broken. Along the way, that person had broken countless of his spells, making Liu consider them a formidable enemy. He licked his lips, thinking to himself, "It seems the ancient emperor is coming. Unfortunately, there are many restrictions here. Since we've come, this is indeed the best opportunity to kill him. But within a radius of several hundred yards, I have set up several very powerful restrictions. I want to see how you will break them." He glanced at the young man beside him and sneered. Then Liu Demon Lord turned his head and looked towards the vortex more than 100 yards away. The last 100 yards, with his research on restrictions, were basically impossible to break. Even his master would have stopped there. But this time, Liu Demon Lord was completely confident. Since he had come here, how could he not be prepared? He glanced at the young man beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself, "I spent 100 years creating this final trump card. It will surely help me successfully infiltrate the ancient god's body." He sat down cross-legged, his right hand waving slightly. The young man also sat down. The demon lord Liu clasped his hands together, continuously unleashing a series of magical seals. A swirling vortex rose from all directions around the two of them. As for the ancient emperor, as they continued their journey, the restrictions they encountered became increasingly complex. The level of danger increased several times over. If it weren't for his nascent soul cultivation, he would have perished long ago. He had to expend many magical artifacts just to gradually overcome them. Some restrictions could no longer be broken simply, requiring even more powerful divine abilities. At this point, the ancient emperor's expression grew even more somber. After passing through another barrier, the ancient emperor was now more than 200 feet from the mountaintop. As soon as he emerged from the barrier, his eyes narrowed. The barrier before him didn't obscure his vision, allowing him to clearly see the face of the Six Desires Demon Lord from 100 feet away. Behind him was a black vortex, its destination unknown. The vortex passed through a seated figure, the young man who had been following the Demon Lord. The Six Desires Demon Lord stared intently at the ancient emperor. He hadn't expected the other party to arrive so quickly. He needed about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn for the passage to be completed. Even if it only opened for 3 breaths, that would be more than enough for him. But at this moment, the other party had arrived earlier than anticipated, forcing the Demon Lord to change his plans. Looking at the vortex, the ancient emperor narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly what this vortex meant. 1,000 years ago, Liu's master, the Heavenly Demon Scatterer, had arranged it. Afterward, they relied on it to overcome the final 100 fathoms. Liu, ancient emperor's eyes were calm, trying to suppress the hatred in his heart. Compared to Liu the Demon Lord, he was more interested in finding that mysterious person. Glancing at the young man, Ancient Emperor suddenly frowned, thinking to himself, could that mysterious person be him? But this person has lost all signs of life. I didn't expect Brother Gu to be able to come here. Truly a blessing. Liu the Demon Lord said with a smirk. Ancient Emperor smiled outwardly, but inwardly he wasn't. He tried to suppress his anger and said in a low voice, my old bones have been fortunately cared for by you and this young brother along the way. Thanks to that, I've been fortunate enough to arrive here. Liu the Demon Lord was stunned, glancing at the young man beside him, his eyes flashing with cold light, and said with a smile, what do you mean by that, Brother Gu? Ancient Emperor's expression was grim as he looked at the opponent and then at the restrictions, remaining silent. Liu Demon Lord chuckled coldly inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, Brother Gu, it's just you and me here. We have comparable cultivation levels, and there are many restrictions here. If we fight here, it will surely trigger countless restrictions. Regarding what happened before, I apologize to you. But Brother Gu, please understand, after all, we are cultivators of demonic arts, so we tend to act a little more extremely. Ancient Emperor was silent for a moment, then coldly said, first, you break these restrictions so I can pass. Liu Demon Lord looked at the 4 small flags swirling around Ancient Emperor, his eyes blinking as he pondered. At this moment, Ancient Emperor casually glanced at the vortex and coldly chuckled, saying, that restriction hasn't been fully broken yet. If I risk touching the surrounding restrictions, I wonder if I can make that passage disappear forever. Liu Demon Lord's expression remained unchanged. He smiled, nodded, and raised his right hand. Immediately, the restriction split in two. Since Liu had already broken it, he could easily dispel it with a casual gesture. Ancient Emperor said nothing, walking forward. However, his gaze remained fixed on Liu Demon Lord. When he had gone more than halfway through the restriction, his body flashed, and the 4 small flags around him spun at an extremely fast speed, creating a passage. Ancient Emperor's body flicked, and he slipped inside. As soon as the opponent's body moved, Liu Demon Lord clasped his hands together, and the restriction closed and then opened again. However, he hadn't expected Ancient Emperor's small flags to possess such immense power. As soon as the barrier opened, the Ancient Emperor emerged from the passage, standing 10 yards away from him. The moment he appeared, without hesitation, he unleashed a beam of spiritual light. His target wasn't the 6 Desires Demon Lord, but the young man at the head of the vortex. At this moment, the Ancient Emperor didn't hesitate to reveal the power of his magical artifact, aiming to kill this person. This showed just how intense his hatred for the mysterious figure was. The 6 Desires Demon Lord's expression changed. He formed a hand seal and softly shouted, Blessing of Desire. Instantly, a stream of golden energy shot out from his 7 orifices, forming a flying sword that collided with the Ancient Emperor's spiritual light. A wave of spiritual power spread around, immediately affecting the surrounding barrier. A wave of oppressive power emanated from within the barrier. The Ancient Emperor's eyes showed resentment, but he didn't have time to attack further. He had no choice but to attack the adjacent Forbiddance barrier, trying his best to prevent it from opening. The Demon Lord Liu did the same. After trying for a while, the barrier finally opened due to the fluctuations of spiritual power, slowly returning to normal. At this moment, his face was pale. He glared at the Ancient Emperor and fiercely said, If you want to die, just charge straight into the barrier. The Ancient Emperor's face also turned ashen, his right hand pointing at the young man, saying, I, the Ancient Emperor, also swear by the power of heaven and earth, if you hand this person over to me, we will not fight each other before we both enter the 3rd gate. The Demon Lord Liu raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, could he have realized it? However, his expression only slightly darkened, and he said, He is a dead man, how could he possibly offend you? The Ancient Emperor's face showed a fierce expression, and he laughed loudly, Dead? Even if he's dead, I still want his body. I'd even expend my magical power to summon his soul. Offend, the hatred I've felt for him for years can't be summed up in just 2 words. Liu was stunned. He glanced at the young man beside him, frowned, and said, Brother Gu, calm down. There must be a misunderstanding. The Emperor sneered, misunderstanding. This time, when I entered the 2nd gate, I encountered two types of restrictions along the way. Besides you, there's another type of restriction. If it wasn't created by this person, then who else could it be? Moreover, I've encountered that type of restriction countless times. After countless attempts to break it, I know that the cultivation level of the person who placed the restriction is clearly not beyond the nascent soul stage. Tell me, this time, besides him, who else has a cultivation level below nascent soul? Don't tell me it's that brat Wang Lin. You clearly saw him and the giant serpent sink into the void. Even if he didn't die, do you think that with his core formation stage cultivation, he could have passed the first gate, traversed the path of no return, and even reached the second gate before me? The ancient emperor spoke of everything he had been thinking about for the past few years. He had speculated countless times about who that mysterious person really was. Ultimately, his target was the young man beside the Six Desires Demon Lord. Only he fit the criteria perfectly. Upon hearing this, the Six Desires Demon Lord's expression changed. He could completely deduce it. If the ancient emperor's words were accurate, then there weren't just 3 of them here, but 4. If that were true, many unforeseen events would surely occur. Moreover, that person didn't continue to ascend, remaining calmly hidden somewhere. His purpose in letting the ancient emperor pass was obvious. Thinking of this, he silently cursed the ancient emperor for his foolishness, and without a word, quickly headed towards the vortex. Ancient emperor snorted softly, raising his right hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light, blocking Lu Yu's advance. Lu Yu was filled with hatred, but this wasn't the time for fighting. He blinked, glancing behind Ancient Emperor, then transmitted a message to him. Ancient Emperor's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Are you sure?" Liu, the Demon Lord, remained silent. He quickly cut his fingertip, taking out a drop of fresh blood, then raised his right hand. The drop of blood instantly burst into a demonic flame. The flame slowly flew towards Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor pondered for a moment, then also flicked out a drop of fresh blood. The two collided, transforming into 2 talismans that quickly flew back, captured in their hands. This was the highest level oath of the cultivation demon sea, called the Heart Demon Oath. Ancient Emperor's face darkened, saying, "Could it really be him? It can't be." Lu Yu, the Demon Lord, also looked grim, his expression turning ashen. He sneered. "Regardless of whether it's possible or not, let's leave here first and then talk." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Ignoring the ancient emperor, he quickly leapt to the side of the passage within the vortex, grabbed the young man, and stepped inside. "Wait!" A cold voice echoed from all directions. Immediately afterward, countless illusory circles appeared within a radius of 300 feet around the mountain. Wherever they passed, all the restrictions were activated, radiating earth-shattering power. At this moment, Wang Lin was on a large rock 500 feet away. All the illusory circle restrictions he had accumulated over the past year were placed within the surrounding restrictions. Now, they all surged together. Instantly, all the restrictions beyond 200 feet were activated. It could even be said that each restriction around Wang Lin was actually an illusory circle. Since then, under their constant fluctuations, the Ancient Emperor and the Six Desires Demon Lord were put on the defensive. The Six Desires Demon Lord had originally intended to scheme against others, but unfortunately, he was the one being plotted against. As for the Ancient Emperor, because he had initially ruled out Wang Lin from the start, the misunderstanding was unavoidable. At this moment, he understood. His eyes revealed deep hatred. Within a radius of 300 feet on the mountain, various restrictions were continuously activated. Instantly, countless restrictions of light, wind blades, fireballs, and even flying swords condensed from the 5 elements, things that would cause headaches for even a nascent soul. Cultivator appeared from all directions. Within the area where the restrictions were activated, the sky immediately became turbulent. Suddenly, a dark cloud slowly descended from above. Outside the cloud, purple light occasionally flashed, followed by lightning. Aside from that, a black circle suddenly appeared, rapidly flying towards the mountaintop. Along its path, anything that obstructed it, even restrictions, vanished. This scene left Wang Lin wide-eyed and speechless. He never expected such a sight after activating all the restrictions, especially the black circle. Its power was truly astonishing. The restrictions on the mountaintop, once activated, were destined to destroy all living beings within a radius of 300 feet. Originally, Wang Lin thought that Liu and Gudi were still countless layers of restrictions away from him. If they truly abandoned the climb and went down to find him, he still had 100 residual circles beside him. That alone would be enough to activate all the restrictions within a 1,000-foot radius around the mountaintop. At that point, he could simply leave, wait for the restrictions to stabilize, and then find a way to ascend. But now it was clear that all his preparations were completely unnecessary. Neither the Demon Lord Liu nor the ancient emperor were crazy enough to choose to retreat. After all, flying towards the shrinking black light circle was simply too terrifying. According to Wang Lin's plan, whether the Demon Lord Liu or the ancient emperor could get through was irrelevant to him. His purpose in letting the ancient emperor go first was because the restriction ahead was too powerful, and he wasn't sure if he could overcome it. Another reason was that he wanted to observe the extent of the restriction's power so he could break it later. Now his goal had been achieved, but Wang Lin's attention was drawn to the black light circle. That circle was outside his calculations, so he had to observe it carefully. What is this? The Demon Lord Liu glanced at the black light circle, his scalp tingling. Without a word, he grabbed the young man. The moment his body touched the passage, it was destroyed by a barrier spreading from all sides. He stared blankly at the destroyed passage, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Wang Lin's location. A layer of mist obscured the view. Knowing time was of the essence, he quickly retrieved 5 stones from his storage bag. The 5 stones instantly transformed into 5 luminous spheres enveloping his body. Simultaneously, he soared towards the mountaintop. As for the ancient emperor, he glanced cautiously at the black light circle. Then he took out 4 small flags, adding to the previous 4, making a total of 8. They all rotated around him, flashing countless white rays of light. At this moment, his thoughts were the same as the 6 Desires Demon Lords, to ascend to the mountaintop, not descend. The 2 almost simultaneously launched themselves towards the mountaintop. Liu, the Demon Lord, moved with incredible speed, the 5 rocks surrounding his body radiating a luminous aura that blocked most of the attacks from the Forbidden's formation. However, some attacks still managed to penetrate. After struggling for a while, he managed to escape several dozen meters away. Gudi was no different, except that 8 small flags surrounded his body. Each time they blocked an attack, his expression grew increasingly grim. Behind them, a black halo was closing in. Dark clouds were descending, drawing ever closer. Outside the clouds, countless purple lightning bolts scattered. A purple sphere, the size of a human head, slowly emerged from the clouds. Around it, countless lightning bolts rained down from above. A deafening explosion echoed from above. Immediately afterward, the purple lightning sphere headed towards Liu, the Demon Lord. The moment it descended, the 5 halos surrounding his body couldn't withstand it and instantly shattered. Liu Demon Lord's eyes blazed red. He let out a low growl, his right hand grasping the young man and raising him high. Immediately, a lightning ball struck his body. In an instant, the man's eyes suddenly opened. However, there was no trace of life in his gaze. He opened his mouth wide, sucking the lightning ball into his stomach. Immediately afterward, countless explosions erupted from within his body. Numerous cracks appeared on his skin. Liu Demon Lord was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the corpse to be able to withstand the death lightning enchantment. Immediately, he continued to charge forward. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, staring at the young man's corpse, feeling a sense of dread. Liu Demon Lord's expression clearly showed his fear of the lightning, yet the corpse had resisted without being destroyed. Wang Lin's heart sank slightly. His gaze then turned towards the black circle of light. He gritted his teeth, unleashing more than 10 afterimages that penetrated the black light, carefully analyzing it. The ancient emperor glanced at the young man, feeling a sense of shock. He thought to himself, the Demon Lord Liu was indeed not deceiving him. This young man was truly a remarkable object. A glint of desire flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he was less than 50 feet from the mountaintop. He took a deep breath, his hands quickly tapping a few times. Instantly, 8 small flags spun faster. A black passage suddenly appeared before him. His body lunged forward and disappeared into the passage. Upon reappearing, he was standing on the mountaintop. He let out a maniacal laugh, intending to enter the vortex above, when the Demon Lord Liu arrived. However, the restrictions within 100 feet were not so simple. The reason they were able to pass through was due to their extremely powerful cultivation and the magical artifacts they possessed. Each of their items had a significant history. It was their ultimate weapon when they stormed in. Leaving aside the young man's body for now, let's just consider the 8 small flags in the ancient emperor's hand. These are some of the most powerful artifacts of a renowned sect specializing in Forbidden's techniques in the 5-level cultivation nation. Within those 8 small flags lies an immeasurable number of Forbidden's techniques with countless variations. The ancient emperor hadn't yet mastered many of its control methods. Otherwise, their journey up the Forbidden's mountain wouldn't have been so difficult. Considering the speed of the 3 Wanglin, the ancient emperor, and Lu Yu as they ascended the mountain, the ancient emperor was the fastest. The ancient emperor had to expend an immense amount of effort to obtain it. If they had possessed this artifact 1,000 years ago, they wouldn't have suffered so many deaths. Even so, the restrictions within 100 yards were no joke. Just as the two were about to enter the vortex, attacks from the restrictions rained down on them. Several streaks of purple lightning continuously shot out from the dark clouds in the sky. Even the black circle increased its speed, hurtling towards the mountaintop. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes blinking. Originally, his plan wasn't to get involved in the 300 yards around the mountaintop. But now, such a rare opportunity had presented itself. If he missed it, he would surely regret it later. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He quickly pointed his fingers in quick succession. Instantly, a dozen illusory circles flew up, enveloping him. But then, Wang Lin stopped abruptly. His eyes blinked, staring intently ahead. Then, the illusory circles slowly dispersed. Wang Lin stopped abruptly because he knew that a single lightning strike would instantly reduce him to ashes. Therefore, he couldn't take the risk. Moreover, both Liu Demon Lord and Gu Emperor were at the nascent soul stage. If he were to rush out, facing two individuals who hated him to the bone, he would certainly not be able to escape. Furthermore, the black light circle hadn't disappeared. He didn't believe he could get through it. Wang Lin's emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at the two figures in the distance, secretly deciding not to go forward. It was best to be cautious. The moment Liu Demon Lord jumped into the vortex, more than 10 lightning bolts struck down. He simply used the corpse in his hand to block them. However, due to the recoil, he still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His cultivation level immediately dropped by 1 realm. One of the corpse's arms was severed by the lightning and flew away. But Liu, the Demon Lord, ignored it all, gritting his teeth and leaping into the vortex, disappearing. As for the severed arm, it fell into the black light, flashing with a yellow glow and emitting a wisp of green smoke. Then, it quickly pierced through and fell out of the black light circle. However, the flesh and blood on the arm had completely vanished, leaving only bone. But even the joint was crushed to pieces. Obviously, the black light circle had injured it. At the same time, the ancient emperor was also struck by more than 10 bolts of lightning. 8 small flags scattered. Finally, he had to accept losing 4 flags to escape the lightning and enter the vortex. However, a lightning ball still followed closely behind. The moment he entered the vortex, it fell on him. Wang Lin stared intently at the severed arm on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He patted the large storage bag on his back with his right hand. Immediately, a hissing sound emanated from within. Countless small beasts appeared, forming a small whirlwind 3 jang high. Wang Lin pointed his finger, and the whirlwind instantly shot out of the mist, flying forward. Along the way, it clung to the black light circle, unimpeded by anything. In an instant, it reached the mountaintop. Immediately, the whirlwind, carrying the young man's arm bone, quickly turned back. However, before it could fly far, it was struck by a purple lightning bolt. The entire whirlwind vanished without a trace, leaving only a bone fragment lying on the ground. From the moment Liu Demon Lord and Gu Emperor rushed towards the mountaintop until they both plunged into the whirlwind, only a very short time had passed, incredibly fast. Now, after the two entered the whirlwind, the surroundings returned to normal. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Only the dark light on the mountaintop remained condensed for a moment before rapidly dissipating downwards. Wherever it passed, all the restrictions reverted to their original state. However, the spiritual energy fluctuations within the restrictions were extremely weak. It would take at least 1,000 years to regain their former power. Wang Lin stared intently at the arm bone. The bone clearly couldn't withstand another intrusion of the dark light. Seeing the clouds in the sky disperse, he gritted his teeth and rushed out. His speed was like lightning. Before the dark light reached him, he snatched the arm bone from a distance. Then, his body quickly retreated backward. The black light continued to spread, disappearing 300 feet from the mountaintop. Wang Lin was drenched in sweat. He carefully observed the restrictions within a 300-foot radius and immediately noticed the difference. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin returned to his position. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out the arm bone. Just now, when he saw the golden glowing arm bone, he instantly remembered that the Beast King at the first gate also had a similar bone on its forehead. He looked at it for a moment, then reached out to feel it. The bone, after being infiltrated by lightning and dark light, had become extremely weak. Now, when Wang Lin touched it, cracks appeared. Then it slowly broke apart, leaving only 8 small, rice grain-sized particles, flashing with golden light. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuating around these particles. Wang Lin observed for a while, then fell into thought. At first glance, it looked like metal, yet it wasn't metal. It looked like bone, yet it wasn't bone. Wang Lin gripped one of them tightly between his 2 fingers and examined it. But as soon as he touched a yellow bead, a very strong resistance suddenly appeared. This force, appearing abruptly, pushed Wang Lin's consciousness away, preventing him from further investigation. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then squeezed harder. The yellow bead wasn't as solid as he imagined. It was immediately flattened. However, no matter how much force he used, the yellow bead only flattened, not crushed. A thought suddenly crossed Wang Lin's mind, and immediately all the yellow beads merged together, forming a small yellow bean-like object, about the size of his little finger. He pondered for a moment, then looked at the bean. The more he looked, the more he felt it was exactly the same color as the Beast King at the first gate. If it was indeed made of the same material, then the yellow bean was obviously also a part of the skull of some kind of creature. Could it be the skull of an ancient god? A bold thought suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He stared intently at the yellow bean, but Wang Lin quickly dismissed the thought. According to what Duanmuji had said earlier, the body of an ancient god was incredibly huge. Therefore, the skull couldn't possibly be small, and the finger bones would certainly be very large. Compared to the thing on the forehead of the Beast King at the first gate, the size was clearly completely different. After thinking for a while, Wang Lin put away the bean, brushed off his clothes, and stood up. He glanced at the restriction in front of him. His body moved slightly, and he quickly leapt forward. From a distance of 500 jang to 300 jang, he meticulously observed all the restrictions. Moreover, with the ancient emperor leading the way, even though he ascended cautiously, it was much easier. However, when he reached a point 300 jang from the summit, Wang Lin stopped. He took each step carefully. He didn't want to touch any restrictions and be struck by lightning. Wang Lin wasn't impatient either. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. It took him 3 years to cover the 300 jang distance. During those 3 years, his understanding of restrictions had increased dramatically thanks to the restrictions he had broken along the way. After 3 years, Wang Lin finally stood on the mountaintop. He knew that because the restrictions here had been opened once, many of them, although very powerful, no longer had enough spiritual energy to supply them. Therefore, even if he touched them, he couldn't open them. Otherwise, with his current level of cultivation, he would basically be unable to reach the mountaintop. Even so, when he was about 5 jang away from the mountaintop, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Outside the clouds, streaks of lightning flashed continuously. Wang Lin's eyes remained completely calm. After glancing around, he walked towards the vortex. Wang Lin's speed was leisurely, taking 1 step at a time without stopping. 3 years ago, when Wang Lin saw the dark clouds, he had always been suspicious. The sky restriction had something very special about it. He still remembered that back then, when controlling the whirlwind to fly towards the mountaintop, he didn't encounter any lightning balls. But after the whirlwind wrapped around his arm and accelerated back, he was struck by a lightning ball. After some research, and with the help of the after-image circle, Wang Lin finally understood that the principle behind opening the sky restriction was speed. Once a certain level was exceeded, or a sudden increase or decrease in speed would activate the sky restriction. Moreover, the closer he got to the mountaintop, the more sensitive the restriction became. In other words, if one suddenly accelerated at the foot of the mountain, the chances of triggering the sky barrier were very low. But on the mountainside, it was highly likely. And once standing on the mountaintop, it would definitely be triggered. After making that judgment, when the dark clouds appeared, Wang Lin calmly maintained his speed. He calmly stepped 5 jiang and entered the vortex. Wang Lin had lived in the second gate for 13 years. Although the time was long, it was still too little compared to what Wang Lin had gained. It took 13 years to learn the barrier techniques from simple to complex. He learned about the barrier techniques little by little, then pondered and comprehended them to reach a certain level. Even if it took even more time, he wouldn't give up. In his mind, the basic purpose of the second gate didn't seem to be to prevent people from entering, but rather a well-structured system for people to learn barrier techniques. Otherwise, simply placing a few restrictions at the foot of the mountain, like those on the pavilion, would make it impossible for anyone to climb up. Wang Lin was extremely puzzled by this. However, despite his curiosity, no one could explain it to him. At this moment, just as Wang Lin entered the vortex, a sudden event occurred. Purple lightning flashed within the vortex, condensing into an enormous lightning ball. This lightning ball was completely different from the sky restriction. Besides its intensely dark color, the energy contained within was even stronger. The instant the purple lightning ball appeared, Wang Lin felt the entire Forbidden Mountain tremble violently. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, all the restrictions transformed into countless points of light that flew upwards. Each point of light was a restriction. The sky was filled with countless points of light that soared upwards. In an instant, they appeared in midair. But strangely, the sky restriction remained completely motionless. The points of light, reaching a certain height, suddenly accelerated, converging at a single point, forming a sphere of light. Slowly, as more and more points of light gathered, the sphere of light grew larger and larger. After a while, its size was comparable to the purple lightning ball in the vortex. After all the points of light disappeared, the mountain became bare, with no restrictions remaining. Wang Lin stared blankly at the surroundings before him. The moment the purple lightning ball appeared, his body was instantly bound by a force, unable to move even a little. At this moment, the lightning ball and the light ball slowly moved closer together, then collided. The moment they touched, a gigantic illusion suddenly appeared above the two spheres. The illusion was enormous, its head touching the sky and its feet treading on spheres of light. At this moment, the two spheres beneath the shadow slowly rose, stopping at the position of its eyes. From afar, the two spheres looked exactly like the eyes of a giant. In that instant, although the giant's body was only an illusion, it felt incredibly real. The fourth enlightened being of the Forbidden Mountain. I am Tut. According to the ancient agreement before the main body fell into slumber, you meet the requirements of the Forbidden Mountain. Because you are an enlightened being, you are rewarded with a jade slip for crafting the Forbidden Banner. If you can enter the main body's consciousness, by virtue of your status as an enlightened being, you will be granted the main body's forbidden memories. A voice that shook the listener's spirit echoed from within the giant's body. Immediately afterward, a jade slip, flashing with purple electric light, emerged from the giant's body and slowly flew towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his heart filled with terror. The scene before him, according to the giant's words, was clearly a clone of the ancient god Tut. Indeed, the ancient god was incredibly powerful. Just a clone had already made Wang Lin feel as if he were facing divine might, making it extremely difficult to breathe. If the true body of the ancient god Tut were to appear, it would surely surpass Wang Lin's imagination. At this moment, the jade slip had flown to his face. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he grasped it in his hand. Instantly, a current of electricity spread from the jade slip throughout his entire body. Finally, it returned to the jade slip. The moment Wang Lin touched the jade slip, something strange flashed through his mind. He knew that the electric current had no offensive function, only the ability to recognize its master. After understanding the introduction to the Forbidden Banner in his mind, his heart pounded. But at the same time, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The introduction to the Forbidden Banner didn't mention how to use it at all. The materials for making the banner didn't have any special requirements. It was as if anything in heaven and earth could be used as a crafting material. Only one type of material was absolutely necessary: inkstone, a black stone from outer space. The information in his mind also described inkstone. This stone didn't exist on planets, but was fallen from meteorites. For ancient gods, finding this stone was as simple as flying into the sky. At the same time, the knowledge in his mind formed a map. On the map, there was a bright spot, clearly indicating the location of the Sea of Consciousness within the ancient god's body, and also a piece of inkstone. Each person who had attained enlightenment could find one somewhere. After obtaining the inkstone, they could begin crafting the Forbidden Banner. The crafting method was described as simple yet incredibly complex. It only required inscribing 99,999 forbidden spells onto the Forbidden Banner. Once completed, a Forbidden Banner could be created. Although the information didn't mention the banner's function, could the ancient god's magical artifact possibly be insignificant? Not to mention the crafting process and the rare materials used. If the artifact's power was insufficient, Wang Lin couldn't believe it. Obviously, only those with the status of enlightened beings could receive this reward. If the Six Desires Demon Lord and the Ancient Emperor knew about this, they wouldn't rush to find a way to surpass it. They will surely choose to explore in order to obtain the title of Enlightened One. Before me, there were 3 others who also obtained the title of Enlightened One, Wang Lin murmured to himself. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. After understanding the entire second gate, he could obtain the title of Enlightened One and receive a jade slip. This proves that if he completes the requirements of the first gate, he can also obtain a treasure. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin remembered a sentence written on the stone tablet in the unreturning path. That mysterious person had briefly mentioned subduing the Beast King. Perhaps this is the treasure that can be found in the first gate. Wang Lin thought of this and smiled wryly. He didn't have the ability to do that. At this moment, the giant's body flickered and slowly dissipated. The 2 spheres also dispersed. In an instant, the light sphere exploded. Countless points of light shot out in all directions, falling onto the mountainside. In a flash, each point of light transformed into a Forbidden's formation. Slowly, the Forbidden's mountain returned to its normal state. As for the purple lighting sphere, it flew towards the vortex on the mountaintop. Immediately afterward, a very strong suction force emerged from within the vortex. Wang Lin's body slowly sank into it. After Wang Lin emerged from the vortex, he appeared in a place resembling a celestial realm. Countless plants and trees grew everywhere, and streams of spiritual energy emanated from him. Not far away was a circular lake. In the lake was a 3-story pagoda, emitting waves of light. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he spread his divine consciousness around. After a while, he cautiously moved forward. At the same time, he potted his storage bag. A black, poisonous sword instantly appeared, circling around him. Wang Lin knew that the Demon Lord Liu and the Ancient Emperor hated him to the bone. Although they had escaped the second gate 3 years ago, no one could be sure they weren't waiting here for him to enter. Wang Lin thought to himself, if it were him, after suffering such bitter defeats, he would definitely wait here. He would definitely kill the one who had caused him so much trouble. Along the way, a divine light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His divine sensei, used to break the restrictions, carefully scanned the surroundings. But after carefully observing for a while, Wang Lin still didn't find anything unusual. He thought for a moment and then looked towards the pagoda. There were no other restrictions around the pagoda either. His body moved slightly and he quickly flew forward. When he reached the lake, he stopped and patted his storage bag. The Demon Lord Siligu immediately appeared. For the past few days, it had been extremely uncomfortable, so upon its appearance, it felt incredibly excited. But after seeing Wang Lin's extremely serious expression, it couldn't believe its eyes. In its eyes, all of the killer's hair had turned silver white. Yet, his eyes gleamed as if they could see through people's hearts. The Demon Lord Siligu felt terrified at first glance, inwardly lamenting, how did the killer become so powerful? When will I ever escape his grasp? Now, even if I risk my life, there's no chance left. Previously, only when Wang Lin used his extreme realm divine consciousness did the Demon Lord Siligu feel this way. But now, even without using his divine consciousness, he was already making him apprehensive. This showed that in the past 13 years, his mastery of restrictions had reached a level that was clearly evident. Wang Lin pointed towards the lake. The Demon Siligu was about to haggle, but upon seeing Wang Lin's gaze, he felt a surge of fear. He quickly and obediently flew towards the lake, though inwardly he was still cursing and swearing. I'll remember this, just you wait. Once I've devoured morsels and acquired some powerful subordinates, when my cultivation has increased a bit, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Suli Guo continued cursing as he went. He felt much better. After his resentment subsided, he dived into the lake to investigate. Wang Lin observed through the divine consciousness within Suli Guo's body. The images he saw were no different from those of someone submerged at the bottom of the lake. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing unusual, he jumped up and flew towards the pagoda in the lake. At this moment, Suli Guo also flew up from the lake. He cursed inwardly, but his body involuntarily followed. Before the pagoda, Wang Lin also made Suli Guo go ahead to clear the way. Only after confirming that the pagoda was safe did he enter. The pagoda was divided into 3 floors. The first floor had 9 completely empty boxes. Wang Lin immediately guessed that these were the rewards given to those who entered. However, over countless years, those who entered had taken everything, leaving only empty boxes. After reaching the second floor, Wang Lin became even more certain of his guess. On the second floor, there were also 4 boxes placed in the 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. Inside them were also completely empty. Reaching the 3rd floor, Wang Lin encountered a vortex leading to his exit. On the 3rd floor, besides the vortex, there was another box. That box also contained nothing else. Wang Lin felt no disappointment. He pondered for a moment, suddenly remembering that he had encountered messages from a mysterious person at both the first gate and the path of no return. Although he hadn't seen the message left by that person at the second gate, Wang Lin still had a feeling that this person might be one of the 3 who had achieved enlightenment before him. After thinking for a while, Wang Lin searched all 3 floors of the pagoda. Finally, in an empty space next to a box on the 2nd floor, he found a small inscription, "Entering the pagoda." Seeing these things makes one somewhat disappointed with the dwelling place of the ancient gods. The meaning was extremely arrogant. After reading it, Wang Lin pondered for a moment and then went up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, he didn't immediately enter the vortex, but instead sat down cross-legged and meditated for a while. After his spiritual power reached its peak, he checked all the magic treasures in his storage bag. Only then did he take a deep breath and summon the demon Suli Guo. He pointed towards the vortex. Suli Guo's face was filled with anguish, and he cursed inwardly, but his body still quickly plunged in. The moment it hit the vortex, it let out a mournful cry. Its body emitted plumes of green smoke. It quickly retreated, its face filled with terror. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He conjured a small beast and threw it towards the vortex. This time, the small beast encountered no resistance and quickly entered. However, the moment the beast passed through, the connection Wang Lin had established with it through the second demon vanished. Wang Lin's expression instantly turned grim. He pondered for a moment. This vortex was clearly the entrance to the place where, over 1,000 years ago, the demon Lord Liu and his followers had been stopped and forced to bypass the 3rd gate. According to Duan Muji's words, the 3rd gate required the famous spiritual attack magic, the Death Curse, to pass through. He hadn't elaborated further, but Wang Lin had some idea. After testing it, the demon couldn't enter the vortex. Moreover, simply getting close to the vortex affected its primordial spirit. Furthermore, any living creature that entered would disappear instantly. From these things, it was clear that the 3rd gate was extremely dangerous. Wang Lin thought for a while. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He stood up and walked to the side of the vortex. His right hand slowly reached inside. A chilling sensation spread through his arm, but he didn't encounter the same danger as the demon Suli Guo. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt inside. The moment he emerged from the vortex, Wang Lin was stunned. His sea of consciousness surged. For the first time, a red lightning bolt escaped his control, flashing in his eyes. This is the realm of annihilation, Wang Lin exclaimed. Before him was an infinite void. Occasionally, strangely shaped rocks drifted slowly by. At the same time, clusters of divine consciousness fluctuated, seemingly present and absent, spreading around him. Wang Lin smirked coldly. If he had passed the first gate by luck, the second by sheer determination. As for the third gate, Wang Lin was certain he could easily pass it without much effort. He potted his storage bag. The demon Siligo and the second demon immediately appeared. Both looked around in bewilderment. Gradually realizing something, their astonishment faded, replaced by joy. Here, the two demons felt like fish in water, completely at ease. After releasing the two demons, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand moved slightly, grasping at the void. Instantly, a terrified scream rang out. Immediately afterward, a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared, then condensed into a kind of illusory creature with two horns on its head. It turned out to be a type of wandering soul. It had been hiding in the void, intending to ambush Wang Lin, but unexpectedly, it was caught by the opponent. The wandering soul immediately felt extremely confused and frightened. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look. His ultimate divine consciousness appeared, devouring the wandering soul's body. Wang Lin closed his eyes. It had been a long time since he had felt the sensation of devouring a wandering soul. The feeling was incredibly wonderful. He could feel his spiritual consciousness growing considerably. A wandering soul is indeed a tonic for strengthening spiritual consciousness. To encounter a wandering soul makes venturing in here completely worthwhile. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as his body flew forward. The scene of devouring the wandering soul just now made Siligo and the second demon tremble. Of the two demons, Siligo, who normally devoured others, didn't feel anything particularly frightening. Although he had seen Wang Lin devour a soul still covered in his saliva, he only felt like his food had been stolen. But when the wandering soul was captured, Siligo immediately felt a slight resemblance to himself. He even felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had met an elder. That feeling was incredibly close. Therefore, when he saw Wang Lin capture the wandering soul, he thought the killer was preparing to give him another subordinate. He was even planning to go over and talk to him. But unfortunately, that feeling of familiarity was swallowed up by Wang Lin and turned into fear. Only now did he realize that the killer he had been risking his life for could not only devour souls, but also bite and devour itself. Thinking of that, Su Guo felt terrified. Especially when the devoured wandering soul let out a mournful cry, Wang Lin's expression made his primordial spirit feel uneasy, and his soul almost dissipated. Recalling the times he had haggled with the killer, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak. Only now did he realize he had stroked the tiger's skin. Before, he thought the other party's use of divine consciousness to punish was the most powerful technique the other party possessed. But now, the scene of devouring it alive was truly terrifying. Su Guo immediately decided that he would never provoke the killing machine again. If he wasn't careful and let the other party get angry and devour him, he would be finished. At that point, not even a trace of his soul would remain. As for the second demon, although its true form was a beast, it possessed some special characteristics of a wandering soul. Furthermore, its consciousness had been significantly awakened, so it felt even more terrified and uneasy. Its intuition was far stronger than Su Guo's. When Wang Lin entered and revealed his ability to use his divine consciousness to devour its own kind, it felt as if the other party was a king. The third barrier wasn't actually the realm of annihilation. It was more like a gigantic spatial rift. Inside the third barrier, Wang Lin slowly advanced. Everywhere he went, he continuously pointed his hands around. Each time he pointed, a wandering soul appeared, which he then devoured. It had been a long time since he'd felt such a devouring sensation. Carefully calculating, it had been several decades since he'd left the outer battlefield. In the beginning, upon his return from the outer battlefield, the awe-inspiring power of the realm's laws lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The demon Saliguo and the second demon followed closely behind. Along the way, both felt a chill run down their spines, not daring to breathe heavily. Seeing their powerful predecessors fall into the jaws of this killing machine without a second thought filled them with even greater fear. That year, Wang Lin's immense divine consciousness compressed into a single ray of supreme realm divine consciousness. If one disregarded his soul-devouring abilities, he was the supreme leader of the wandering souls. Whether the soul-devouring souls could devour each other, Wang Lin didn't know. He only knew that among the soul-devouring souls, they wouldn't attack unless absolutely necessary. They all relied on symbiosis to resolve all issues. After flying for some time, Wang Lin had devoured a large number of wandering souls, but he still hadn't encountered a single soul-devouring soul. Seeing this, he became somewhat pensive. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and his body stopped. He spread his arms, and immediately the floating rocks around him flew towards him. Very quickly, these rocks gathered together, forming a gigantic mountain. Wang Lin leapt onto the mountain. He lightly waved his right hand, and a blue ice flame shot out from his palm. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he placed his right hand on the rock. Instantly, the ice flames penetrated the rock. The numerous gaps between the rocks were immediately enveloped in a blue light. A chill spread everywhere. In a moment, all the gaps on the rock were covered in blue, binding them together. Wang Lin withdrew his hand, and the blue ice flames returned to his side and quickly entered his dantian. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his divine consciousness flashing continuously in his eyes. He lightly waved his right hand, and a circle of afterimages instantly appeared. With a light tap, the circle of afterimages embedded itself into the rock. The moment the circle of afterimages merged, the rock emitted a dazzling light, but it quickly dimmed. Wang Lin calmly concentrated, his right hand moving rapidly. Countless circles of afterimages continuously appeared on his body and merged into the rock. Very quickly, the mountain transformed into a small, insignificant mountain called Forbidden's Mountain. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then lightly stepped on the ground. Slowly, his body merged into it, finally disappearing completely. He sat cross-legged inside the rock. His right hand conjured another illusory circle, striking the rock wall. Instantly, the entire mountain trembled and rapidly shrank. Finally, its size was the same as the ordinary rocks floating around. Outwardly, it looked no different. It was exactly like the surrounding rocks. Wang Lin was inside the rock. His supreme divine consciousness flowed, emitting a tiny wisp. After the consciousness flew out, it transformed into a human figure. Wang Lin's consciousness transformed into a human figure, flew forward and disappeared. After the consciousness left his body, no longer restricted by his physical form, it floated gently in the void. A layer of ripples emanated from the body formed from Wang Lin's consciousness, spreading outwards. The wandering souls lurking around all appeared, their faces showing reverence. Immediately afterward, the wandering souls, as if receiving some command, instantly flashed and disappeared. They quickly flew in all directions. As Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread further and further, more wandering souls sensed his presence. After showing signs of submission, they flew in all directions again. Wang Lin's divine consciousness, having just left his body, quickly transformed. Once again, he became a soul devourer. He flew very fast. Wherever he went, every wandering soul showed immense respect. Gradually, Wang Lin could sense a colossal divine consciousness in an extremely distant place. Obviously, that divine consciousness was also a soul devourer. However, it was in a strange state, as if it were in a deep sleep. After he sensed the other party, the colossal divine consciousness did not react at all. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then ignored the soul devourer and continued to spread his divine consciousness, controlling even more wandering souls to serve him. At this moment, somewhere in the third pass, on a massive rock, Duanmuji was standing there in agony. Beside him was Wang Qingyu with a cold expression. Clearly, Duanmuji and Wang Qingyu had traveled together through the void passage. After passing through that place, they entered the metal element land. No matter where they went, with Wang Qingyu's 5 elements escape technique, they both passed through with ease. Afterward, they arrived at Forbidden's Mountain. Upon reaching Forbidden's Mountain, Duanmuji did something that shocked even those who knew him well. 1,000 years ago, at the pagoda, he had obtained a magical artifact. That artifact was a jade slip, but it had a very long crack on it. According to his analysis, it could only be used once more. After much effort in researching, he discovered that the object's effect was to remove all restrictions. From then on, Duanmuji's previously extinguished desire to enter the ancient god's land was rekindled. He knew his cultivation level was lower than others. Back then, it was only through luck and caution that he managed to survive. He was very self-aware and had no intention of returning. But after learning about the jade's effect, his hope was rekindled. However, there were still some points that made him hesitant. He wasn't sure about the first gate. Unless he could learn the 5 elements escape technique, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Duanmuji pondered for a long time. finally abandoning the idea of learning the 5 elements escape technique. Because if he decided to learn it, it would take a lot of time. Ultimately, even if he did learn it, his chances of passing the first gate were uncertain. Because at the first gate, besides mastering the 5 elements escape technique, he also had to fend off attacks from a massive number of creatures. That year in the Icewind Land, he had gained a lot of experience that he would never forget. Therefore, Duanmuji decided to seek out Wang Qingyu, promising him many things before inviting him to accompany him. Wang Qingyu, being skilled in the 5 elements escape technique, heard Duanmuji say that the first gate of that mysterious place required his abilities. After thinking it over, he decided to give it a try. After all, if Duanmuji's words were true, there were too many fascinating things there. Moreover, Duanmuji had completely won him over after showing him the jade slip. After examining the jade slip, Wang Qingyu realized it was an ancient artifact that had long since disappeared. Therefore, his initial worries vanished. However, due to his cautious nature, he didn't immediately agree, saying he would decide when the time came. Duanmuji didn't pay much attention. He had decided that if Wang Qingyu didn't go by then, he would sell the jade slip to Liu, the demon lord, in exchange for some magical artifacts. However, he still needed to prepare a few more things. If Wang Qingyu went along, the first and second gates wouldn't be a problem. But the third gate was the most important. After all, 1,000 years ago, they failed here. Afterwards, they had to use inherited items to open a passage and escape. Back then, if there were only 1 or 2 of those strange creatures, he wouldn't be afraid. If there were a dozen or 20, it would attract his attention, but he wouldn't take it to heart. Even if there were over 100, with his cultivation level, he could still remain safe. But if their number exceeded 1,000, even if he were a nascent soul cultivator, he wouldn't have any way to deal with them. Those creatures were incredibly bizarre. They weren't afraid of any kind of magic. Only the fire within his body could make them retreat slightly. But if there were too many of them, it would be impossible to protect himself from all sides. If even one attacked, the spiritual power in his body would be instantly devoured. If many attacked, he would surely die. Since then, he had spent a lot of time searching for magical artifacts that could resist them and simultaneously launch mental attacks. Unfortunately, such artifacts were scarce. Although he had found a few, he still didn't feel confident about the third gate. It wasn't until he arrived in Nando City and suddenly heard people mentioning someone who could use the death curse that he remembered. He had heard of the death curse before. It was a type of magic that specialized in using mental attacks, and its methods were extremely vicious. At that moment, his heart pounded. He secretly thought that if he could get that person's assistance and add his own magical treasure, he might be able to pass the third gate. That's why he started chasing after him to find him. After capturing Wang Lin, the journey to the ancient god's land was completely normal. As long as everyone worked together, passing the third gate would be incredibly easy. Especially after Liu Demon Lord had also prepared another person for the third gate, Duanmuji could be certain that as long as they didn't have an internal conflict, entering the ancient god's corpse land was only a matter of time. After all, the ancient god's land only had 4 gates. But based on the records, they knew that the 4th gate was actually a teleportation array. Its teleportation location was to the corpse of the ancient god. The teleportation array determined the location of each person based on the time taken to pass the 3 gates, then teleported each person to a different location within the ancient god's body. The faster the time taken to pass, the better the destination. It was even possible to directly teleport into the ancient god's meridians. Once inside, they could not only find beads filled with spiritual power, but also various elixirs containing traces of medicinal ingredients. According to records, this included the transformation elixir. To the ancient god, it was just a bit of dregs, but to them, it was the real transformation elixir. Unfortunately, his plan was thwarted by the dragon in the void passage. Everyone scattered, especially Wang Lin, who unexpectedly jumped into the dragon's mouth. Immediately afterward, a red dragon of the savage beast level appeared. A series of subsequent events caught Duanmuji off guard. Facing danger, he had to abandon his intention of searching for Wang Lin and Wang Qingyu and leave. In fact, he was the fastest among everyone to pass through the first and second gates, and then successfully entered the third gate. However, upon entering the third gate, he faced immense difficulties. Without Wang Lin's death curse technique, relying only on the number of magical artifacts he had collected over 1,000 years, he could only protect his life. But to penetrate this gate and find a way to the fourth gate, he found it impossible. Therefore, although he and Wang Qingyi were the first two to enter the third gate, they were blocked outside and unable to proceed. At this time, the Six Desires Demon Lord was flying through the third gate searching for a way to the fourth gate. Along the way, if he encountered a wandering soul, he would swing the young man's body. Each time, a blue light would appear. Then, several wandering souls would rush towards the young man, but after entering his body, they would disappear without a trace. Outwardly, the corpse showed no signs of change. Along the way, Lu Yu, the Demon Lord, used this method, which could be described as fearless, only experiencing fear, but never encountering danger. Once, he encountered over 1,000 wandering souls charging towards him. But as soon as the blue light on the corpse flashed, the wandering souls were drawn to it. He looked at the corpse in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that although he had been tricked by a junior in the second gate and struck by lightning upon exiting, causing his cultivation to drop by 1 level, becoming an early-stage nascent soul cultivator with the magical artifact he had spent 1,000 years preparing, he could certainly enter the fourth gate. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of joy, his eyes becoming even more fervent. Compared to entering the ancient god's body to find the transformation pill, what was a drop in cultivation? Once he obtains the transformation pill, he will undoubtedly become a master of the transformation stage. By then, let alone the demon cultivation sea, even on the Vermilion Bird Star, as long as he doesn't provoke the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, he has nothing to fear. Thinking of this, his speed increased, and he searched around. The ancient god's inheritance item was in his hands. In fact, this item had originally belonged to his master, who accompanied him and a few others to explore this place. His master died at the third gate. Before dying, he entrusted the inheritance item to him. Originally, his master intended to use it to open a passage to escape. Unfortunately, at the most crucial moment, he was targeted by a very powerful creature and ultimately perished. The Six Desires Demon Lord witnessed his master's death and, terrified, took the inheritance item and hid in the passage. At this moment, there was another person in the third gate. That was the ancient emperor. He was sitting cross-legged on a rock. 4 small flags were rotating around his body. Above his head, a pagoda emitted a gentle light. Under the light of the pagoda, countless wandering souls appeared in the void. The wandering souls flickered in and out of sight, their eyes coveting the ancient emperor. But not a single wandering soul dared to enter the range of the light. The ancient emperor's face was extremely distressed. After exiting the second gate, he was immediately struck by a heavenly chain. At that time, he had to risk his life to destroy 4 magical artifacts to survive. But his cultivation level had dropped to the late nascent soul stage. After entering the third gate, he basically didn't dare to go too deep, only sitting on the rock outside to cultivate, hoping to quickly restore his cultivation to the transformation god stage. Otherwise, with his nascent soul cultivation level, he could only protect himself at the first and second gates. He certainly wouldn't survive the third gate. But what tormented him was that the teleportation at the third gate was completely different from the previous ones. It instantly teleported Gudi to the center of the third gate. If he hadn't quickly taken out his magic treasure, he would have been devoured by the wandering souls long ago. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only maintain the pagoda's radiance and endure his predicament here. Recalling everything, Gudi's face was filled with hatred. He believed that everything was caused by that mysterious person, but he still felt suspicious about that person's identity. In his opinion, besides the young man Wang Lin, there couldn't be anyone else. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe that he had been tormented like this by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out widely, quickly engulfing the entire third gate. After scanning around, he knew that besides himself, there was only one other soul village here. As for the number of wandering souls, it wasn't as large as in the outer battlefield. It was only because the area here wasn't very large that they seemed numerous. Besides that, Wang Lin also located the vortex leading to the fourth gate. It wasn't in the center of the third gate, but slightly to the northwest. The largest concentration of wandering souls was at the fourth gate, almost a quarter of the total. Simultaneously, subdued by his pressure, the wandering souls transmitted some information to him through a special method. At Wang Lin's request, they had located the positions of the Six Desires Demon Lord and the Ancient Emperor. Wang Lin was also surprised that the wandering souls had even found the locations of Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. His divine consciousness stirred, quickly flying towards the Ancient Emperor's location. According to the information the wandering soul brought back, the Ancient Emperor was the one with the lowest cultivation among his group. Moreover, he was trapped somewhere, unable to get out. In a short period of time, under the guidance of the wandering soul, Wang Lin's divine consciousness suddenly appeared outside the light emanating from the Ancient Emperor's pagoda. He looked at the other party's gloomy expression and thought. Wang Lin's devouring of the wandering soul here had gradually transformed his divine consciousness into something enormous. Although it hadn't reached its original level, its quality was far superior. After all, his divine consciousness was not ordinary. It was a supreme realm divine consciousness. When Wang Lin arrived, the Ancient Emperor's eyes opened. His gaze was fixed on a certain spot in front of him, but he only saw void. However, he could clearly sense the divine consciousness of something completely different from his own. As soon as that divine consciousness appeared, the strange creatures surrounding it dispersed, showing a clear sense of reverence. Noticing this, the Ancient Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, ensuring his spiritual power was sufficient to maintain the pagoda's light. Wang Lin looked at the light emanating from the Ancient Emperor's pagoda. His divine consciousness stirred, and instantly 10 wandering souls flew out from all directions. Although their faces were filled with fear, they still flew towards the light. Suddenly, a very strong resistance appeared. The 10 wandering souls could only advance a little over half a meter before green smoke emanated from their bodies, forcing them to turn back. However, the pagoda's light dimmed slightly. Wang Lin's divine consciousness fluctuated once more. At this moment, all the wandering souls from all directions gathered, staring intently at the pagoda's radiance. The Ancient Emperor felt a chill run down his spine, inwardly thinking that something was amiss. He formed hand seals, continuously unleashing several streams of spiritual light towards the pagoda. With each strike, his face grew paler. After unleashing the last stream, his complexion turned ashen, his cultivation level plummeting to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, all the wandering souls from all directions surged in like waves. The pagoda's light flickered continuously. All the rushing souls emitted a cloud of green smoke, unable to penetrate any deeper. At most, they could only advance a little over 10 meters, still far from the Ancient Emperor. The Ancient Emperor let out a bitter laugh. He had tried his best, but the sheer number of wandering souls was overwhelming. Back then, even his predecessors were devoured, let alone him. Especially now, his cultivation had been severely depleted. He feared that before long, the spiritual power in his body would be exhausted, and he would no longer be able to maintain his light. At that point, he would surely be devoured by these creatures. Up until now, Wang Lin hadn't taken the initiative to advance. He knew the difference between himself and his opponent was immense. Outside, perhaps his opponent could have annihilated him with just one hand. But here, he was a soul devourer, capable of controlling wandering souls. Therefore, the positions of the two sides had reversed. Of course, if he charged directly, he still wouldn't be a match for the Ancient Emperor. Although he was a soul devourer, his strength was still too weak. However, soul devourers have a special characteristic. They devour wandering souls. And the special nature of wandering souls is to devour all living beings in the world. Even if his opponent had extremely high cultivation, if the number of wandering souls was greater, they couldn't resist. It's important to know that the appearance of just one wandering soul in the living world could cause a catastrophe. Of course, it had to be a genuine wandering soul, not some kind of demon like Soli Guo. The third gate of the ancient god's land is actually a deadly gate. Almost no one can break through it. The ancient god's land has existed for many years, and even the master of the Six Desires Demon Lord wasn't the first to enter. But like those who tried before, he was stopped at the 8th gate. The wandering souls of the Annihilation realm cannot be easily destroyed. Moreover, their numbers are vast. Even if they die, as long as the soul-devouring entity still exists, they will be reborn. It can be said that this is a vicious cycle. Wang Lin's ability to thrive here is entirely due to his encounter in the spatial rift in the outer battlefield. It can be said that this is destiny. If, back then, his body hadn't been destroyed by Tang Hua Yuan, and if Sichuan hadn't allowed his nascent soul to sleep to protect his consciousness, things would have been much better. If it weren't for the fortuitous circumstances that led him into the spatial rift of the outer battlefield, and then upon waking up, devouring wandering souls to strengthen himself, eventually becoming a soul devourer. If only one thing had been slightly different, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to be like a king in the third gate at this moment. In Wang Lin's eyes, the wandering souls were just plants. But without those plants, Wang Lin would be nothing more than a junior in the core formation stage in the eyes of the ancient emperors. They could easily obliterate him. However, things in the world sometimes defy all expectations. An ant in a particular situation can kill an elephant. Even small plants can crush a camel. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable and nothing is impossible. Just like Meng Tuozi, who clearly died at the first gate, suddenly reappeared in the vortex at the third gate. At this moment, a powerful aura, like that of the ancient god Tut, emanated from his body. Besides the cause of his death years ago, the reason for this was incomprehensible. Starting from the third gate in the ancient god's land, countless bizarre events began to unfold. The third gate in the ancient god's land was a space similar to the Annihilation Realm. A white light suddenly appeared in this space. The light quickly grew larger, eventually forming a crack. From within the crack emerged a hand with long, black claws. Both hands were covered in sharp thorns, giving the impression that the claws were incredibly sharp. As for the arms, the skin was covered in pustules, each with a thorn. After the two grotesque hands reached out, they grabbed the edge of the crack and pulled hard. A loud noise rang out, and the already large crack widened, creating a fissure more than 10 meters wide. Black gas billowed out from the crack. Immediately afterward, a tall figure emerged. On the figure's back was a hump that looked exactly like Meng Dazi's. His body was over 10 jong tall. His body, like his hands, was covered in pus-filled sores. Some of the sores had burst using a dark, black liquid. A thorn protruded from within. At first glance, except for his hands and feet, every part of his body was covered in sharp thorns. A few scraps of cloth clung to the thorns, giving him a ragged appearance. Looking up, he had a ferocious face. However, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Meng Dazi, who had died at the first gate, about 70 or 80%. The only difference was that his head was several times larger than Meng Dazi's. On top of his head were two very long horns. Occasionally, a purple lightning bolt flashed from the horns. At first glance, his aura was as powerful as a demon emerging from the 9 underworlds. After he emerged, he gently rubbed his right hand. Instantly, the crack narrowed, finally transforming into a point of light. After flashing a few times, he vanished without a trace. Then the demon raised his head, looked at a certain point in the void, and whispered, "The master has instructed that no one is allowed to enter the fourth gate. Everyone here must die." Having said that, he flew forward. Suddenly, his nose twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look southeast, muttering, "Strange. Why do I sense such an unpleasant aura in that direction? I wish I could tear that person into immediately." At that moment, a wandering spirit appeared beside him. The spirit only glanced at the demon before turning away. Then, it silently flew past. The demon paid no attention to the spirit. It only stared intently at the southeast. Its body flickered briefly before disappearing. It quickly sped towards the direction from which the aura that filled it with hatred was emanating. The direction the demons were flying was precisely where Wang Lin's consciousness was located. At this moment, he was looking towards the besieged ancient emperor. Above the opponent's head, a pagoda was emitting a light that enveloped a certain area. Waves of wandering souls continuously attacked the light. Gradually, the circumference of the light narrowed. Initially, its range was about 30 feet, but now it was only 15 feet. After Wang Lin transformed into a soul-devouring being, he no longer possessed any human emotions. Now, he only had a single state of mind and ruthlessness. Just as he was about to order the wandering souls to attack again, from far to the northwest, he could sense a fluctuating divine consciousness rapidly spreading through the wandering souls. Immediately afterward, the wandering souls under his control, far away, used their special method to transmit some images to Wang Lin's consciousness. This is Meng Dazi. Wang Lin was shocked. Even though the opponent had changed a lot, he could recognize the demon as Meng Dazi with just a glance. Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness, blocking the wandering soul's attack. Then, he sent a divine thought towards the ancient emperor. Hand over the inheritance. The ancient emperor was stunned. Although he had been here 1,000 years ago, he had never heard of such a strange creature being able to transmit its voice. But he reacted quickly, immediately transmitting his voice back. Senior I don't know what inheritance you're talking about. After saying this, the ancient emperor felt extremely uncomfortable. Since his cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, it had been a long time since he had called anyone senior. This time, saying those 2 words, he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he remembered something and continued, Senior, you're referring to the inheritance item needed to enter the ancient god's land, right? If it's that item, then you've truly come to the wrong person. It's currently held by a man named Liu, the Demon Lord. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The distant divine consciousness was approaching, getting closer and closer. Through the demons along the way, Wang Lin could pinpoint the opponent's location. While talking with the ancient emperor, he also controlled his wandering souls to attack and hinder the progress of that divine consciousness. But whether it was because the opponent's body was too bizarre or not, no matter how the wandering souls attacked, they couldn't inflict any damage on him. This further astonished Wang Lin. As for what the ancient emperor said, the inheritance item wasn't on him but on Liu, the demon lord, somewhere else. However, Wang Lin didn't quite believe it. Regardless of whether the other party's words were true or false, given the ancient emperor's temperament, he certainly wouldn't enter here recklessly. Otherwise, wouldn't he be allowing the 6 Desires demon lord to manipulate him? After all, the other party possessed a crucial item for entering and exiting this place. As for the matter of the inherited item, Wang Lin had heard about it from Duanmuji earlier, but his words weren't clear at the time. After careful consideration, Wang Lin finally came to a conclusion. The ancient emperor daring to turn against the 6 Desires demon lord at the second gate clearly meant he possessed something unknown. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out again. Instantly, the wandering souls from all directions began attacking once more. The ancient emperor gritted his teeth and used his divine consciousness to transmit a message. Although I don't possess the complete inherited artifact, I did have a small fragment before entering here. That fragment contains a set of techniques, which, when activated, grant the ability to teleport. However, it can only be used near a vortex to teleport out of the ancient godland. Now I am trapped here. As for that fragment of the inheritance, if I die, I will crush it on the spot. The ancient emperor spoke without any falsehood. 1,000 years ago, when he entered this place, he was a member of the group of powerful cultivators, so he naturally saw the inherited artifact. He was then given a technique. It was thanks to that technique that he was able to escape back then. And that's also the reason he dared to return this time. Back then, not many cultivators possessed that technique. The reason no one else escaped was due to that limitation. Furthermore, it could only be activated near a vortex. Therefore, anyone attempting to enter through the second gate had to be extremely cautious. After passing through the second gate, the space inside the third gate was vast. Finding the exit was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, they had to worry about their spiritual sense attracting strange creatures within the space, so they dared not let their spiritual sense extend too far. From then on, finding the vortex became even more difficult. The incantation could only be used near the vortex. But once inside the vortex, it was useless. Before exiting the second gate, due to the urgency, the ancient emperor didn't have time to cast the incantation to leave. Therefore, he was forced to enter the third gate. Just take me to the vortex that leads out of the third gate, and I will exchange that incantation for it. The ancient emperor's eyes were calm, but he was secretly calculating. He didn't know what the other party needed the inherited item for, but if he didn't give them a convincing answer, the wandering spirits from all sides would surely attack again. At that point, he would only have death as an option. Wang Lin didn't speak again. His divine consciousness stirred, and immediately the wandering spirits from all sides resumed their attack. Wang Lin silently calculated the time. Through the wandering spirits, he could sense that Meng Tuozi wasn't far away anymore. He estimated that he would arrive at this place in about 2 incense sticks' time. Under Xia Yiming's urging, the wandering spirit's attacks became even more intense. At the same time, due to the urgency of the situation, Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately spread out, summoning all the wandering spirits back to join the attack. The ancient emperor's face turned pale. He secretly thought that perhaps his previous answer was clearly not what the other party wanted. The ancient emperor gritted his teeth and swallowed another pill, maintaining the light of the tower from dissipating. But the relentless attacks of the wandering spirits made the ancient emperor feel desperate. He sent out another divine thought. I'll give you that incantation, then tell these strange creatures to stop attacking. After saying that, he hurriedly took out a jade slip. After placing it on his forehead for a moment, he held it in his hand. He felt uneasy and kept glancing around. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin's divine consciousness stirred, and the wandering spirits immediately retreated. The ancient emperor breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and threw the jade slip. As soon as the jade slip flew out, it was immediately enveloped by Wang Lin's divine consciousness. He quickly grasped all the records inside. After throwing out the incantation, the ancient emperor was extremely worried. He feared that even after obtaining the jade slip, the other party would not let him go. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, the wandering spirits all around moved again, rushing forward with a roar, launching an attack. The ancient emperor let out a bitter laugh, his face filled with resentment. He frantically burned his spiritual power to maintain the tower's radiance, preventing it from fading. However, there were too many wandering souls. In an instant, the tower's light flickered continuously. Finally, with a loud bang, the tower, unable to withstand the onslaught of the wandering souls, cracked and split in two. In a flash, the ancient emperor's body vanished from the spot. Unfortunately, after reappearing 10 meters away, the ancient emperor let out a tragic cry. Countless wandering souls swarmed towards him, devouring him at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a wandering soul emerged from the ancient emperor's body, carrying a storage bag, and flew to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin took it and quickly left. He didn't go looking for the other cultivators but quickly returned to the location where his body was hiding. In the void, the ancient emperor's body quickly withered. His eyes were wide open, his face ashen. Around his body, the nascent soul continuously spewed flames, preventing the wandering souls from devouring it. But this could only temporarily stop them. It couldn't make them leave. Even though his life-bound magic weapon was undamaged and his cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the god transformation realm, he couldn't stop so many wandering souls from devouring him. Not long after Wang Lin left, Ming Chuozi's demonic body, like a shooting star, rushed to the scene. He glanced around and saw the ancient emperor. He frowned slightly because the aura that made him feel disgusted wasn't there. He was about to pursue but suddenly stopped, staring intently at the ancient emperor, his eyes blinking. He reached out his hand towards the ancient emperor. The withered body of the opponent was instantly grasped in his hand. His hand trembled slightly, and the wandering souls devouring the nascent soul were suddenly pushed away from the ancient emperor by a surge of energy. After all the wandering souls dispersed, he raised his hand and pulled forcefully. Immediately, a spatial rift appeared. The demon sneered coldly and threw the ancient emperor into it. Looking into the spatial rift, one could see a world as crimson as blood. Everywhere was covered in a blood-red hue. Even the sky was a deep crimson, as if soaked in fresh blood. On the crimson ground sat countless cultivators, their forms identical to the demonic figures of Meng Dazi. They all had horns on their heads, with a maximum of 4 horns per person. Within this crimson world were countless sharp stone pillars. On each pillar sat a cultivator, seated cross-legged. Looking around, the number of pillars was immense. Far in the distance stood a massive, sky-high pillar. On that pillar sat a cultivator whose entire body was crimson. Because he bowed his head, his face was obscured, but an arrogant aura emanated from his body. After the ancient emperor was thrown in there, the nascent soul within his body had not yet been devoured by the wandering spirits. He opened his eyes, and his expression instantly changed. Crimson Flame Demon Lord, Southern Madman, Heavenly Demon Scatterer, you are still alive. The ancient emperor was extremely frightened. Among the surrounding demons, he could recognize several of them. These people had accompanied him into the ancient god's land 1,000 years ago, but died there. For example, the Crimson Flame Demon Lord died at the second gate of the Forbidden Mountain. The ancient emperor had witnessed him being struck by purple lightning, his entire body turning to dust. Even his nascent soul didn't have time to leave his body and escape. As for the Southern Madman, he died at the third gate. He was surrounded by more than 10,000 wandering spirits and was gone in less than half an incense stick's time. And the Heavenly Demon Scatterer was also the master of the Six Desires Demon Lord. That year, the ancient emperor was still following him closely, so he witnessed firsthand when he used the inherited item to open the passage. Just as he was about to leave, he was attacked by a strange divine consciousness. He didn't have time to react and died instantly. All the people who died then suddenly appeared here, which sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked through the spatial rift. Immediately, he could see a demon resembling Meng Dazi. Meng Dazi! The ancient emperor narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the spatial rift closed. The ancient emperor cautiously looked around. There were many cultivators here, but obviously, all of them had perished in the ancient god's land over the years. Welcome to the demon god's blood sea. A hoarse voice slowly emanated from within the blood-red color. Returning to Wang Lin, his spiritual sense was incredibly fast. It didn't take long for him to fly past the third gate. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. Through his wandering soul's perception, he could sense a change in the ancient emperor's location. He could see Meng Chuozi opening a spatial rift and throwing the ancient emperor into it. Even the red light emanating from the rift when it opened was partially observed by his wandering soul. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. Although he had obtained the jade slip containing the cultivation technique, he couldn't guarantee the ancient emperor's safety. For his own safety, he was looking for Duan Muji, Wang Qingyu, and Liu, the demon lord. He intended to use a similar method to obtain the cultivation technique and leave. But now, the appearance of Meng Chuozi and the red light emanating from the spatial rift filled Wang Lin with immense fear. He decisively abandoned the search for Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu and quickly flew back to where his body was hiding. Along the way, he used his wandering soul to sense Meng Daisy's location. At this time, the demon was not chasing after him but was flying towards Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu. After learning this, he quickly increased his speed, swiftly returning to where his body was hiding. The demon Siligo and the second demon were hiding in the rock. After sensing Wang Lin's consciousness, they flew out. Wang Lin's consciousness flashed and quickly entered the rock, returning to his sea of consciousness. It didn't take long before he opened his eyes. His consciousness had been nourished along the way and had become much stronger. His body moved slightly and he emerged from the rock. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he flew towards the fourth gate. Wang Lin's expression was extremely grim. Meng Daisy's sudden appearance had disrupted his entire plan. In particular, Meng Dazi's bizarre appearance filled him with fear. Most importantly, Meng Dazi was unafraid of the attacks of wandering souls. This was the main reason Wang Lin was determined to leave the third gate. He knew that his cultivation level was like that of a child in front of an adult compared to that old man. If this wasn't the Annihilation Realm with its many wandering souls, he wouldn't dare face them. Now that the wandering souls had no effect on Meng Dazi, Wang Lin no longer had any advantage. Once he encountered the opponent, there was only death. The opponent could even turn him into dust with a wave of their hand. Wang Lin knew himself and his opponent. Don't think that he had the upper hand all along the way. In reality, everything was due to his ability to utilize external forces. If Meng Dazi hadn't been surrounded by the whirlwind back then, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But now that the external force had disappeared, the positions of the two sides instantly changed. Even with his immense courage, Wang Lin couldn't help but decide to leave. Wang Lin wasn't indecisive. Once he made a decision, he didn't hesitate, quickly flying towards the third gate. Along the way, he didn't even devour the wandering soul, but instead used every second to escape. In fact, if Wang Lin had ignored his physical body and used the flying state of the soul-devouring technique, he could have flown much faster. That was also the reason why he had previously allowed his consciousness to leave his body. Having only gone halfway, Wang Lin suddenly stopped, turning his head to look behind him. His expression became even more somber. The direction he was observing was clearly the location of Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu. In that instant, he had witnessed a terrifying scene through the wandering soul. Under Meng Tuozi's attack, Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu couldn't hold up much longer. Then, Meng Dazi opened a spatial rift. Suddenly, a demonic army emerged from the rift, grabbing the two of them and dragging them inside. The demonic arm was covered in thorns and emitted an eerie aura, terrifying to behold. Wang Lin's expression was grim as he continued flying forward. At this point, he had captured both demons. After taking a large gulp of spiritual liquid, he used all the spiritual power in his body to escape. He could sense the demon Meng Dazi chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, Wang Lin was extremely anxious. His expression was grim as he secretly calculated. At his current speed, he should be able to reach the stream before the other party could catch up. But at this moment, the demon Meng Dazi, using some unknown method, emitted a bright red light all over his body, increasing his speed several times. In an instant, the distance between them shortened. Moreover, his speed not only didn't decrease but increased even more. Wang Lin could clearly see this. His heart immediately sank. According to his calculations, it would only take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn for the opponent to catch up. And from here to the third exit would take about 2 incense sticks. Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately swept in all directions. He used his wandering soul to sense the surrounding area. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on one direction, and a bold thought appeared in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, then without a word, quickly changed direction and fled. Liu Yu, the demon lord, was in utter turmoil. He didn't dare extend his divine consciousness too far. Therefore, he still hadn't found the exit from the 3rd level. After years of searching, he finally confirmed that the exit was definitely in the northwest direction. In fact, he had explored that direction 2 years prior. However, there were a large number of wandering souls there. Although he possessed a miraculous magical artifact, he didn't dare rush in recklessly. Therefore, for the past 2 years, he had been attracting a large number of wandering souls, eliminating them before slowly proceeding. His speed had obviously slowed down considerably, but it was more stable. At this rate, sooner or later, he would be able to enter the 4th level and successfully teleport into the ancient god's body. At this moment, he had attracted many wandering souls and was preparing to use the young man's corpse in his hands to eliminate them. Suddenly, his expression changed. His divine sense quickly spread out. Although he didn't dare extend it too far, within 100 yards, he could detect any movement. He saw a young man appear 100 yards away. The demon lord Liu was stunned the moment he saw him, but he quickly bared his teeth in a grin and shouted, "You've walked right into my trap." Wang Lin coldly stared at the demon lord Liu, his speed not slowing down but increasing. Countless wandering souls appeared around him. These wandering souls surrounded Wang Lin like bodyguards. The demon lord Liu, who was about to act, stopped, frowning as he stared at the wandering souls beside Wang Lin, feeling a sense of dread. The creatures he feared so much unexpectedly didn't harm the young man, but instead wanted to protect him. This made the demon lord Liu even more terrified. Therefore, he didn't dare act rashly. His cold eyes stared at Wang Lin. He wanted to see what this damned young man intended to do. When Wang Lin was still 100 yards away from the Liu demon lord, he stopped. The reason he had sent the wandering spirits to guard him earlier was to warn the Liu demon lord not to act rashly. Now, his message had been successful. Sure enough, the other party didn't attack impulsively. Although he wasn't afraid of the Liu demon lord with the wandering spirits, the latter possessed a very strange object. If they lingered here, there wouldn't be enough time to reach the exit. At that point, Meng Tuozi would surely catch up. Wang Lin looked at Liu demon lord, his expression suggesting he was about to say something, but then stopped. In reality, he was silently calculating the time. Liu demon lord narrowed his eyes. He didn't possess the same soul-controlling abilities as Wang Lin, so he obviously didn't know that a demon was approaching. Therefore, after seeing Wang Lin hesitate to speak, he felt very curious. However, he only smirked coldly. If he weren't wary of the large number of souls surrounding Wang Lin, he would have taken the initiative to attack. But now, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. So Liu demon lord snorted coldly and said, "I'll let you off this time. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of here quickly." Wang Lin silently counted the breaths and smiled. He thought to himself, this is the time. He immediately raised his head, bowed to Liu Demon Lord, and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he quickly rushed towards the group of souls heading northwest. Liu Demon Lord raised his eyebrows, his expression suddenly changing as he pondered. He saw a red shooting star hurtling towards him from afar. In an instant, it appeared more than 100 yards away from Liu Demon Lord. At this moment, its form revealed the demonic body of Meng Tzu. You are Meng Tzu. You ate the transformation pill. Liu Demon Lord narrowed his eyes. He immediately judged the opponent's cultivation level through his breath, which had reached the late stage of the transformation god realm. The distance to the transformation stage was only one step away. To achieve such a cultivation level in such a short time could only mean the opponent had eaten the transformation pill. But in an instant, Liu Demon Lord raised the young man's corpse before him, staring intently at Meng Tzu, and exclaimed in shock, "It wasn't the transformation pill. What did you eat to become demonized?" The demon Meng Tzu glanced at Liu Demon Lord. The person before him exuded an incredibly familiar aura. That feeling wasn't the first time it had appeared. Whether it was the ancient emperor, Duan Muji, or Wang Qingyu, they all gave him the same sensation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. However, in an instant, he no longer paid attention to that feeling. A cruel, sinister smile appeared on his lips as he said, "I am not Meng Tzu. My name is the demon god Tut." As he spoke, his right arm, covered in thorns, traced a line in the void. Immediately, a massive spatial rift appeared. A pink light emanated from within, and a blood-red figure, about 10 meters tall, emerged. "I'll leave this one to you. I'll continue the pursuit," Meng Tzu said, then flew away. Liu, the demon lord, stared blankly at the figure before him, murmuring, "Master." The figure was over 10 jang tall, clad in a purple suit of armor. Countless sharp spikes clung to the armor, radiating a chilling aura. His black hair fluttered gently in the windless air. His face was strikingly handsome, yet upon closer inspection, there was an eerie quality to it. His thin lips, in particular, lacked any hint of warmth or coldness. His eyes glowed a deep red, staring intently at Liu, the demon lord. After a moment, he sighed, slowly opening his mouth to speak. "Yair, do you still recognize your master? But now my name is the demon god Tut." The name Yair struck Liu, the demon lord, with a shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. If before, he had only felt a slight shock at the resemblance to his master, now he trembled uncontrollably. Besides the deceased master, the heavenly demon hermit, who else could possibly utter his name, a name known to very few? Liu, the demon lord, took a deep breath, his expression grim. He stared intently at his opponent, his voice low. Why are you a demon? Why are you also demonized like Meng Tzu? Over 1,000 years ago, weren't you? The heavenly demon's eyes briefly closed and then opened again. He calmly said, "You want to know why I died over 1,000 years ago and am now able to come back to life, right?" Liu, the demon lord, was extremely wary. From the appearance of Meng Tzu to the resurrection of his master, the heavenly demon, everything had been incredibly bizarre, filling him with dread and terror. He knew there was some kind of secret here. He even began to suspect that the ancient god's land wasn't what he had imagined. Entering the ancient god's body didn't offer endless treasures and elixirs waiting for him to collect. The reason for that suspicion stemmed from the fact that over 1,000 years ago, it was related to several inherited artifacts from the ancient god land that his master had obtained. Now, upon careful reflection, the heavenly demon scatterer, after acquiring those inherited items, completely transformed. He found this incomprehensible at the time, but now it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. A bold thought emerged in his heart. "I wasn't possessed," the heavenly demon scatterer said slowly, glancing in the direction where Meng Tzu had just disappeared. The Six Desires demon lord was startled, but his expression remained unchanged. He cautiously watched his master while retreating. "If you retreat another 10 steps, I will strike," the heavenly demon scatterer said calmly, without even glancing at the Six Desires demon lord. Liu demon lord stopped and whispered, "Master, what exactly happened? Although you want to kill your disciple, you should at least explain everything to me." The heavenly demon scatterer turned his head and glanced at Liu demon lord. After a moment's thought, he said, "Forget it. Telling you wouldn't do any good. Here. Lu Yu Demon Lord didn't wait for him to finish speaking. The young man's corpse in his hand exploded. Although the man had been dead for a long time, the blood in his body was still fresh, as if he had only recently died. At this moment, after the explosion, a cloud of blood-colored mist suddenly dispersed in all directions, instantly enveloping Lu Yu Demon Lord. His body seemed to dissolve in the blood light, disappearing in an instant. Then, he quickly fled towards the exit of the third gate. Blood escape of desire. Excellent, you're truly worthy of being my disciple. Seeing something bad, you immediately used the best method. Escaping was the right thing to do. The heavenly demon glanced in the direction the 6 Desires Demon Lord had fled, a smirk of approval playing on his lips. He had personally taught the 6 Desires Demon Lord all his cultivation techniques. His own cultivation method was called the Profound Heaven Demon Desire Technique. Humans possess 6 innate desires, and the technique he cultivated was based on these desires. First, he refined his own desires, using them as a conduit to stimulate the desires of others. In terms of wickedness, it was only slightly inferior to the Death Curse technique. Cultivating the Profound Heaven Demon Desire Technique was most important in refining one's own innate desires. If one could refine 4 types of desires, they would reach the Transformation God stage. If they could refine all 6 types of desires, they could reach the Nascent Soul stage. The 6 Desires Demon Lord had already refined 5 types of desires. Only the last one, Obsessive Desire, remained unrefined. His obsessive desire was his obsession with thoughts. Lu Yu's sole obsession was his own cultivation. From the very first day he embarked on the path of demonic cultivation, he swore that he would definitely become a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. This was his dream, the aspiration he would pursue his entire life. Years ago, the heavenly demon scatterer had said that this obsession was a major obstacle in Lu Yu's life. Now, reality has proven it. As for the blood escape technique, it's a life-saving method recorded in the Zhuangtia demonic cultivation technique. It's not easily used unless absolutely necessary. To use it, one must sacrifice a refined desire. After using it, the user's speed can instantly reach an unbelievable level. Lu Yu was a decisive person. Since the appearance of his master, the heavenly demon scatterer, he had a strange premonition. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and used this method to escape. Returning to Wang Lin, his speed was incredibly fast as he rushed towards the exit of the third gate. Along the way, all the obstructing wandering souls automatically parted to the sides, clearing a straight path for him. His body transformed into a blur, flashing and darting forward. The distance to the exit of the third gate was getting closer and closer. As for the life and death of the 6 Desires Demon Lord, Wang Lin had no time to care. He had no connection with the other party. This time, relying on himself to protect his life was of no importance. However, he felt a sense of regret. Through the information transmitted by the wandering souls, he saw the 6 Desires Demon Lord and his master, the heavenly demon scatterer, meet. At the same time, he also saw Meng Tuozi only pausing briefly before continuing the pursuit. Wang Lin took a deep breath. After drinking a gulp of spiritual liquid, his right hand suddenly swung up. Instantly, a blue flame appeared in his hand. At the same time, he potted his storage bag, and a poisonous sword flew out. Countless sharp thorns on the sword's blade emitted a chilling light. Wang Lin's body didn't stop. He formed a hand seal, pointing behind him. Then his body flashed again, continuing his escape. As for the flames and flying sword, they split into 2 different directions, shooting towards Meng Tuozi, who was chasing him. The demon Meng Tuozi was pursuing, but his heart was also filled with thoughts. The person he was chasing was indeed someone whose aura disgusted him. His face was completely blank. In his heart, there was only one thought: he had to catch up with the opponent faster. Then, killing the opponent would alleviate the feeling in his heart. However, Meng Tuozi also felt a little admiration for that person. He could sense that the person's cultivation had only reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm. But that person was extremely cunning. The slightest hesitation from him was enough for the opponent to decisively leave. What surprised Meng Tuozi even more was that the wandering spirits at the third gate didn't attack him at all. Even as he charged in, they didn't make a single move to attack. This left him utterly bewildered. He knew that the reason he wasn't attacked by the wandering spirits was because his master had given him a magical artifact imbued with a trace of soul-devouring energy. He couldn't understand how the opponent had managed that. Mengdozi felt extremely suspicious. He took a deep breath, lightly kicked, and his speed increased, rapidly surging forward. But before he had gone far, he spotted a blue flame flying towards him. Mengdozi smirked coldly. His speed didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Almost instantly, without dodging, he charged straight into the blue flame. The flame flickered a few times before exploding, transforming into a fiery flower that quickly dissipated. Mengdozi sneered, intending to increase his speed further, but his expression changed. Although the surrounding flames were slowly dissipating, his chest instantly turned blue. Upon closer inspection, it was a thin layer of dark blue ice. The ice quickly spread, enveloping Mengdozi's entire body. Mengdozi cried out and stopped. He lowered his head and pointed his right hand at the ice flame. Immediately, the ice stopped spreading, and a crack appeared on its surface. At that moment, a cold light flashed in the distance. Immediately afterward, a strange black flying sword appeared beside Mengdozi's right shoulder. The flying sword shape was somewhat bizarre. It wasn't exactly a long sword, with countless sharp spikes on both sides. The thorns, clearly blue, concealed potent poison. The moment he saw the small sword, Mengdozi felt a shock in his heart. He sensed an incredibly familiar aura emanating from the sword, as if something on the flying sword was connected to his very soul. In an instant, the flying sword pierced Mengdozi's right shoulder. A metallic clang echoed. Although the flying sword was incredibly fast, it only penetrated his skin slightly. However, even a scratch allowed the poison hidden within the flying sword to quickly enter Mengdozi's body. At this moment, Mengdozi paid no attention to the poison. He swung his hand, grabbing towards the flying sword. He had a strong feeling that something within the flying sword belonged to him. With Mengdozi's cultivation level, grabbing the flying sword was child's play. The moment his hand reached out, a surge of energy appeared, enveloping the flying sword and rendering it unable to struggle. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed as he was about to reach the exit. He could sense that the flying sword was in danger. Although he didn't stop, his hands continuously formed several hand seals. Finally, he pointed his right hand at his chest and released a stream of energy. At the same time, the flying sword, trapped in the energy stream, sensed something and quickly moved. Instantly, countless sharp spikes appeared on the sword's body. The moment Mengdozi's hand reached out, the stream of energy loosened slightly. Immediately, the flying sword emitted a few sounds. Instantly, 8 spikes on the flying sword's body broke off, and with the speed of the flying sword, it quickly shot towards Mengdozi's hand. When it comes to the toxins inside the flying sword, they can't compare to the thorns on its body. Initially, when Wang Lin forged this flying sword, he put a great deal of effort into its 99 thorns. Almost all of the toxins were concentrated in those thorns. Therefore, the 8 broken thorns carried a huge amount of toxins. However, if used on someone else, it might have been effective. Mengdozi's entire body was already full of poison. The toxins in the flying sword mainly came from the Poison King Cauldron, which was Mengdozi's life-bound magical artifact. Therefore, all the toxins in the flying sword couldn't harm him. Just now, when the flying sword struck Mengdozi's shoulder, the toxins that entered his body disappeared without a trace as soon as they circulated. They were completely assimilated by the spiritual power in Mengdozi's body. But even if the toxins on the 8 thorns were ineffective, their speed was equivalent to 8 flying swords attacking simultaneously. If it were someone else, their hand would probably have been pierced through. But Mengdozi's physical toughness had reached an unbelievable level. Therefore, after 8 dinging sounds, the 8 thorns were broken. Although they were broken, it also caused the hand grasping the flying sword to freeze. In that instant, the flying sword flashed. Mengdozi's hand merely brushed past it. The flying sword disappeared. However, Mengdozi's cultivation was very high. Just that slight contact caused the flying sword's radiance to dim. Even cracks appeared on its surface. After disappearing, the flying sword reappeared more than 100 feet away. It flashed a few times and then vanished without a trace. Mengdozi's expression was grim as he stared in the direction where the flying sword had disappeared. He subtly waved his right hand, and instantly a spatial rift appeared. An extremely powerful divine consciousness suddenly shot out from within the spatial rift. After dispersing, it immediately enveloped the entire Annihilation realm. However, upon reaching the place where the soul was sleeping, it dispersed to the sides without touching the other party. What's wrong? A message emanated from within the divine consciousness. The moment the divine consciousness appeared, Meng Tuozi immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Envoy, there is a cultivator here who is too close to the exit. I need help." "Certainly," the divine consciousness replied. After hearing the reply, Meng Tuozi's body moved swiftly, chasing after Wang Lin. He was completely confident that with the help of the envoy, that junior cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm would surely not be able to escape. If speaking of the ruler of the third gate, in Meng Tuozi's eyes, besides the big fellow who had been put to sleep by his master's magic, only the envoy could be worthy of that title. After his divine consciousness swept across the entire third gate area, he immediately located Wang Lin and Liu Demon Lord. First, his divine sense focused on Liu Demon Lord. Blood red light emanated from the latter's body, greatly increasing his speed. However, despite the increased speed, the number of wandering souls increased as he moved further inside. With his magical artifact, he was fundamentally unable to cope with so many wandering souls. Therefore, along the way, many wandering souls invaded his body. He relied solely on the meager spiritual energy within his body to resist them. When his divine consciousness swept over, Liu Demon Lord was immediately shocked. The wandering souls within his body were already difficult to deal with, and now such a powerful divine consciousness had appeared. In his opinion, to be able to project such a divine consciousness, the cultivation level must be unfathomable. After glancing at Liu Demon Lord, the divine consciousness emitted several fluctuations. For a moment, the blood-red light surrounding Liu Demon Lord's body weakened and then disappeared, revealing his terrified expression. "With the existence of the Soul Devourer, I cannot intervene. I can only help you hold it off once. You must hurry." Having done all that, the divine consciousness sent another divine thought towards the heavenly demon scatterer clinging to Liu Demon Lord. The heavenly demon scatterer calmly nodded slightly. His speed suddenly increased, quickly catching up. Liu Demon Lord inwardly groaned. He gritted his teeth, discarding another refined desire thought, and continued to perform the desire of blood escape. At this point, his body showed signs of exhaustion, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The wandering souls within him immediately began to devour. He gave a bitter smile, gritting his teeth and moving forward. The divine consciousness once again swept towards Liu Demon Lord. This time, he did not intervene. After observing, it dispersed to the exit of the third gate. From a distance of about 1,000 feet from the exit, Wang Lin could be seen. A faint fluctuation of divine consciousness emanated from it, its target directed towards Wang Lin. In fact, Wang Lin had noticed it the moment it appeared. He was momentarily stunned. Although the divine consciousness was very powerful, it gave Wang Lin a strange feeling. When the divine consciousness attacked him, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew the source of the strangeness. The person possessing that divine consciousness was definitely not a cultivator. It was a wandering soul about to evolve into a soul-devouring being. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered such a large wandering soul. However, a wandering soul is still a wandering soul. As long as it hasn't evolved to the soul-devouring realm, in terms of rank, it remains at a lower level. No matter how large it is, due to its nature as a natural enemy, it cannot cross that boundary. Now, that wandering soul unexpectedly dared to attack a soul devourer like Wang Lin. The outcome was predictable. In Wang Lin's eyes, the wandering soul was like a tonic. If he could devour it, his consciousness would undoubtedly reach its previous level. Moreover, its purity would reach an unbelievable level. At this moment, the wandering soul's consciousness attacked. As soon as it entered Wang Lin's body, the wandering soul was instantly stunned and shocked. "Soul Devourer, you are a Soul Devourer." The fluctuations from the Soul Devourer's consciousness immediately emanated. However, although the voice was somewhat surprised, there was also a hint of joy. Although Wang Lin felt doubtful, he didn't hesitate to devour the wandering soul that had entered his body. The wandering soul quickly retracted its consciousness, but a portion was still swallowed by Wang Lin. Wang Lin licked his lips. He could feel his spiritual consciousness rapidly increasing. He secretly thought it was a pity. If he could have devoured that wandering soul, he believed his own spiritual consciousness would have become much stronger. After the wandering soul escaped, It immediately used some method to open a spatial rift, then slipped through and disappeared from the annihilation realm. At this moment, in the demon god's blood sea, the wandering soul suddenly emerged from a beam of light. Immediately afterward, it quickly flew towards the largest stone pillar. Upon reaching the stone pillar, the wandering soul instantly transformed into a man. He knelt on one knee in midair, his face somewhat weak, but filled with excitement. "Master, at the third gate, I saw a soul devourer." On the towering stone pillar sat a man in red, his legs crossed. The man bowed his head, so his face was invisible, but an arrogant aura emanated from his body. As soon as the wandering soul's words ended, the figure's body trembled, slowly raising its head to reveal a face covered in blood and gore. The moment it lifted its head, a thick blood mist erupted from the demon god's blood sea, spreading everywhere. At the same time, the cultivators on the surrounding stone pillars all looked up at the figure. Even those sitting on the ground looked up, their eyes filled with joy. "Soul Devourer, are you sure?" The man's voice, though low, contained an irresistible majesty. The wandering soul's consciousness, transformed into the man, immediately said, "Master, I can confirm that it is indeed Soul Devourer, Master." He is now standing at the exit of the third gate. If we don't capture him now, it will be too late. Soul Devourer. The man's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand. Instantly, a spatial rift thousands of feet wide appeared in the sky. "Demon gods of the Blood Sea, go capture that soul-devouring creature and bring it back to me," the man clad entirely in red said. Then he lowered his head and looked down at the stone surface, remaining silent. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultivators in the demon god Blood Sea stood up and instantly plunged into the spatial rift. At this moment, the wandering soul transformed into the man also flew away. Suddenly, only the man clad entirely in blood red remained in the Blood Sea. His right hand gently wrote countless lines on the ground. "Sealed in the demon god Blood Sea for tens of thousands of years, today I hear a soul-devouring creature has appeared. And I feel a little nervous." Beside that small line of text were several more lines. After entering the third level, it is clear that this is a spatial rift related to the world of annihilation. After searching, the entrance to the world of annihilation can be found, but do not enter. The ancient god's land was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Apart from the third floor, which is somewhat interesting, there's nothing else worth mentioning here. I was about to leave, but hesitated. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to enter without observing it? The fourth gate only has a teleportation array. It's arranged according to the time it takes for someone to pass through, which is quite interesting. After careful study, I finally understood its structure. From there, I can enter any part of the ancient god's body. This place isn't the land of the ancient god at all. It's clearly the land of the demon god, ancient god Tut. This person is truly an ancient cultivator with extremely high intelligence. I must admire him for devising this method. I never imagined that one day I would be trapped here for so many years. At this moment, at the exit of the third level of the ancient god's land, Wang Lin's figure transformed into a streak of light, flying towards it at an extremely fast speed. The distance to the exit was getting closer and closer. In just a few breaths, he was less than 10 meters away. But at this moment, above the vortex at the exit of the third gate, a spatial rift thousands of meters long suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling red light and a pungent smell of blood. Wang Lin's heart trembled, but his eyes remained calm. He immediately headed towards the vortex, employing the secret technique the ancient emperor had told him. The moment the rift appeared, he decisively rushed into the vortex. Purple lightning bolts shot out, gathering around him and pulling him deep into the vortex. As soon as he entered the vortex, Wang Lin saw a group of ferocious demonic cultivators emerging from the crack above, emitting a blood-red light. They stared at Wang Lin, their eyes filled with undisguised ecstatic joy, and immediately rushed towards the vortex. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. Even a single one of these demons could easily annihilate him. Filled with apprehension, he vanished into the vortex. Without hesitation, the demons also quickly entered the vortex. Emerging from the vortex to another location, Wang Lin didn't stop, but quickly flew away. This place was a vast square with dozens of pillars, each about 10 meters tall. Between these pillars was a circular teleportation array, emitting eerie pink light. Upon closer inspection, the teleportation array appeared to be composed of blood vessels, surrounded by numerous threads containing a dark red liquid. The liquid flows along the threads into the teleportation array. The strange red light was emitted by the fluid flow within the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Wang Lin immediately used his divine sense to skim the area as soon as he appeared. He discovered there was no vortex to escape from, only this teleportation array. He immediately rushed forward, approaching the teleportation array. However, he didn't jump directly inside. After a quick glance, a black poisonous sword emerged from his storage bag. It then vibrated slightly, shooting out more than 10 thorns. Wang Lin then retracted the poisonous sword into his storage bag, his hands continuously moving, casting several circular afterimage restrictions, each inscribed on a thorn. Afterward, he pointed his right hand at his forehead, his face flushed, and spat out a mouthful of golden alchemical energy. This energy instantly transformed into threads, penetrating the thorns and causing them to vibrate. The circular afterimages slowly began to rotate. Then, without hesitation, Wang Lin stepped towards the teleportation array. As soon as he entered, a blood-red light barrier flashed from the side of the array, quickly locking down the entire formation. The time to pass the third gate exceeded the planned time, but he has attained the title of Enlightenment Practitioner. Therefore, he is teleported outside the chassis. A blood-red light flickered, and Wang Lin's body instantly twisted and finally disappeared without a trace. The blood-red light enveloping the array also gradually dissipated. After a while, the space returned to normal. At this moment, the several afterimage circles left by Wang Lin suddenly dispersed. A 7-colored light-emitting restriction locked down the teleportation array. Simultaneously, the thorns activated by the afterimage circles also shot towards the teleportation array at an extremely fast speed. Each thorn pierced deep into the array's blood vessels. The toxins contained within it instantly diffused outwards. In an instant, the entire formation no longer emitted red light, but instead streams of black light. However, this didn't last long. After a while, it slowly faded, gradually transforming back into red. At that moment, a group of Blood Sea demons entered from the fourth gate. They rushed towards the teleportation array at top speed. The formation has been broken. It will take about 3 hours to restore normal, a demon cultivator said calmly, glancing at the teleportation array. No problem. This body is enormous. Even if the soul-devouring entity enters, it won't reach the consciousness sea within 3 hours. As long as he can't enter the consciousness sea, he can't leave here. After 3 hours, we'll split up and search to see if he's still alive. In the instant of teleportation, Wang Lin felt as if his flesh and bones were being torn apart. Immediately afterward, he clearly felt his body being enveloped by an invisible force, pulling him into a vortex. During this process, his body seemed to disappear. Wang Lin couldn't feel the existence of his physical body, only his consciousness remained. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly the invisible force vanished, and Wang Lin gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was faced with a world of blue. This was a very strange place. The sky was blue, the ground was blue. It could even be said that there was only sky, not land. Because in reality, what was called ground was also a void. Wang Lin was stunned. In an instant, he heard the sound of teleportation. Because of his status as a cultivator, he was transported outside his chassis. From the words, Wang Lin could guess that the teleportation array was the fourth gate. However, this gate had no obstacles, only the function of teleportation. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, he had now entered the body of the ancient god, precisely outside the chassis acupoint. He was silent for a moment, then sighed with emotion. He hadn't expected to be the first among those who entered this place. If before reaching the third gate, he still had some expectations about entering the ancient god's body, now he suddenly had a feeling that the ancient god's body was not like what Duan Muji had said. There were no magical treasures and medicinal pills everywhere. Especially the appearance of powerful demons at the entrance to the third gate, which weighed heavily on Wang Lin's heart. He vaguely felt that he had arrived in a place he shouldn't have. Especially the way those demons looked at him with ecstatic joy. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. With his intelligence, a moment's thought brought to mind the wandering spirit's words calling him a soul devourer. Those strange demonic creatures before only one Meng Dazi appeared. But when I left, unexpectedly, so many appeared. Their target is definitely me. It seems this must be related to my soul-devouring identity. While Wang Lin was thinking this, he continued flying forward. He had a premonition that those demonic creatures would not give up their pursuit. They might appear before him soon. The priority now was to quickly leave the bizarre body of the ancient god. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He concentrated on examining it, his expression uncertain. After putting away the jade slip, he pondered for a moment, his hands quickly changing, forming a hand seal. This jade slip was indeed from the ancient emperor. It contained the secret to leaving this place. This secret technique has over 400 hand seals, and only by performing all of them can a passage be created. Wang Lin performed the first hand seal without noticing anything unusual. He continued to perform several more. It wasn't until he performed the 34th hand seal that he suddenly stopped, his expression turning grim. The 34th hand seal looked similar to the previous ones, but in reality, after performing it, he involuntarily stirred his own spiritual power, causing a slight fluctuation. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then changed his hand movements again, performing the 35th hand seal. After that, as instructed by the jade slip, he performed all the hand seals in quick succession. As he unleashed the final hand seal, he pressed forward. A vortex suddenly appeared before him, emanating a dark, ominous aura. However, the vortex collapsed and vanished instantly. The continuous unleashing of these hand seals caused his spiritual power to fluctuate violently, only returning to normal after the vortex disappeared. As the vortex appeared, Wang Lin stared intently at it, his eyes flashing incessantly. This technique is truly vicious. Wang Lin murmured, a cold smile playing on his lips. The vortex formed after each hand seal rotated from right to left, but the vortex at each gate rotated in the opposite direction. Without careful observation, it was impossible to discern the difference. As for whether unleashing the final hand seal and creating the reverse rotating vortex would allow him to escape this place, Wang Lin dared not speculate. But he could determine that if the two different vortices collided, it would undoubtedly cause unimaginable consequences. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the moment of collision would be the opportunity to escape. However, while performing the hand seals, Wang Lin also noticed that from the 34th hand seal onwards, the spiritual power in his body fluctuated more and more intensely. By the time he finished the last hand seal, the spiritual power fluctuations had naturally reached their peak. Wang Lin, who had always paid attention to the fluctuations of his spiritual power, didn't feel anything unusual. Otherwise, he would have stopped performing the hand seals long ago. Now that he saw the vortex rotating in the opposite direction, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Whether this technique could get him out of here was unknown, but he knew that when the two vortices collided, it would definitely stir up the spiritual power in his body, creating chaos, possibly even exploding, and ultimately spreading to his golden core, causing it to shatter into two pieces. All of this is because every time Wang Lin enters a vortex, the spiritual power in his body fluctuates violently. Although it only lasts for a split second, if the two vortices were to collide in that instant, the consequences would be different. If that fluctuation were to affect the spiritual power in his body, the consequences could be unbearable. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment. After verifying the technique, he realized this wasn't the only way to leave this place. Rubbing his temples, he wondered if he should enter the heaven-defying space. He knew that if he could enter the heaven-defying space, his chances of escaping would increase significantly. After a long while, he released his hand, his face still expressionless, but a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The heaven-defying space was no longer restricted. He could enter at any time. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, his right hand flipping open the ancient emperor's storage bag. He scanned it with his divine consciousness, but was immediately blocked by a force. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. Evidently, the ancient emperor had been thrown into the spatial rift by Meng Tuozi, and that rift, along with the one that appeared at the third gate, led to the same place. The storage bag blocked Wang Lin's divine consciousness, allowing him to perceive that the ancient emperor was not dead. In fact, Wang Lin hadn't confirmed this yet. After all, Meng Tuozi's storage bag didn't contain any divine consciousness. Logically, he should have died, but he reappeared. Currently, he held two storage bags, one belonging to the ancient emperor and the other to the mysterious corpse in the War God Temple's cave containing divine techniques. Both bags contained the divine consciousness of their former owners. If they were not dead, he could only sigh and wait. Wang Lin wasn't impatient. He patted the right storage bag, and the remaining divine consciousness of the ancient emperor enveloped it, preventing Wang Lin's divine consciousness from sensing its contents. Having done all this, Wang Lin took a deep breath, his body like an arrow released from a bow, flying towards the distance. His target was the ancient god sea of consciousness. Anyway, at the second gate, he had obtained a jade slip inscribed with the method for refining forbidden banners. Inside, it mentioned that a key material for its creation could only be found within the sea of consciousness. Flying at an extremely fast speed through this world where heaven and earth were indistinguishable, Wang Lin still couldn't see any boundaries. All he could see was a vast expanse of blue. He remembered that Duanmuji and the others had mentioned that the bodies of ancient gods were enormous. A mature ancient god was even larger than the entire Vermilion Bird Star. Therefore, the distance between the two major meridians within his body was unimaginably vast. Fortunately, although this place was vast, there were no forbidden formations or creatures along the way. Everything was just silence. Wang Lin frowned, but didn't stop, continuing to fly forward. Inside the ancient god's body, the divine consciousness was not restricted like in the previous 3 gates, but could spread far, even further than in the outside world. Wang Lin's divine consciousness, after being nourished in the 3rd gate, especially after devouring a portion of the wandering soul at the last moment, had made a leap forward. Currently, the range of his divine consciousness could reach several thousand miles. Therefore, he used his divine consciousness to observe the surroundings while flying rapidly. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly startled. His face showed surprise and disbelief as he stared ahead. The spiritual power in his body began to fluctuate, seemingly being manipulated by a mysterious force. Immediately afterward, his divine consciousness saw a series of dark blue streams of energy appearing in the distance. The streams of energy were tens of thousands of feet high, their length immeasurable, their limits invisible. The distance to the streams of energy was still great, but countless rumbling sounds could already be heard. Almost instantly, as he approached the stream of energy, the spiritual power within his body surged even more intensely. Without hesitation, he flew towards it. The energy was extremely bizarre. What made Wang Lin's heart sink even more was that he couldn't control his spiritual power, and his golden core vibrated violently. His flying speed quickly decreased. At this moment, the distance to the stream of energy was getting closer and closer. Countless sounds pounded in his ears. Although Wang Lin felt terrified, his eyes remained calm and unwavering. He knew he couldn't escape before the energy wave struck. Therefore, he placed his right hand on his forehead, and immediately the heaven-defying pearl appeared from within. Wang Lin's entire body instantly became ethereal, finally disappearing completely. After about 10 breaths, the energy wave arrived, roaring past where Wang Lin had just disappeared, rushing into the distance. Then, Wang Lin's ethereal figure reappeared, gradually becoming clearer. After manifesting, he stared intently at the rapidly receding stream of energy, his eyes blinking. After a moment, he turned and continued flying forward. At this time, 3,000 feet away from the gate, the blood-red light that enveloped the entire body of the lustful demon lord had disappeared, revealing a gaunt face, holding a skeleton missing half an arm. Countless points of light emanated from the skeleton, scattering a faint glow. During the battle with the wandering souls, his flesh and blood had been completely devoured, and his nascent soul was on the verge of shattering. Countless wandering souls were constantly attacking him, exhausting the lustful demon lord beyond endurance. Currently, he was continuously using the blood escape technique, but he lacked the strength to resist any longer. Only able to wait until he was completely devoured by the wandering souls or until his master arrived. At this moment, he secretly hoped that his master would arrive before the wandering souls could completely devour his body. As long as he could save his life, he would willingly accept being demonized. Unfortunately, his wish was unlikely to come true. Finally, the last vestiges of his nascent soul's defenses were shattered by the wandering souls, leaving his consciousness completely exposed to the vast horde of them. The souls, their eyes filled with greed, swarmed forward. At this moment, the 6 Desires demon lord seemed powerless. But just then, the corpse in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light. The golden light gradually enveloped the 6 Desires demon lord. The wandering souls within his body, who were about to charge, suddenly cried out in agony, trampling over each other as they scrambled out of his body and fled. The Six Desires Demon Lord stared blankly at what had happened. The escape of the wandering souls allowed him to regain control of his body. His eyes filled with excitement. Holding the corpse, he still felt fear and a sense of relief at having found a way out of certain death. However, he quickly felt a sense of doubt, though this was not the time to ponder the reasons. Many wandering souls surrounded him, all fleeing in fear of the golden light. The Six Desires Demon Lord was decisive. Upon realizing this, he immediately withdrew his consciousness and swiftly flew towards the exit of the third gate 1,000 feet away. The giant rift in the sky had also disappeared. The Six Desires Demon Lord's speed was incredibly fast, and without any hindering souls, he instantly plunged into the whirlwind. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If he could escape the third gate, he swore he would never return. Years ago, when he first came to this place, although he also entered the third gate, it wasn't as bizarre as this time. A series of events, his master's reincarnation, Ming Chuozi's demonization had shrouded his heart in a thick fog. This fog transformed into a phantom, terrifying him. Now, he stood within the whirlwind. As lightning struck, he raised his right hand, unleashing a series of incantations. After completing all the incantations, the nascent soul within the Six Desires Demon Lord's body immediately shrank significantly. The expression in his eyes had clearly dimmed considerably. He concentrated all the incantations on the corpse in his hand, and a fierce golden light flashed. Immediately afterward, countless cracks appeared on the corpse. Then it turned into a mass of ashes that dispersed in all directions. Within this mass of ashes were countless golden points of light. The Six Desires Demon Lord waved his hand, and the ashes instantly dissipated. The golden points of light quickly condensed together, forming a shimmering golden arm bone. However, the arm bone only had 4 fingers, with only half of the ring finger remaining. As soon as the arm bone formed, the purple lightning bolts immediately became still, stopping in place, motionless. The Six Desires Demon Lord didn't even glance at it, grasping the arm bone and spitting out a stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was absorbed by it, quickly disappearing. Then, the Six Desires Demon Lord used a bone fragment to unleash a series of incantations. If Wang Lin were here at this moment, he would certainly recognize that these incantations were exactly the same as those passed down to him by the ancient emperor, except that it didn't just have 400 hand seals, but nearly 1,000. After unleashing 1,000 hand seals, a vortex gradually appeared, spinning before him. The Six Desires Demon Lord showed a joyful expression. This time, he returned to this place because he believed he had thoroughly studied the bone fragment. With it, he was confident he could once again leave this place peacefully, just like 1,000 years ago. This bone fragment was actually the inheritance of the ancient god that Wang Lin had been searching for. Years ago, the Heavenly Demon Scatterer gave the bone fragment to the Six Desires Demon Lord. After 1,000 years of research, he finally understood its mysteries. Fearing that it might be stolen by others or that uncontrollable events might occur while in use, he spared no effort in integrating it into his disciple's body. Since then, no one suspected that the inherited artifact wasn't in his storage bag, but rather within the body of the young man who always followed him. Through the connection with the hand bone, he could retrieve and use it at any time. Moreover, because this hand bone was an inherited artifact of an ancient god, it wasn't restricted by the place's restrictions. His disciple faced no obstacles and could enter the ancient god's territory. After performing the final technique, the Six Desires Demon Lord decided he would never return to this strange place again. But just as he was filled with confidence, preparing to step into the vortex and leave, the vortex suddenly collapsed, silently vanishing. The Six Desires Demon Lord was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the purple lightning bolts, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly descended, sucking in the Six Desires Demon Lord and quickly disappearing from the third gate. After he disappeared, somewhere, the Heavenly Demon Scatterer's expression was calm, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, "My good disciple, you must succeed, so that my efforts in secretly opening the inheritance to help you escape the wandering soul and prevent you from leaving this place will not be in vain." Wang Lin's entire body was like a flash of lightning, rapidly flying outside the ancient god's chassis. At this moment, he had changed direction, not going forward but flying upwards. He himself didn't know how much time had passed, but what he saw before him remained unchanged. If he couldn't use his divine sense to investigate, he would surely think he was still standing in the same place. During this time, he had encountered the same energy flow more than 10 times. Each time, he would enter the space of the heaven-defying pearl to evade it. Gradually, he discovered some clues. From his observations, that aura seemed to be formed from spiritual energy. Wang Lin had the answer in his heart, but he still couldn't quite believe it. This energy clearly came from the vortex of spiritual energy in his chassis. If this energy emanating from the vortex was so powerful, then the vortex within the chassis would be unimaginably powerful. The ancient god was clearly dead, so why could the spiritual energy in his body still circulate automatically? Furthermore, the further he flew, the more suspicious he became. He felt strange fluctuations slowly sweeping towards him from all directions. Each time these invisible fluctuations passed, Wang Lin felt that although they weren't offensive, they caused subtle changes in his emotions. Though subtle, they made Wang Lin even more vigilant. He compared the location of his own chassis. The ancestral acupoint was located above the chassis. The sea of consciousness was also located there. Wang Lin silently calculated as he flew. Unfortunately, the information he received was too scarce, leaving a fog in his mind, obscuring the truth. At this moment, he only felt that the entire ancient godland was enveloped in a very strange atmosphere. While flying, Wang Lin suddenly shuddered and, without hesitation, entered the heaven-defying space. Just then, a white light appeared not far away. After the light dissipated, the Six Desires Demon Lord appeared, his face filled with astonishment. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the golden bone in his hand, then around. Suddenly, his expression became one of shock. Immediately afterward, he looked around, his face suddenly changing, revealing a look of ecstatic joy. This ancient god is clearly dead. Why is there still such a strong fluctuation of desire here? The Six Desires Demon Lord's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As soon as he appeared, he felt waves of energy emanating from all directions. He could clearly perceive that these were all kinds of desires. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He clasped his hands together, chanted a spell, and unleashed a magical incantation into the void. Suddenly, a black mist appeared before him. Then, it flashed and flew away into the distance. The Luyu Demon Lord's eyes gleamed, and he opened his mouth and inhaled. The black mist immediately turned around and was instantly sucked into his mouth. The Luyu Demon Lord's expression brightened again. He clearly felt that absorbing this wisp of lustful desire had instantly restored his nascent soul, which had been devoured by wandering souls, to its normal state. Without hesitation, the Luyu Demon Lord spread out his divine consciousness. After finding nothing unusual, he clasped his hands together, crossed his legs, and softly shouted, "Desire, absorb." With that, his hand movements rapidly changed. Immediately, countless black mists appeared from all directions, rushing madly towards the Luyu Demon Lord. Gradually, the dark mist increased, eventually covering the entire area. It appeared incessantly. The body of the Luyu Demon Lord was like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the dark mist. His expression grew increasingly excited, a mixture of joy and fear. He could feel the immense desire within the ancient god's body, surpassing his imagination. Time slowly passed. 100,000 miles away, the heavenly demon scatterer's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked towards the distant Luyu Demon Lord, muttering, "Absorb it, my good disciple. Absorb it wholeheartedly for my grand plan. You must do your best." A strange smile appeared on his lips. His clasped hands suddenly extended, and a blue circle rapidly expanded in all directions. In an instant, it covered a 1,000-mile radius. Having done so, the heavenly demon scatterer blinked his eyes, his smile becoming even brighter. Deep down, he thought to himself, "Good disciple, back then I thought your obsession was your biggest weakness. But now, perhaps that obsession will be the direct cause of my success." Time slowly passed, and the endless black mist completely enveloped a 1,000-mile radius. If it weren't for the restrictions set up by the heavenly demon scatterer, this mist would surely have spread even further. After an unknown amount of time, the black mist gradually disappeared, and the Six Desires Demon Lord's eyes revealed a look of madness. His cultivation had now reached an unbelievable level. "Greed, absorb," he shouted softly. In an instant, crimson mist suddenly reappeared. Soon after, the entire 1,000-mile radius was covered in crimson mist. Next, all kinds of desires, including lust, pleasure, jealousy, and obsession, were devoured by the Six Desires Demon Lord. His eyes had now become completely insane. His master was right. The biggest flaw of the Six Desires Demon Lord was his constant desire for cultivation advancement. Once he had the chance to increase his cultivation, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Especially now, he had no intention of stopping, but was frantically absorbing and devouring until the last type of desire was gone. Afterward, his entire body emitted an overwhelming aura. The 6 types of desires in the ancient god's body were formed by the unique transformation of the consciousness within his body before his death. They then split and dispersed outwards. At this moment, the 6 Desires Demon Lord could be said to have absorbed a portion of the ancient god's desires. His Huantia Demon Desire technique had naturally surpassed the ultimate expectations of its founder, the Heavenly Demon Scatterer. At that moment, thousands of miles away, the Heavenly Demon Scatterer showed extreme joy. Even someone as gloomy as him couldn't help but laugh heartily. His body moved slightly, and he sprang towards the 6 Desires Demon Lord. My good disciple, your mission is complete. It wasn't in vain that I nurtured you all those years ago. Now you have the right to repay my kindness. Wang Lin was inside the space of the heaven-defying pearl. He observed everything happening outside through the pearl's special abilities. To this day, the heaven-defying pearl hadn't fully accepted a master. But since Wang Lin reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he discovered that after entering the pearl, the feeling was completely different from before. The feeling was exactly the same as when he first formed his Golden Core, only this time it wasn't as clear. In Wang Lin's speculation, one of the main reasons was probably the increase in his cultivation. In addition, another reason was that his divine consciousness had become stronger. After all, the wandering soul at the 3rd gate had helped his divine consciousness advance significantly. Now, when he was inside the pearl space, he could sense everything happening outside simply by grasping the long beams of light within. The appearance of the Luyu Demon Lord surprised Wang Lin somewhat. He hadn't expected the Luyu Demon Lord to escape the 3rd gate and enter the ancient god's body. Moreover, a vortex appeared before the opponent's appearance, indicating that the Luyu Demon Lord had been transported in by the teleportation array at the 4th gate. Wang Lin remained calm, concentrating and waiting for the opponent to leave before revealing himself and continuing his flight. If the two of them encountered each other here, it wouldn't be good for Wang Lin. But what happened next shocked him. When the Luyu Demon Lord absorbed that thing, it gave Wang Lin an extremely familiar feeling. He immediately remembered that when he first entered the Void Passage, the Luyu Demon Lord had displayed his demonic power. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. His eyes blinked repeatedly, but quickly, he felt suspicious when he saw how easily the opponent absorbed it. Everything seemed to have been prepared beforehand, just waiting for the Luyu Demon Lord to come and absorb it. He could clearly feel the power of the 6 Desires Demon Lord constantly increasing. The 6 Desires Demon Lord also felt a surge of power within his body that he had never possessed before. His Huantia Demon Desire technique had reached the Great Perfection realm. At this moment, he was extremely excited. After pursuing it for thousands of years, he had finally achieved satisfaction. That feeling made him incredibly exhilarated. He bowed his head, then looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Now he was completely confident that even if he had to face his master, he wouldn't be afraid. He could definitely fight a battle. That confidence stemmed from absorbing the desires of the ancient god. The 6 types of desires merged to create a special energy source, allowing him to control the life and death of others. However, Luyu Demon Lord didn't need to think for too long. Suddenly, his expression darkened, quickly turning ferocious. From afar, a shooting star was rapidly hurtling towards him. Old man, since you disregard the master-disciple relationship, don't blame me for killing you and destroying your ancestors. Luyu Demon Lord sneered coldly, his body not moving. He coldly watched the figure approaching. In an instant, that figure rushed to Luyu Demon Lord's face. It stopped 10 meters away, revealing the body of the Heavenly Demon Scatterer. He looked at Luyu Demon Lord intently, his eyes filled with undisguised joy, laughing heartily. Good. You truly are a disciple of my Heavenly Demon Scatterer. You certainly have the courage to absorb the desires of the ancient god. Yair, your master thanks you. Wang Lin felt a shock in his heart. He could see everything outside from within the reverse heaven pearl space. When that person appeared, it terrified him. Their appearance was similar to Mengdazi's, both possessing demonic bodies. What surprised him even more was what they said. From their words, he could guess that they were the master of Liu Demon Lord. Wang Lin didn't know that the one who initiated the invasion of the ancient god land 1,000 years ago was the heavenly demon scatterer. But after thinking for a while, he guessed about 70 or 80% of it. Based on their words, Wang Lin understood that what Liu Demon Lord had just absorbed was the desires of the ancient god. He didn't know what the ancient god's desires were, but just by looking at their expressions, he could guess the meaning. Liu Demon Lord's eyes flashed with cold light. Without saying a word, he quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest and whispered, "Spirit of desire, come forth." As soon as he finished speaking, a column of smoke suddenly appeared behind Liu Demon Lord. The column of smoke that appeared instantly transformed into a swarm of vengeful spirits, bearing their fangs and claws as they attacked the heavenly demon scatterer. The greed in the heavenly demon scatterer's eyes intensified. He still didn't intervene to stop the Six Desires Demon Lord from casting his spell. He also performed a similar incantation. The moment his opponent cast the spell, he subtly shouted, "Spirit of Desire, unleash!" Immediately, a cloud of smoke appeared behind him, transforming into 6 vengeful spirits that charged forward. The Six Desires Demon Lord sneered. Although he had received teachings from the heavenly demon scatterer, he knew that the old man's heavenly demon desire technique still contained some hidden secrets. Therefore, the Six Desires Demon Lord had previously studied and improved this technique extensively. By today, he was completely confident that his execution of the heavenly demon desire technique was no less effective than that of the heavenly demon scatterer. The moment the two individuals unleashed their desire spirit magic, the heavenly demon scatterer instantly broke into a strange smile. He suddenly extended his hand and swiftly soared into the air. His hair fluttered without wind. Streams of spiritual power surged from his body. "Go with the bones," the heavenly demon scatterer whispered. His voice carried a sense of desolation. After he spoke, the golden bone in the hand of the Six Desires Demon Lord suddenly stirred. In an instant, it dissolved into countless golden points of light, dissipating within the Six Desires Demon Lord's hand. These countless points of light, like a golden river, flew towards the heavenly demon scatterer. Upon reaching him, they condensed back into the golden bone. At this moment, after his arm came back together, his index finger pointed towards the Six Desires Demon Lord. Wang Lin watched the scene intently. He still felt puzzled by how easily the Six Desires Demon Lord could absorb the ancient god's desires. It was as if an invisible hand had orchestrated everything beforehand. But after the appearance of the heavenly demon scatterer, Wang Lin immediately understood that everything was orchestrated by the master of the Six Desires Demon Lord. This proved that the old man had a very grand purpose. The Six Desires Demon Lord's eyes flashed. He ignored his vengeful spirits and quickly turned to retreat. Then he transformed into a rainbow and flew away. In that instant, he suddenly understood the reason why the vortex collapsed after he used his hand bone to perform the hand seal. That hand bone didn't entirely belong to him, but to his master. Otherwise, it couldn't have escaped his grasp with just a few words. The moment it left his hand, it lost the connection established over the past 1,000 years. This shocked him, and many thoughts raced through his mind. The heavenly demon scatterer smirked. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the Six Desires Demon Lord, and calmly said, using desire as a sword. The 6 demonic creatures of the heavenly demon scatterer immediately let out a mournful cry, quickly turning into smoke and merging together. In an instant, a phantom figure appeared. At the same time, the Six Desires Demon Lord, who was rushing forward, instantly dissipated. When he reformed, he was horrified to find himself inexplicably beside the heavenly demon scatterer. His position was precisely where the 6 streams of desire had formed into a single figure. To be precise, the two had merged into one. Use the blood of that person as a sacrifice. The heavenly demon scatterer's eerie voice rang out. As soon as the words finished, the Six Desires Demon Lord, without any resistance, instantly exploded, his flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The heavenly demon scatterer waved his hand, and a drop of blood quickly flew out from his body, condensing into a blood sphere that floated in midair. Throughout this process, the Six Desires Demon Lord was bound by an invisible force, unable to struggle. Using this person's great perfection transformation God stage cultivation, and the 6 types of ancient god desires as a conduit. I will open the ancient god's divine consciousness. The heavenly demon Scatterer's eyes revealed a crazed look. He had waited for this day for 4,000 years. In fact, 1,000 years ago, this wasn't his first time entering the ancient god's land. To be precise, it was his 3rd time. 4,000 years ago, the first time, he had passed the 3rd barrier and entered the 4th level with only a single magical artifact in his hand, and later found a piece of arm bone. He discovered a very strong wave of desire here. That wave made others feel unwell, but he was extremely sensitive to the nature of lust as a means of attack. The heavenly demon Scatterer could be said to be a peerless genius. After noticing something unusual, he didn't try to absorb it but quickly used the broken arm bone to open a passage and leave. After leaving, he began to diligently study lust. Finally, he devised the Xuanjia demon lust technique. After his success, he came here a 2nd time. Although he still managed to enter the 4th gate, he discovered that the ancient god's lust was even greater. At that moment, he also saw a cultivator who had been demonized. Terrified, he quickly fled. After a fierce battle, he finally managed to escape. During that time, he learned some secret texts related to the ancient god's inheritance. After escaping, the allure of it became irresistible. Therefore, he painstakingly devised a scheme. He had to prepare for 1,000 years before he could attempt it a 3rd time. His being surrounded and dying, and even the act of giving the arm bone to Liu Demon Lord, were all part of his plan. At the 3rd gate, although Meng Tzi allowed him to leave, if Liu Demon Lord were in danger, he would appear to save him. His ultimate goal was simply to allow him to enter the 4th level. It could even be said that his recruitment of Liu Demon Lord back then was solely for this day. Liu Demon Lord's body quickly turned into a blood mist. As for his nascent soul, it was seized by the heavenly demon Scatterer and transformed into a thin wisp of spiritual energy. The heavenly demon Scatterer's eyes revealed a frenzied excitement. He formed hand seals, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence into the spiritual energy. His face turned ferocious as he shouted, "Ancient God, point the way, terrify the ancient God, go!" Instantly, the golden arm bone floating in the air exploded, transforming into a golden wave. Finally, it formed a golden ring of light in the air. At the same time, a black dragon emerged from the blood mist formed by the 6 Desires Demon Lord. It let out a roar and then lunged towards the 6 Desires Demon Lord's nascent soul, which had transformed into spiritual energy and began to suck in the energy. After absorbing 1/6 of the spiritual energy, the black dragon's entire body emitted a black light and it hurtled straight towards the golden light. In an instant, the entire ancient god land trembled. If it weren't for the restrictions that the heavenly demon Scatterer had placed thousands of miles away, the demonized cultivators in the ancient god land would have sensed it. A loud explosion resounded as the black dragon struck an invisible obstacle. Immediately, countless cracks appeared in the space around the black dragon. After the collision, the entire body of the black dragon transformed into a stream of gas and disappeared into the ancient god land. The ancient god was forever deprived of its terrifying power. Wang Lin stood in the space of the heaven-defying pearl, staring blankly at the scene before him, his heart filled with horror. However, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. That golden arm bone was indeed the bone of the ancient god, and that missing finger joint was now in Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin stared intently at the spot where the black dragon had struck. The greedy ancient god, go! From within the sea of blood, a crimson dragon suddenly appeared, radiating an astonishing aura. After devouring 1/6 of the spiritual energy, it immediately rushed towards that spot. Next, the 4 desires of desire, envy, and attachment transformed into 4 dragons, attacking that spot in turn. Finally, after the attachment transformed into a dragon and attacked the side of the spatial rift, the entire rift suddenly shattered, revealing a passage approximately 3 meters wide. The heavenly demon Scatterer laughed maniacally. He raised his right hand and grabbed towards it. A round, blue ice crystal appeared. The ice crystal had a diameter of about 10 meters, but the passage was only about 3 meters wide. Wang Lin stared intently at the passage. After a moment of thought, he finally abandoned the idea of risking rushing out. The heavenly demon Scatterer formed hand seals, his expression extremely cautious, and sent a beam of spiritual light towards the ice crystal. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He could sense that his restriction had been broken by someone. That person was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. His face showed unwillingness. The restriction he had just set up was arguably one of the strongest he possessed. Moreover, there were many other restrictions outside. Even he would need a lot of time to break them. After all, he had prepared for so many years. Although the ancient god's body was incredibly vast, the chances of the two of them appearing together were very low. But to ensure its safety, he had invested a great deal of effort into that restriction. However, he never expected to encounter a soul-devouring being. This led the master of the Blood Sea to order all the demonized cultivators to infiltrate the ancient god's body in pursuit. From then on, it was inevitable that some mishaps would occur. But the heavenly demon scatterer, with unwavering faith in his own forbidden techniques, did not change his plan and continued to carry it out. Now, the opponent could bypass the forbidden spell he considered perfect, leaving him utterly astonished. He said nothing, his eyes filled with determination. He reached out his right hand towards the passage, pulling out a third of the 10-foot-long ice crystal, then tapped the passage with his left hand. Immediately, the passage shrank and then vanished. The space returned to a void, without a single gap. At this moment, the heavenly demon scatterer's heart was bleeding. He had endured countless hardships, and in just a few more hours he could have obtained the entire ice crystal. But now he had to abandon it, only managing to obtain a third. Once this ice crystal was divided, many of its hidden contents would be lost, and there was only one chance to obtain it. If he couldn't get the full amount, he would have to give up. He couldn't take the remaining portion. After taking the ice crystal, he said nothing and was about to press it against his forehead. Just then, a voice as cold as ice suddenly rang out. "If you dare move, I will devour you to strengthen my own consciousness." The heavenly demon scatterer's right hand trembled. He was extremely familiar with this voice. No wonder the restrictions could be easily broken by the opponent. This person, within the Blood Sea, was only lower in rank than the 10 great generals, their cultivation already beyond the hierarchical divisions of the Vermilion Bird Star. To be precise, this person was an ancient cultivator who had survived to this day for some special reason. "Your subordinate greets Lord Duomu." The heavenly demon scatterer offered a flattering smile, not daring to move a finger. He knew that even if he wanted to absorb the ice crystal, it would take time to digest it, while the opponent could kill him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a red robe slowly flew from afar. This man looked like an ordinary person, unlike Meng Dazi or the demonized heavenly demon scatterer. His appearance was normal, but he possessed a special aura that immediately made people feel nervous upon seeing him. The middle-aged man didn't look at the heavenly demon scatterer but gazed into the distance, slightly suspicious. He vaguely sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy in that location. However, this was the chassis within the ancient god's body, so the fluctuation of spiritual energy wasn't too surprising. After carefully examining the area for a while without finding anything, he withdrew his gaze and stopped at the heavenly demon scatterer's body. Wang Lin was extremely frightened. Just a moment ago, he seemed to feel that the other party could see through the heaven-defying pearl, seeing right through him. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a feeling. The opponent unexpectedly discovered the heaven-defying pearl. This truly terrified Wang Lin. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Under the opponent's gaze, the heavenly demon scatterer suddenly felt as if all the secrets in his heart were being seen through. However, having lived in the sea of blood for so long, he obviously had a way to cope. The moment the opponent appeared, a strange spiritual power automatically and silently rotated within his body. This feeling of being seen through slowly dissipated. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the heavenly demon scatterer's body, stopping on the ice crystal he was holding, and he grabbed it. The ice crystal immediately slipped from the heavenly demon scatterer's hand and flew towards the middle-aged man. The heavenly demon scatterer's heart bled again, but he dared not show anything. All his inner thoughts were completely concealed by the strange rotating spiritual power. What is this thing? The middle-aged man's voice was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable aura of authority. He examined the ice crystal but found nothing unusual. The heavenly demon scatterer hastily and respectfully said, "Lord Duomu, this is formed from the entire cultivation of my disciple, the 6 Desires Demon Lord. I took him as my disciple years ago so that I could later extract his brain essence to increase my cultivation. If you like it, I would like to offer it to you." The middle-aged man glanced at the heavenly demon scatterer, his two fingers gripping the ice crystal, and coldly said, "Really?" As he spoke, he lightly pinched the ice crystal with his fingers, and it shattered into fragments that scattered in all directions. The heavenly demon scatterer was stunned, his face filled with astonishment, as he watched the ice crystal dissipate, speechless. "You consider this thing, which can't even withstand a single blow, a treasure?" The middle-aged man sneered, his voice cold and indifferent. The heavenly demon scatterer smiled bitterly and shook his head, his body seemingly aged considerably, remaining silent. "Come with me to find that soul-devouring creature," the middle-aged man said, then grabbed with his right hand. The heavenly demon scatterer felt a powerful force coming from all directions, seizing his body and pulling him away. After shattering, the ice crystal transformed into countless points of light, scattering in all directions and gradually disappearing. Wang Lin stared at these fading points of light, repeatedly wanting to appear and investigate, but ultimately restrained himself. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared from the void, frowning again. After looking around, he pondered for a moment before his body flashed and disappeared. Under his divine consciousness, he only detected a small amount of spiritual power in the ice crystal. He had crushed it because he suspected something was here. Perhaps the soul-devouring creature was located here. The spiritual energy fluctuations he sensed just now were rather strange. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and Wang Lin secretly sighed. Although he didn't know what the ice crystal was, the fact that it could make the heavenly demon scatterer risk his life to obtain it clearly meant it wasn't as ordinary as the middle-aged man had sawed. It was a pity the middle-aged man had destroyed it. Otherwise, Wang Lin would have wanted to see what it was. He sighed, not in a hurry to leave the heaven-defying space. After all, the middle-aged man was too powerful. He might have left behind some kind of restriction. But at this moment, suddenly at the spot where the ice crystal had dissipated, there was nothing there, and several points of light flashed. These points of light multiplied, and unexpectedly, as if reversing time, they spontaneously coalesced into ice crystals. Immediately afterward, a golden light sphere appeared in the void. Within the sphere, there seemed to be a separating screen. Small cracks spread out, and then a spatial rift appeared within, from which a gravitational force emanated, gradually drawing the ice crystal towards it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth without a word and decisively leapt out of the spatial rift. A phantom figure appeared in midair, not yet solid, but it quickly snatched the ice crystal. At this moment, the phantom figure gradually became clear it was indeed Wang Lin. After seizing the ice crystal, he didn't stop, but quickly sped off into the distance. He used his fastest speed, almost using all his spiritual power, gliding like a gust of wind. After flying for nearly an hour, his speed slowed down. He turned his head to look back, then stared at the ice crystal in his hand, his face showing doubt. He couldn't identify what it was. While flying, he also tried to put it into his storage bag but couldn't. A look of determination appeared on Wang Lin's face. This object, which could be valued so highly by the heavenly demon scatterer, must not be ordinary. He held the ice crystal, recalling the movements of the heavenly demon scatterer, and decisively pressed it against his forehead. The moment the ice crystal touched Wang Lin's forehead, before he even exerted any force, it automatically entered his body. After a while, Wang Lin still felt no unusual signs. His spiritual power didn't increase, and his consciousness remained unchanged. Wang Lin felt suspicious. He inwardly examined his body again. The ice crystal seemed to have never existed. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. He frowned. Could it be that the heavenly demon scatterer, after all his hardships and even sacrificing his disciple to obtain this object, was just rubbish, as the middle-aged man had said? Wang Lin's brows furrowed, and he continued flying forward, wanting to quickly reach his sea of consciousness. But suddenly, at this moment, a faint pain emanated from within his head. The pain was initially mild, appearing and disappearing instantly. But in the blink of an eye, a fierce pain struck. This repeated itself, the excruciating pain relentlessly surging. At first, it was gentle, but later it became like raging waves, relentlessly assaulting him. The events unfolded so quickly that Wang Lin, having only flown a few meters further, let out a pained groan, his body trembling. The agonizing pain intensified. Without a word, he immediately pointed to his forehead, attempting to enter the heaven-defying space for meditation. However, he found his consciousness obstructed by the pain, unable to enter. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. He quickly used his inner vision to examine his body, immediately discovering that his sea of consciousness was enveloped in a layer of blue light. The pain was emanating from this very spot. This kind of pain, even for Wang Lin's unwavering will, caused him to change color. Yet it was difficult to resist, leaving him with no choice but to endure it. At this moment, a blue light slowly emerged from the top of Wang Lin's head. Upon appearing, this halo instantly transformed into countless tentacles. These tentacles floated in the air, gradually becoming more numerous and longer. Finally, these tentacles suddenly moved, coiling towards Wang Lin's body, encircling him in ever-increasing numbers. A large cocoon gradually formed around Wang Lin's body, suspended in midair. Simultaneously, dazzling blue light emanated from within the cocoon. As soon as the blue light appeared, the surrounding space rippled like waves. The vibrations intensified, and an immense suction force emanated from within, drawing the cocoon in. In an instant, the giant cocoon vanished. The vibrations gradually ceased, and nothing unusual was visible. Not long after, a demonized cultivator suddenly appeared. His aged face was instantly filled with malevolent energy. After appearing, he looked around suspiciously, his right hand casually grasping at the void, causing a spatial rift to appear. This cultivator repeatedly grasped at 4 different locations, examining the spatial rifts, and finally, finding nothing, turned and vanished. Inside the ancient god's body, almost every corner was filled with demonized cultivators searching. Although the ancient god's body was large, posing some difficulty for the demonized cultivators, these individuals seemed to know the place very well, much like Meng Dazi. Even when there were energy waves outside the Chesi acupoint, they didn't shy away, even venturing into the energy waves to search. Despite their relentless search, they found nothing, but the demonized cultivators didn't give up. After all, finding this soul-devouring creature was directly related to their future. After being trapped in the large cocoon for a moment, Wang Lin's body entered a very strange state. Before his eyes appeared a space filled with stars, while everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't feel his physical body. But this state was different from a detached consciousness. He could clearly feel his body moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The star-filled area grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into gigantic spheres. Immediately afterward, he saw a giant. This giant was sitting cross-legged on one of the large spheres, his hands constantly changing incantations. A beam shot out from his hand, striking a sphere in the distance. With a loud bang, the sphere exploded, and a terrifying wave of air quickly spread from the explosion site. The giant ignored it, grabbing with his right hand. A drop of yellow liquid flew out and landed in his hand. Immediately afterward, he rubbed his left hand, and a burst of multicolored light flashed. After the light dissipated, a small child suddenly appeared in the giant's hand. He looked at the child indifferently, his right hand wiping the drop of liquid from earlier, then dripping it onto the child's body. His body then soared upwards, and he threw the child into the sphere he had been sitting in. The child, enveloped in the yellow liquid, flew away, transforming into a shooting star that instantly entered the sphere. Due to its extreme speed and the force of the throw, it only slowed down and stopped near the center of the sphere. The giant didn't even glance at it, his body flashing and disappearing. Wang Lin watched this scene, his eyes gleaming with a hint of shock. This giant must be an ancient god. He now understood just how powerful ancient gods were. The round object was what Sichun Nan had mentioned before. It was actually a planet, and the countless stars before him were countless planets. However, due to the great distance, they appeared smaller. But in reality, they were all enormous. An ancient god could destroy a planet with a wave of their hand. What immense power! What powerful divine abilities! Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He could almost understand without thinking why the ancient god had ultimately disappeared. Such a colossal body required an incredibly vast amount of spiritual power. If it continued to grow like that, it would surely destroy all planets. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the spot where the child had been thrown. As he thought about it, he felt himself instantly transported to that planet. There were quite a few cultivators on that planet. Except for a few extremely high-level cultivators who noticed the anomaly caused by the child's arrival, no one else detected it. However, these cultivators, after investigating, ultimately gained nothing. Their attire was distinctly different from that of the cultivation world Wang Lin had seen. Wang Lin burrowed underground and quickly found the child. The child, enveloped in a yellow liquid, lay peacefully in the center of the planet. It's unknown how much time passed, but the number of cultivators on the planet increased steadily, making it extremely prosperous. Suddenly, one day, the child, who had been silent for so long, opened its eyes. Immediately afterward, the yellow liquid surrounding its body contracted, eventually being completely absorbed by its body. Its body gradually grew, developing into a young man. Then came a great catastrophe. Wang Lin saw that after the young man grew up, his body moved, and all the plants on the planet withered, transforming into streams of emerald green liquid that flowed towards the planet's center, where they were absorbed. This process lasted a very long time. No matter how the cultivators investigated, they found nothing. They seemed blindfolded, unable to detect the direction in which the essence of the plants disappeared. Following this, the spiritual energy of the entire planet rapidly vanished in a short period. Very quickly, the entire planet was devoid of any spiritual energy. A large number of cultivators were forced to relocate. All the spiritual energy was absorbed by that young man, whose body had grown considerably. Afterward, terrible natural disasters appeared on the surface, landslides, and even many cultivators who couldn't evacuate in time died mysteriously, for reasons unknown, often suddenly losing all their cultivation and vitality in an instant. Years later, the entire planet became a dead planet. At this moment, the young man's body at the center of the planet stirred slightly. The planet exploded with a deafening roar, shattering into pieces. In the explosion, the young man flew out. His figure was thousands of feet tall, his eyes cold and devoid of any emotion. "My name is Tut." The young man half closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something, and after a long time, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened, staring intently at the void where Wang Lin stood, his voice icy cold. "I am an ancient god, the inheritor. You can deal with my memories yourself." At this moment, the entire void suddenly vanished. Wang Lin's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, quickly pulled back, and once again entered his body. Under the shock, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, seeing not the dark void before him, but a thin, transparent membrane. Inheritance. His eyes flashed, looking at the membrane before him, knowing it must be directly related to the ice crystal. At this moment, 3 golden ancient characters appeared in Wang Lin's mind. His divine consciousness swept over them, feeling a strong understanding of these characters, and immediately recognized them. Ancient God's Decree. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and after a long time, opened them again. After opening his eyes, a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Wang Lin finally understood why the heavenly demon scatterer had gone to such lengths and used every means possible that day it was to obtain the inheritance of an ancient god. Based on a portion of the memories he had acquired, Wang Lin knew that once an ancient god could pass on its inheritance, the person who received it would become the next ancient god. The ancient god's inheritance was divided into 2 parts, the inheritance of power and the inheritance of memories. As long as one received both parts, they would immediately become a new ancient god, acquiring all of the ancient god's divine abilities. However, not every ancient god could pass on their inheritance. Only those whose cultivation reached a certain level and whose bodies were preserved for 100,000 years after death without any damage had a certain chance of giving birth to an inheritance. In short, this chance was not large, even extremely small. From ancient times to the present, not many ancient gods have been able to give birth to an inheritance. There is a crucial reason for this. Besides the above conditions, the inheritance of ancient gods requires the ancient god to voluntarily sacrifice their own long life. In reality, ancient gods live for a very, very long time. If they die, their inheritance cannot appear. Only ancient gods in their middle age, who voluntarily pay the price with their lives, can give rise to an inheritance. As for the ancient god tribe, they raise their children extremely cruelly, often throwing them onto any planet and using the planet's resources to nourish them. The moment the child grows up is the moment that planet is destroyed. Of course, this method also has a failure rate. The ancient god tribe is a heartless race. They don't care about the life and death of their children. In fact, this is also the reason why ancient gods are so scarce. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Based on the inherited memories, he knew that there were no magical artifacts or even a trace of elixirs in the ancient god's body. These details were likely fabricated by the author for some ulterior motive. He also sensed the ancient god's body through the inherited memories, knowing that the inherited power had been seized by someone else tens of thousands of years ago. The most important thing for Wang Lin now was how to leave the ancient god's body. According to the ancient god's memories, there was a method, but this method made Wang Lin feel powerless. Leaving this place was difficult for others, but for someone who had inherited the memories, it was simple. Just reach the ancient god's consciousness, and with a thought, they could leave immediately. If things went normally, Wang Lin would have to enter the consciousness to seize the inherited memories, and everything would have been fine. But he obtained the inheritance in a different way, so now he has to go to the Sea of Consciousness. Previously, Wang Lin didn't know how difficult it was to enter the Sea of Consciousness. But now that he has obtained a portion of the inherited memories, he understands the Sea of Consciousness and even the inside of the ancient god's body better than anyone else. To enter the Sea of Consciousness, one must first obtain the inherited power of the ancient god, using it to activate the remaining spiritual power in the ancient god's body to open the Sea of Consciousness. However, there are some complications in this aspect. The memories Wang Lin received mention this. That is why the ancient god Tut gave up his long life to condense the inheritance. The ancient god tribe still preserves a mysterious divine ability called the flow transformation technique. After mastering this technique, one can disperse the divine consciousness 1 into 10, 10 into thousands, and finally into millions. And each of these divine consciousnesses has the same cultivation level as the original body. The creator of this divine ability is unknown, but for countless years, no one has ever successfully cultivated it. Tut can be said to be an extraordinary genius. After failing to cultivate this divine ability, he dared to devise a crazy method. He reversed the process, abandoning the long-term life-threatening technique. In the instant before death, relying on the moment when his consciousness dispersed and vanished, he used the divine ability to maintain thousands of immortal consciousnesses, preparing to cultivate again, ultimately achieving the same effect as the ink flow transformation divine technique. It's a pity that if Tut had been given a little more time, he would have certainly succeeded. However, at this very moment, an unexpected event occurred. A red-haired man suddenly burst into Tut's body. This person possessed astonishing cultivation and dared to seize the inherited power. However, after a fierce battle with the remaining consciousness of Tut, already deceased and with only his consciousness remaining, was ultimately defeated and his consciousness dissipated. His consciousness split into two. One part transformed into a sea of blood, sealing and trapping the red-haired man, preventing him from escaping. The other part transformed into a sea of death, blocking everyone from entering and concealing the complete inherited memories. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he carefully reviewed the memories in his mind once more. Upon closer examination, everything gradually became clear to him. Compared to the other information, the greatest gain from entering the ancient god's body was the ancient god's decree. The 3 large characters in his mind, besides recording a portion of Tut's memories, also contained an incomplete set of divine techniques and abilities. This ancient god's decree was something every ancient god possessed from a young age, and it was the divine ability they cultivated throughout their lives. The essence of this divine ability lies in 2 words: plunder. Plunder everything. In Wang Lin's memory, this cultivation method had only 2 initial stages. Even so, upon closer examination, he was secretly astonished, his mind shaken. If he cultivated according to this method, he believed that achieving the nascent soul stage would no longer be a pipe dream. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. He reached out and pressed the thin membrane surrounding him, his entire body radiating 7-colored light, muttering several complex and incomprehensible incantations. His body suddenly vanished, reappearing in his previous position. The moment his body reappeared, a wave of energy surged from afar. The energy wave was boundless, roaring towards him, but Wang Lin remained motionless, his eyes half closed, his hands forming several incantations, instantly pressing towards the energy wave. In that instant, his body merged into the energy wave, surging forward with it. In the past, Wang Lin certainly wouldn't have done this. But now, after inheriting a portion of the ancient god's memories, he was more familiar with the ancient god's body than anyone else. In fact, if he wanted to evade them now, no one could find him. Unless the red-haired man who had obtained the inherited power managed to escape the sea of blood with his astonishing cultivation, he might be able to find him. Wang Lin was within the energy wave, his eyes flashing. After the energy wave moved to a certain point, his body shot out, instantly soaring towards the horizon. He casually grabbed with his right hand, and a spatial rift appeared in midair. His body flashed, and he plunged into it. After reappearing, he left the chassis and flew towards the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness. Wang Lin intended to observe the area where the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness split into two. If the events were as described in his memories, he would carry out a grand plan. After leaving the chassis, a world of shimmering golden light unfolded before Wang Lin. Previously, he would have thought this place was boundless. But now, after receiving the inherited memories, this place no longer seemed so mysterious and vast to him. While flying, Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He would casually snap his fingers, instantly opening a spatial rift. His body would enter it, and upon reappearing, he would be far away. This was a special movement method within the ancient god's body, recorded by the inherited memories. In fact, if he had inherited all the memories, he could instantly travel to any location within the ancient god's body with just a thought. Wang Lin had just emerged from a crack when his expression suddenly changed slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, not far from where he stood, the space warped, and then a demonized cultivator appeared. He looked at Wang Lin with a mixture of joy and fear, licked his lips, and chuckled. "That brat, I've finally found you." Then he extended his right hand towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He retreated, reciting a complex incantation. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery seemed to stretch infinitely. To be precise, the distance between the cultivator and Wang Lin instantly increased infinitely. The two, who were initially only 10 meters apart, were now separated by 1,000 miles. After grabbing at empty space, the demonized cultivator was stunned, his face turning gloomy. He snorted softly, waved his right hand, and his body suddenly shot forward, instantly traversing 1,000 miles to pursue Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered, his right hand grasping at the space before him, his body instantly entering a spatial rift and disappearing in a flash. The demonized cultivator was stunned, his eyes flashing. Without a word, he used his divine sense to search, and then contacted his companions, transmitting the news that he had discovered Wang Lin. Just seconds after the news was transmitted, almost all the demonized cultivators within the ancient god's body rushed towards this direction. At the same time, dozens of cultivators who had been searching the surrounding area also deployed their divine senses, carefully searching, and finally quickly discovered Wang Lin's location. Therefore, these people flew towards him at the fastest speed. After inheriting a portion of the ancient god's memories, although Wang Lin's cultivation hadn't increased within the ancient god's body, he could freely traverse space. No one understood this place better than him. Even the red-haired man who had obtained that inherited power couldn't compare to him in this respect. After all, the two inherited different aspects. The demonized cultivators, upon discovering Wang Lin, sped towards him, their divine senses focused on searching, only to be shocked to find that they had lost track of him. He seemed even more familiar with this place than they were. More and more demonized cultivators arrived at the chassis acupoint. Their combined divine senses were incredibly vast, easily detecting Wang Lin with a single sweep. But every time their divine senses focused on a point, his figure would mysteriously disappear. No matter how hard they searched, they could never find any trace of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, his right hand opening another spatial rift, and he calmly stepped inside. Upon reappearing, he was already within the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness. Currently, the Sea of Consciousness before Wang Lin resembled a gigantic sphere, its dimensions immeasurable. The sphere was divided into two halves by a clearly defined diameter, one half blood red, the other dark gray. The blood red half was clearly the Sea of Blood, while the other half was the Sea of Consciousness. Wang Lin observed this bizarre sphere, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Years ago, the ancient god Tut and the red-haired man fought a battle that could be described as earth-shattering, using the ancient god's body as the battlefield, tearing each other apart. Although the ancient god Tut was at a disadvantage because he was only in his consciousness form, he divided his sea of consciousness into two parts. One part condensed into the sea of consciousness, preventing anyone from obtaining his inherited memories, while the other transformed into the sea of blood, sealing the red-haired man within. Seeing the scene before him, Wang Lin couldn't help but admire the heavenly demon scatterer, the master of the six desires demon lord. This man could be said to be an extraordinary genius, unexpectedly devising a method using the desires of ancient gods to propel himself, using divine bones as guidance, daring to take a shortcut, wasting thousands of years to open a temporary passage connecting to the sea of death consciousness. It's a pity, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of that middle-aged man. It's highly likely that the heavenly demon scatterer would have inherited all the memories of the ancient gods by now. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward towards the sea of death consciousness. As soon as he approached the gray dust, a gray mist immediately spread out, blocking his progress. Within this mist lay an invisible force of resistance. Wang Lin's body flashed, continuing to fly in a different direction. But no matter where he started, the gray mist would suddenly appear and block his path. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't penetrate this gray mist. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, patted his storage bag with his right hand, and took out a bottle of spiritual liquid. He took a large gulp, then sat cross-legged in midair, breathing deeply. Next, a glint of light shot from his eyes, and his hands continuously changed incantations in front of him. In an instant, several afterimages spun, appearing one after another before him. The light in his eyes grew brighter, his hand movements became faster and faster, and the speed of the afterimages before him increased. After a long while, Wang Lin's hands suddenly stopped. Then he clasped them together and simultaneously pressed forward. Instantly, these illusory forbidden formations transformed into countless circles, rapidly spreading forward. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin leapt high into the air. He placed his right hand on his chest and his left hand on his right shoulder, his hands forming strange hand seals. He then slowly took a step forward. A black light flashed across the ground with each step, quickly spreading into his body. Reaching his chest, it split in two, instantly entering the two hand seals on his arms. In an instant, a black sphere the size of a human head, emitting countless tentacles that flickered in and out of sight, condensed in front of Wang Lin. Ancient God, break! Wang Lin shouted softly, his eyes flashing with cold light. He swung his arms forcefully to the sides, taking another step forward with his right foot. This black sphere instantly shot forward like lightning, quickly catching up with the forbidden formations, and together they struck deep into the dark gray mist. This ancient god-shattering technique was a unique spell that Wang Lin could instantly cast after studying the ancient god-shattering art. Its power wasn't an attack, but rather the use of immense spiritual energy to forcibly break all restrictions. Beforehand, Wang Lin had drunk a large gulp of spiritual liquid, which, through the special transformation of the ancient god-shattering technique, had completely transformed into that black sphere. At the same time, Wang Lin's figure suddenly shot forward like a shooting star. The first thing that came into contact with the gray mist was the residual image of the restrictions Wang Lin had cast. Upon falling onto the mist, it was like a red-hot iron rod falling into a pile of snow, instantly dissipating a large area of the gray mist. However, as soon as the mist dissipated, a series of mists replenished it, seemingly endless. Even to the naked eye, it appeared that the mist not only didn't diminish, but actually increased, forming layer upon layer of mist. After the forbidden illusion, the black sphere condensed by the ancient god was revealed. This sphere mobilized countless tentacle-shaped flames on it. As soon as it touched the mist, it instantly shattered with a loud bang. In that instant of shattering, a wave of air suddenly appeared, powerfully striking in all directions, the rumbling sound echoing throughout the space. Thanks to this, the dense mist was forcibly torn open, creating a gap. From the outside, the gap appeared bottomless. At this moment, Wang Lin's body transformed into a shooting star, powerfully plunging into the gap. The air wave pushed the surrounding mist back dozens of meters, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the surging mist, gradually becoming unable to withstand it and beginning to contract backward. Then, the gap became smaller and smaller, and it was likely that before long, the gap would disappear completely as the air wave dissipated. With incredible speed, Wang Lin swiftly plunged into the void. The void gradually shrank, visible to the naked eye, but this was not the time to retreat. If there was still a glimmer of hope, Wang Lin wouldn't have considered executing his final plan. Seeing that the surrounding air currents had significantly diminished, yet the abyss ahead remained unfathomable, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He took another gulp of spiritual liquid, formed a cross with his hands, muttered softly, and suddenly extended his arms. Another black sphere of light appeared before him. Without a word, he grabbed the sphere and tossed it aside. Immediately, the sphere shattered and the air currents, as if infused with new life force, surged outwards in all directions. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. Each time he used this ancient god-shattering technique, the strain on his body was immense. If it's within 3 attempts, this endurance isn't really that clear. Only if it exceeds 3 attempts, and he hasn't cultivated the ancient god technique beforehand, will it pose a serious threat to his body. After all, this ancient god-shattering technique requires the foundation of the ancient god technique to be used. Wang Lin currently relies on the boundless spiritual power in the spiritual liquid, only barely managing to use it. His body flashed, continuing to rush forward. As the surrounding air currents roared uncontrollably and the mist began to shrink, Wang Lin finally reached the bottom of the mist. After a quick glance, Wang Lin gave a wry smile and, without a word, turned back. At the bottom of the mist was a layer of continuous lightning, with flashes of purple lightning. If he carelessly charged in, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. Furthermore, beneath that layer of lightning, Wang Lin saw a black ocean with swirling clouds rising above it. Occasionally, creatures approximately 10,000 feet long would appear, resembling both dragons and serpents, their heads held high, coldly piercing through the layer of lightning and staring intently at Wang Lin. This place was simply not a place Wang Lin could venture into. He feared he would perish here before even entering the Sea of Death. Wang Lin, being decisive by nature, immediately retreated upon encountering this unfavorable situation. In the instant the surrounding energy waves collapsed, the rift about to close, and Wang Lin leapt out. He hovered in midair, looking down at the dense fog, his face grim, unsure of what to do. If he couldn't enter this Sea of Death, he couldn't leave the ancient god's body, but based on his own strength, he simply couldn't get in. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the likes of Liu Demon Lord didn't have the ability to enter the Sea of Death. Within this ancient god's body, only one person can enter, and that is the one who receives the ancient god's power inheritance. Wang Lin remained silent for a while, his eyes flickering as he stared at the other half of the enormous sphere, which was the Sea of Blood. The red-haired man was sealed here. As long as he could escape, eliminating the Sea of Death would naturally be no problem. In fact, the red-haired man's desire to eliminate this Sea of Death was far greater than Wang Lin's. After all, within that Sea of Death lay the inherited memories he desperately longed for. Once he obtained them, he would instantly transform, and upon completing the inheritance, he could become a new ancient god. Wang Lin stared at the Sea of Blood, and gradually, a smile appeared on his lips. Through various previous signs, Wang Lin naturally guessed that it was precisely because he was a soul-devouring being that the demonized cultivator had gone mad and rushed to find him. So, what was the reason they were searching for him? A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He thought of that wandering soul that was about to become a soul devourer. Such a colossal wandering soul, its appearance was completely against the norm. As a soul devourer, Wang Lin knew that in the realm of annihilation, soul devourers had clearly defined territories. If a wandering soul within that territory targeted a soul devourer for evolution, the soul devourer would not allow it to succeed, devouring it before it could. Only under circumstances where there were no other soul devourers could the wandering soul successfully evolve. Therefore, a soul devourer already existed in the 3rd stage. The appearance of such a colossal wandering soul was clearly illogical. It could also be that under some special circumstances, it was forcibly transformed by external forces, especially considering that the soul devourer was trapped in a strange state, like a deep sleep, completely unaware of everything around it. Therefore, Wang Lin vaguely had an answer in his heart. The sleeping soul was obviously created by someone, its purpose being to allow another soul to evolve within the wandering soul. All of this clearly revealed that the opponent had a massive plan. This plan would require 2 souls to complete. Only then could it explain why, upon discovering they were souls, the entire group of demonized cultivators went mad searching for them. After all, waiting for the wandering soul to evolve would likely take a very long time. According to Wang Lin's analysis, Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and at this moment, the final question appeared before him. Who were these demonized cultivators working for? Meng Dazi's resurrection from death certainly holds some astonishing secrets. Furthermore, the capture of Duan Muji and Wang Qingyu further shrouds this dense fog, and according to Wang Lin's analysis, it's gradually fading, vaguely revealing the mystery within. Wang Lin stared intently at the sea of blood, his gaze calm. If the ancient god's body possessed the ability to do this, and control the selection of the demonized cultivators, the most likely recipient of that inherited power, the red-haired man trapped within the sea of blood. If it truly was this person, then his purpose in seeking the two soul-devouring creatures became clear. Besides helping him escape the seal of the sea of blood, Wang Lin couldn't think of any other explanation. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the sea of blood again, pointed his right hand at his forehead, and his body instantly vanished into the heaven-defying space. Inside the heaven-defying space, Wang Lin glanced at Sichuan and his parents, then sat down cross-legged in a dimly lit corner. Since entering the heaven-defying space after reaching the core formation stage, he could no longer bring in materials containing spiritual energy fluctuations as before. This phenomenon had clearly changed. Wang Lin secretly thought that unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't seek out the red-haired man to open his sea of consciousness. Now that he had obtained the ancient god's decree and possessed numerous spiritual artifacts to enhance his cultivation, Wang Lin planned to seclude himself and break through to the nascent soul stage. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated his consciousness in his sea of consciousness, inheriting the ancient god's memories and transforming them into 3 large characters. Gradually, complex and incomprehensible incantations appeared in his mind. The first level of this ancient god's decree was divided into 3 stages: seizing spirit, devouring spirit, and transforming spirit. Each ancient god, from the moment of their birth, automatically cultivates the first level of the incantation within their body. However, for them to mature into adolescence, the first level must be cultivated to the spirit transformation realm. At this point, if they break through to the second level, they can absorb the life force of the planet. If they don't reach that level, their nascent soul will remain dormant. Once a certain period is exceeded, the yellow liquid enveloping their body will dissipate, losing its protective shield against others. In that case, only one fate awaits them, being discovered and devoured to death. After studying the first level of the incantation for a long time, Wang Lin sighed, opened his eyes, and showed a thoughtful expression. Through studying this cultivation method, Wang Lin understood one of the reasons why ancient gods have such enormous bodies. Ancient gods prioritize physical cultivation, rarely using magical artifacts. Their bodies can be considered their best treasure. Their toughness even rivals some legendary artifacts. The key to the ancient god technique is using all acquired spiritual power to strengthen the body. Once the body's endurance limit is reached, expansion is necessary, otherwise, cultivation will stagnate. The larger the body, the more spiritual power is needed. After reaching a certain level, the ancient god must undergo a body reconstruction, a qualitative transformation. The more reconstructions an ancient god undergoes in their lifetime, the stronger their cultivation becomes, and the more powerful their body becomes. Simultaneously, each reconstruction enhances their spiritual consciousness. Unlike the cultivation world, there is no division of cultivation levels within the ancient god realm. The cultivation of an ancient god is primarily based on these 2 aspects: spiritual consciousness and physical body. The body is the weapon, the consciousness controls this weapon. In this way, the ancient god tribe is almost invincible. In ancient times, the ancient gods could be said to have had a glorious era, but ultimately, they succumbed to the river of history. To this day, they have disappeared without a trace, perhaps only remaining in a few ancient books about the ancient times. Wang Lin observed this ancient god technique. If it absorbs spiritual energy and follows this path to increase cultivation, the speed will naturally be extremely fast. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his storage bag, examined it for a while, and then took out an item. This was a cultivation pill, which he had obtained from the entire cultivation of a mid-stage core formation cultivator when he fell under the 100-day demon-slaying order. Without a word, Wang Lin threw the cultivation pill into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into boundless spiritual power, erupting wildly within his body. Wang Lin immediately followed the first level of the spirit snatching technique in the ancient divine art, clasped his hands together, and sat down to breathe. The spiritual power of the cultivation pill exploded and was instantly absorbed completely by the spirit snatching technique. Finally, in the instant it merged to reorganize his body, Wang Lin forcibly stopped it and redirected it entirely into the golden core within his body. The swirling spiritual power within the golden core transformed into small vortices that quickly circulated through his meridians. In just the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, all the spiritual power contained within disappeared. Without the spirit snatching technique, to digest such a cultivation pill, Wang Lin would need at least several months, even years of cultivation practice, and even then, he would only absorb 7 or 8 parts. The rest would be invisibly consumed. Although he was in a spatial anomaly where time was shortened, it still took time. But now it was equivalent to a blink of an eye. He absorbed all the cultivation pills without missing a single bit. The golden core rotated rhythmically, drawing in waves of spiritual power circulating within his body. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide, his pupils flashing. One cultivation pill had brought his cultivation to the peak of the mid-stage of the core formation realm, just one step away from the late stage. Wang Lin reached into his storage bag and took out a batch of pills that Li Muan had previously refined, and he put them in his mouth one by one. Time passed quickly. As he swallowed each pill, it instantly dissolved, transformed by the spirit snatching technique, and finally stabilized his body in an instant. Wang Lin then blocked them, allowing the golden core to absorb them. Thus, his cultivation level rapidly increased, quickly breaking through the mid-stage of the golden core realm and leaping into the late stage. Next, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he decisively took out the most precious item in his storage bag, the marrow fluid extracted from the 10,000-foot-long dragon in the passage. There was only one white jade bottle of this 10,000-foot-long dragon's marrow fluid, which shows how precious it was. This was Wang Lin's most valuable medicine at the moment. He hesitated slightly, then opened a white jade bottle. He took a sip and immediately felt a burning sensation throughout his body. The spirit snatching technique suddenly stirred, circulating rapidly. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin could clearly feel his golden core growing larger, its color becoming more dazzling, and its rotation speed increasing. After absorbing this sip of marrow fluid, Wang Lin took another sip. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 3 months, Wang Lin remained in the heaven-defying space, almost constantly meditating with his eyes closed. The ancient god's soul-snatching technique within his body was always in operation. A month prior, Wang Lin had consumed a nascent soul-forming pill that could increase the chances of forming a nascent soul, but unfortunately, this pill only caused the golden core to turn a rosy hue, showing no sign of shattering and transforming into a nascent soul. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin sighed. He didn't know if others had the same experience in forming a nascent soul, but looking at himself, this process was far more difficult than he had imagined. At this point, he had very few pills left in his storage bag, and not much spiritual liquid remaining. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin stood up and went to where Sichunan and his parents were. After bowing deeply to them several times, he paused for a moment before standing up, touching his forehead, and immediately leaving the heaven-defying space. Outside the sea of consciousness, Wang Lin's body gradually solidified from its illusory state. He stared at the sea of consciousness below, sighing inwardly. Originally, according to his calculations, if he could luckily reach the nascent soul stage, he might have another chance to try again. Perhaps, with inherited memories, he could instantly enter and leave this ancient god's body. But now, he had no way of being certain. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin raised his head resolutely, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Now, only one path lay before him. If he didn't want to be forever trapped here, constantly dodging the pursuit of the demonized cultivators, then there was only one final method. He swung his right hand, grabbing at the void, tearing open a rift, and then slipped inside. When he reappeared, he had left the ancestral aperture and was now somewhere within the chassis. He appeared, then hesitated slightly, his hands forming a hand seal, continuously unleashing several streams of spiritual light in all directions. A gap appeared behind him, and he decisively opened his divine consciousness. From then on, the demonic cultivators who were diligently searching for him in all directions immediately discovered his whereabouts, and in an instant, they broke through the void and rushed towards him from all sides. Very quickly, a group of demonized cultivators appeared around Wang Lin, staring at him with sinister smiles on their faces. Among them was clearly Meng Tuozi. Upon seeing Wang Lin, a tiny trace of disgust suddenly arose in his heart, and without a word, he extended his right hand and grabbed towards Wang Lin from a distance. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his eyes calm and unwavering. As Meng Tuozi attacked, he coldly smiled and said, "Don't you want to break your master's seal?" As Wang Lin said this, although the surrounding demonic cultivators maintained their usual expressions, a hint of surprise flickered in their eyes. Meng Dazi was stunned, his right hand involuntarily stopping. Wang Lin witnessed this scene, and he immediately confirmed his prediction. His prediction was correct. Now he only needed to prove one thing, whether the master of these demonized cultivators was the red-haired man sealed in the sea of blood. Meng Dazi's face was grim and indecisive. He snorted coldly, and the speed of his right hand increased as he reached towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, but he remained motionless. He had already made some movements around him. If the other party grabbed him, the surrounding rifts would instantly tear open, carrying him away from this place at high speed. After all, in this ancient god's body, when it came to familiarity, no one had received a more complete set of inherited memories than him. His gaze remained calm and unwavering. If, when the opponent attacked, there were no demonized cultivators around to stop them, it would prove his judgment was wrong. The opponent's intention was simply to devour souls, regardless of life or death. Just as Meng Dazi's right hand reached out, a cold, icy voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" In the instant the voice reached him, Meng Dazi was pulled back as if by an invisible hand, quickly thrown backward, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood. He then knelt on one knee, his face devoid of any resentment, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Lord Duomu." At the same time, the demonic cultivators all around also knelt on one knee. The middle-aged man who had thwarted the heavenly demon scatterer's grand plan flashed from afar, appearing 10 meters before Wang Lin, his icy eyes fixed on him. Wang Lin calmly returned the gaze. "Indeed, it's soul-devouring. Very well, follow me," the middle-aged man said in a low voice, his right hand flicking in the air, and immediately a massive crack, approximately 100 meters wide, appeared in the sky. He glanced at Wang Lin, then lightly flew towards the crack. Wang Lin remained silent, his body shooting forward and entering the fissure. Behind them, the demonized cultivators, their bodies transforming into wisps of smoke, followed suit. But just as they were about to enter, the crack suddenly narrowed rapidly. In an instant, the crack disappeared. Except for Wang Lin and Duomu, no other cultivators managed to enter in time. By the time Wang Lin realized what was happening, it was too late. What appeared before him was not the sea of blood as he had imagined, but a space filled with bursts of dark purple light. This space was not large, perhaps only 100 feet. In the four corners, several strangely shaped magical artifacts floated. Gentle rays of light slowly emanated from these artifacts. Beside each artifact sat a cultivator with their legs crossed. Outwardly, they all resembled Duomu, maintaining their human form and not yet being demonized. Wang Lin glanced around, not counting Duomu. There were 9 cultivators here in total. As soon as the two entered, all the cultivators seated beside their artifacts opened their eyes wide. Then they all hurriedly formed hand seals, continuously casting several spiritual spells into the artifacts beside them. Immediately, a shimmering purple light appeared inside the artifacts. Duomu suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin retreated a few steps, his pupils contracting slightly, his right hand placed on his storage bag, cautiously observing his opponent. Everything was completely different from what he had expected. At this moment, one of the 9 cultivators holding the artifacts whispered, "Duomu, we can't hold out much longer. Only about 3 incense sticks worth. Tell me clearly." Duomu's eyes shot out to beams of light as he stared at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "That brat. If you've been hiding, why do you want to show yourself?" Wang Lin frowned. He looked at the other party, who was about to speak, but his left hand suddenly formed a hand seal and grabbed behind him. The hand seal on his left hand was the one he had formed according to the ancient god's memory, allowing him to move freely within the ancient god's body. A crack had just appeared in the void behind him, but before Wang Lin could retreat, the crack was immediately struck by a purple light from the artifact and instantly vanished. Duo Mu remained calm as if nothing had happened, but deep down, Wang Lin's heart sank. He stared at the other party and slowly said, "Because I want to leave the ancient god's place." Duo Mu, you always speak so slowly. Kid, let me tell you, once the seal on Thaksam is broken, everyone here will die. Only he can leave. A tall, red-faced cultivator frowned and shouted from beside the magical artifact. Back then, the 11 of us came to this desolate planet intending to establish a cave dwelling. But unexpectedly, we discovered an ancient god's aura here. While we were investigating outside the ancient god's realm, we encountered the cultivator named Baksam. His cultivation is very strong. Even if we joined forces, we wouldn't be a match for him. The red-haired old man spoke loudly and quickly. Just as he finished speaking, another cultivator with braided hair beside him raised his head and continued gloomily. Baksam didn't kill us. Instead, he sincerely invited us into this ancient god's realm. He's very familiar with this place, knowing almost every nook and cranny of it like the back of his hand. According to his words, he had been eyeing this ancient god's place for a long time. Unfortunately, at the last minute, the door was blocked from closing. Ha ha! This person invited us to join forces to destroy the door. Although there is a very small possibility of an inheritance existing within the ancient god's body, the allure is immense. Although we can't defeat him, we have a combined sword formation that we haven't used yet. If we unleash this sword formation, we are confident we can defeat even this person. However, using this sword formation will greatly deplete our cultivation. A path led into the ancient god's body. Although this person was cunning and devious, we weren't easily fooled. Despite our mutual suspicions, we ultimately followed his instructions and broke through the door. However, everything was extremely bizarre. Recalling the breaking of the door, it was clearly a seal of immense power. It cost us a considerable amount of time. Evidently, the ancient god had set up a trap to imprison something. If this person hadn't possessed such profound knowledge of seals, knowing every single flaw like the back of his hand, we wouldn't have been able to break it. After the seal was broken, we clearly felt that the person calling himself Thaksam had undergone some changes, but we couldn't pinpoint exactly what those changes were. We successfully entered the ancient god's body. Ancient god Tut was indeed an extraordinary genius. Unexpectedly, he actually left behind a legacy. At that moment, we received the inherited power within his chassis acupoint. Unfortunately, that legacy didn't belong to us and automatically dissipated, being seized by this strange individual. After receiving the ancient god's power inheritance, this individual suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. But at that very moment, the ancient god's consciousness suddenly transformed into a giant, engaging in a fierce battle with this individual. At this point, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. All of the giant's attack techniques were formed from the ancient god's consciousness, as if this individual knew them all perfectly. Finally, the giant weakened, its body splitting into one half turned into a sea of death. The other half unleashed a powerful divine spell. This person was clearly somewhat unfamiliar with that magic. I remember him saying, "There's nothing you know that I don't know." But it's clear that he didn't know that divine magic either. That divine power instantly transformed his consciousness into thousands of parts, all of them entering his body. Finally, the seal developed to thousands of layers, then forcefully threw him into the sea of blood created by Tut himself, completely sealing him. We originally thought everything was over, and we didn't dare stay here. We hurriedly left along the same path, but the nightmare began at this moment. Of the 11 of us, except for one who successfully escaped, the remaining 10 were all grabbed by demonic hands that suddenly appeared in the spatial rift and dragged into the sea of blood. That guy Thaksam is truly terrifying. He sealed thousands of layers of energy, yet unexpectedly, he figured out a way to break them in such a short time. Those seals were actually fragments of the ancient god GT's consciousness. He forcefully extracted these fragments and injected one into each of our bodies. Since then, countless years have passed. Every 1,000 years, cultivators would occasionally come here. Each time, they were captured by him, and the fragments of the sealed energy within their bodies were dispersed. However, each intruder ultimately left behind various fortuitous circumstances that allowed them to escape this ancient god's realm, enabling him to return again. As more and more cultivators came, the seals on him gradually diminished. Fortunately, the cultivators who came later were clearly different from us. Their cultivation was too low to withstand even a single fragment of consciousness. Often, several people had to disperse their energy to merge a single fragment. As a result, breaking the seal on Thaxam became slower and slower. But this person is truly extraordinary. Seeing that this method was too slow, he unexpectedly came up with another way to break the seal: soul devouring. Before, we didn't even know what kind of creature a soul devourer was. But this person seems to know it like the back of his hand. He sent us cultivators out here to hunt and capture soul devourers so that they could devour the seal fragments he had created. This method was very effective. Unfortunately, after devouring a certain number, the soul devourer would fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, it couldn't satisfy his requirements. Unexpectedly, he came up with the idea of cultivating another soul devourer. That's how the Great Envoy came about. He himself was just a wandering soul, but under countless years of training by Thaxam, he gradually evolved into a soul devourer. Originally, it would still take a long time for the Great Envoy to successfully evolve into a soul devourer. But now that you've appeared, everything has changed. Except for the old man with a face full of wrinkles, as if he had emerged from a tomb, who remained silent, the others all spoke up, recounting the entire story. Wang Lin was naturally shocked, but he still didn't completely believe it. The most important thing is that we've always had a question: the identity of this Thaxam. Why is he so familiar with the ancient god's place? Based on our observations over countless years, we vaguely suspect that this Thaxam is not one of us. It's highly possible he's a demonic creature formed from a trace of resentment that condensed within the body of the ancient god Tut after his death. The last sentence was spoken by Doamu, his expression remaining calm as he spoke slowly. If Wang Lin had fully inherited the memories, he would naturally know the truth of this matter. But hearing such a terrifying scene, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Only this speculation fits the reason why he invited us into the ancient god's body that year, and why it felt so familiar. Moreover, when we broke the final seal, why did we feel he had changed so unusually? That seal clearly resembled the cultivation technique used by our cultivators to guide evil spirits into the body, used to seal demonic thoughts within the body. This also explains why all the giant's divine techniques transformed from the ancient god's consciousness were so clearly understood by this person. Simply inheriting the power is useless. Only by receiving the complete inheritance can one truly possess the power of an ancient god. All these speculations ultimately point to one thing: this person's identity is the ancient god Tut, or rather, the ancient demon Tut. As Duomu uttered these words, Wang Lin gasped, his eyes flickering, and he remained silent. We really don't need to deceive you. If you carelessly enter the sea of blood, your fate will be the same as that third stage of the soul-devouring sect. You'll only end up as a tool to break this person's seal. Once the seal is broken, it will be your death. Wang Lin pondered for a long time, then sneered, death? When I die, that means your consciousness will dissipate, right? If what you say is true. Then, once the seal is broken, the first thing that will happen is that the person trapped in the sea of blood will withdraw their consciousness. Duomu and the others were silent for a while. At this moment, one of the 10 old men who had remained silent throughout cleared his throat and said in a calm, slow voice, "Fellow Taoist, you are indeed wise. After successfully merging and inheriting the memories, after obtaining the complete cultivation of the ancient god, Thaxam will indeed withdraw the consciousness from us to complete his own consciousness. Over the years, this consciousness has long since merged with us. Withdrawing the fragments of consciousness is tantamount to devouring our divine consciousness. Your help is also helping yourself, but no matter what, we won't let you assist us for free. If you agree, we will offer a generous reward." Wang Lin remained silent, secretly assessing how much of the other party's words could be trusted. Duomu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he coldly shouted, "Youngster, don't think we have to beg for your help. At most, we'll kill you. Then we'll fight until both sides are annihilated, avoiding any lingering trouble. The time is near, and everything that needs to be said has been said. If you remain foolish and unrepentant, then we might as well use the forbiddance technique early. Although it might be a little regrettable then, the outcome will be straightforward, and it will save us a lot of trouble. The old cultivator, with a gloomy expression, sneered. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt a hint of mockery in his heart. If the restrictions were truly effective, he believed these old men wouldn't have spoken so much to him. He suspected they would have immediately used restrictions to control him the moment they saw him. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then guessed the reason they hadn't used any restrictions. Surely no restriction could conceal anything from the red-haired man named Sam. Furthermore, their purpose wasn't so simple. It was very likely that, like the heavenly demon scatterer, they had some deeper ulterior motive. "What do you want me to do?" Wang Lin asked calmly. The old man with the wrinkled face heard Wang Lin's words and thought to himself, this person didn't ask about the reward beforehand, but rather what the task was. Clearly, he was a calm person not easily swayed by external influences. After entering the sea of blood and breaking the seal, Sam will naturally directly enter the sea of death and consciousness. When he opens this sea of death, you must perform a set of techniques within his consciousness. It's that simple. As for this technique, I can also tell you, it's the sealing technique that the ancient god's consciousness, when transformed into a giant, once used. We've studied it for countless years, and finally have a 30% chance of success. But if you perform it, you can increase the chance to 70%. After all, you are a soul devourer. When you absorb the fragmented consciousness into your body, you will naturally be guided by this technique. The old man said slowly with a calm expression. Wang Lin sneered and said gloomily, with my cultivation level of only the core formation stage, wanting to seal Sam is truly a fool's dream. The old man chuckled and said, of course, it's not for you to seal it, but to use you to activate this devouring consciousness, thereby activating the ancient god's divine consciousness to transform into the sea of death consciousness. At that time, according to our prediction, the sea of death will transform into a seal again, completely sealing Sam. If you agree, then regardless of success or failure, I will give you something. That thing is something that the 10 of us obtained after much hardship and suffering back then. We learned from some ancient texts that this magical artifact is called the Chaos Beast Scroll. Any kind of beast in the world can be controlled in a short time, but its origin is unknown. Theoretically, as long as the spiritual power in your body is sufficient, even a celestial beast, if it is caught by this scroll, can be used by you in a short time. However, when using this scroll, the spiritual power required must be increased according to the beast's strength. Furthermore, if we wanted to tame a mythical beast, the amount of spiritual power required would be unimaginable. We experimented once before, but unfortunately, it ultimately failed. We were planning a second attempt when we were trapped here by Sam. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he chuckled coldly, shaking his head and saying, the sooner the better. A cold glint flashed in Duo Mu's eyes. He was about to say something when his old friend stood in front of him, looking at Wang Lin and slowly saying, this primordial Chaos Beast Scroll is a legendary first-grade treasure. If you're still not satisfied, I can't offer anything better. Wang Lin calmly glanced at the artifact emitting a soft purple light in all directions, remaining silent. This is my lifebound magic treasure. I can't give it to you. I have 10 top-grade spirit stones. This is our final price. The old man pondered for a moment, then slowly said. Wang Lin didn't want to push him too far. After all, this person's cultivation was unfathomable. If it weren't for his lingering concerns about the inheritance, he wouldn't have been so calm. 100 blocks, Wang Lin said calmly. Impossible. Before the old man could speak, Duo Mu coldly shouted. The eyes of those around him turned unfriendly, coldly staring at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained motionless, calmly looking at the old man, waiting for his answer. The old man pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, 20 blocks. That's the limit. We don't have many. If you still can't agree, then we'll have to resort to our last resort. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He said nothing more, extending his right hand. The old man pointed his right hand at his chest, and a dark light flashed, revealing an ancient-looking bronze scroll. He swung it forward, and Wang Lin caught it. Wang Lin glanced at it. The scroll was as large as a bracelet, and its surface was engraved with many ferocious-looking immortal beasts. At first glance, these immortal beasts looked incredibly lifelike. Wang Lin's divine consciousness scanned the area, and as soon as it entered the bronze scroll, he sensed a series of howling sounds emanating from within. His consciousness was shaken, and he immediately withdrew it. Without showing any emotion, he put away the bronze scroll and looked at the old man. The old man now held a gray storage bag in his hand, which he threw to Wang Lin. Wang Lin received it and examined it, seeing 20 top-grade spirit stones inside, their immense spiritual power surging as if about to overflow. After placing the top-grade spirit stones into his own storage bag, Wang Lin placed the gray storage bag on the ground and said in a low voice, "I have one more question. After sealing the Master of the Blood Sea, how can I leave this place?" Hearing Wang Lin's question, the old man felt relieved. He had been waiting for this question. If the other party hadn't asked, it would have made him suspicious of Wang Lin. It's very simple. After the ginseng waterfall is sealed again, we will have to leave this place. However, all the crucial actions must be performed within the sea of consciousness. At that time, you can leave with us. Wang Lin chuckled coldly to himself. If the other party's words were true, then their true purpose was the inheritance of the ancient god within the sea of consciousness. It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is very important. If I'm not sure I can ultimately leave, then everything is just empty talk. The old man frowned and said in a low voice, "I promised you, and I will certainly not break my word." Wang Lin remained unmoved, shaking his head and saying, "Senior is a wise man, and I should naturally trust you, but this is a matter of life and death. If I'm not sure, even if I agree to the sealing, I will inevitably have reservations and fear that I won't be able to fully utilize my strength." Duomu snorted coldly, his eyes revealing murderous intent, and said in a low voice, "Young man, you're so troublesome. It's exhausting. I've already agreed to your request, but you still don't believe me. To avoid further trouble, I'll see you off. Consider it a way to resolve this annoyance." As he spoke, his right hand suddenly slashed out, and a huge black hand suddenly appeared in midair, fiercely grabbing towards Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't even glance at the hand, only staring intently at the old man without saying a word. The hand stopped 3 inches from Wang Lin's head. The old man waved his hand, and Duomu immediately retracted his hand, his icy gaze fixed on Wang Lin. "What do you ultimately want?" The old man frowned, glaring at Duomu, and slowly spoke. Wang Lin looked at the magical artifact and said, "These are all your life-bound magical treasures. Why don't you let me keep them for you after leaving this place? I'll return them with both hands." Surely the elders aren't worried that a junior in the core formation stage has the ability to steal their magic treasures, right? The old man stared at Wang Lin, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth after a long while. He nodded, and with a wave of his right hand, 10 magic artifacts flew into his hand. He then placed a seal on them and threw them to Wang Lin. Wang Lin said nothing more, accepting the 10 magic artifacts without even glancing at them, carefully storing them in his storage bag. At this moment, the space was no longer enveloped by the purple light of the 10 magic artifacts and began to dissipate. The old man looked deeply at Wang Lin, and with a flick of his right hand, a crack several meters long appeared before him. He stepped back a few steps, making way. Wang Lin calmly and leisurely advanced, entering the crack. After he entered, Duomu's eyes showed unwillingness, and he whispered, "Big brother, shut your mouth." The old man's expression instantly changed, no longer calm and composed as before Wang Lin, but filled with coldness. He glanced at Duomu, then waved his hand and entered the ravine. The others, except for Duomu, also went inside. The last to enter was the man in the black robe, his face gloomy. Before entering, he said, "Duomu, don't you understand? That kid probably already knows our purpose. Your actions just now were purely self-destructive. Whether we achieve our goal or not depends entirely on him. Big brother has waited so many years. It's a pity that Lord Shai has always been loyal to Tusen, otherwise we wouldn't have had this trouble." After saying this, he stepped into the ravine. Duomu remained silent for a moment before following him. After entering, Wang Lin was faced with a blood-red world. A cylindrical stone pillar appeared before him. Looking at the towering stone pillar in the distance, Wang Lin's pupils narrowed slightly. This was clearly the Sea of Blood. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed on the man atop the towering stone pillar. His hair was blood red, and a powerful, arrogant aura emanated from him. Just a glance was enough to make Wang Lin breathless. At this moment, several demonized cultivators returned one after another, including the group led by Duo Mu. After entering the Sea of Blood, each of them landed on a stone pillar, sitting cross-legged without saying a word. Every demonized cultivator who entered found their own position, their eyes flickering as they stared at Wang Lin. They all sat cross-legged, except for Wang Lin, who floated in midair. Wang Lin glanced around. There were numerous cultivators here, at least 1,000. Among them, Wang Lin recognized Meng Tuozi, Duan Muji, Wang Qingyu, and Tiamo Sen Ren. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared in the void beside the red-haired man. A man in a long robe stepped out. After appearing, he first looked at Wang Lin, his face showing ecstatic joy, and respectfully said to the red-haired man, "Master, he is the soul devourer." After saying that, he descended and sat down on a stone pillar nearby. Wang Lin recognized him at a glance. This person was the giant. The surroundings were silent, and a hoarse voice came from the red-haired man's mouth. "Soul devourer." This person suddenly raised his head, and instantly the Sea of Blood boiled, and countless blood mists spewed up from around the stone pillar. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in blood mist. His eyes seemed to possess immense demonic power, revealing a strange and eerie look, staring intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt as if he were under an invisible restriction. Under the opponent's gaze, his body was instantly pressed from all sides, unable to move even a millimeter. "Absorb this Tao-infused consciousness and break the seal for me, otherwise you will die," the red-haired man said, his right hand gripping his forehead, a look of agony appearing on his face. His body trembled as he forcefully extracted a red light from within. After extracting the red light, the man gasped for breath, his breathing gradually calming down after a long while. The demonized cultivators surrounding him immediately changed their expressions, staring at the red light, their faces showing a complex mix of fear and desire. The red-haired man's body slightly recoiled, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin, his gaze profound. "I can break the seal for you, but after I do, I want you to take me away." Wang Lin was inwardly shocked, but his eyes remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He calmly said. The red-haired man's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded. Wang Lin carefully observed the red-haired man, and his supreme realm divine consciousness leapt out, transforming into a large mouth that suddenly devoured the red light. A sharp pain immediately surged through his consciousness. Wang Lin's body trembled slightly, and after a long time, the pain slowly subsided. He immediately realized that his divine consciousness had unexpectedly doubled in size. The reason he dared to come here so boldly was because he knew that the inheritance of power and the inheritance of memories were different. The other party couldn't possibly detect it, unless a type of inheritance was inherited by two people simultaneously. Therefore, besides Wang Lin, no one else could detect that he had obtained a portion of the memory inheritance. As for the red light, Wang Lin knew from what Duomu said that it was a fragment of an ancient god's consciousness. If it were someone else, they would probably be apprehensive because they couldn't control it. But for Wang Lin, his inherent attribute was soul-devouring, capable of devouring other souls. Witnessing Wang Lin devouring the divine consciousness, the red-haired man remained silent, his eyes icy cold, staring intently at Wang Lin. After a long while, he slowly said, "Although you are a soul devourer, you haven't condensed a soul core. Being able to powerfully devour a wisp of divine consciousness, I'll grant you your satisfaction. Wandering soul, help him condense a soul core." The man, transformed from a wandering soul, trembled, showing hesitation. But very quickly, his eyes showed determination, and he whispered, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he pointed his right hand at his forehead, his body involuntarily shaking, and he seemed to weaken considerably. At this moment, a translucent, shimmering red light sphere flew out from his forehead. As soon as the light sphere emerged, his entire body shattered, unable to maintain its human form, reverting to a state of consciousness. After a long while, it slowly reformed into a human form, though his body remained semi-transparent. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and without a word, his supreme realm consciousness surged forth, enveloping the light sphere. Within the sphere was a massive amount of soul energy from a wandering soul. Wang Lin devoured it without any difficulty, absorbing it completely in the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. Wang Lin could clearly feel his consciousness suddenly growing several times larger. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise, then after a moment of silence, slowly said, "Wandering soul, continue." The wandering soul immediately let out a bitter laugh. Wang Lin, being a soul devourer, lacked soul stones. If he had known this, he wouldn't have told his master, thus avoiding this predicament. This soul devourer was inexplicably powerful. A single soul sphere hadn't produced any soul stones. It's important to know that soul stones are soul-devouring artifacts that evolve to a certain level. After absorbing many wandering souls, they give rise to a core of the soul-devouring artifact. Generally speaking, any soul-devouring artifact, in order to evolve, must first devour many wandering souls, allowing it to quickly generate soul stones. Almost every soul devourer doesn't want to exist for long without soul stones. The biggest difference between a soul-devouring artifact with a soul stone and a normal soul-devouring artifact is its ability to create wandering souls. Only soul stones can create wandering souls. The wandering soul let out a tragic laugh and pointed at his forehead again. Before the soul orb appeared, his body shattered. This time, he no longer had the ability to condense into a human form. After a long while, a soul orb flickered and slowly flew out from his ethereal body. At this point, his aura had significantly diminished. Although still stronger than a normal wandering soul, it was far weaker than before. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and his divine consciousness once again surged out, absorbing the soul orb. At this moment, he could clearly feel a slight difference in his consciousness. His consciousness didn't grow larger, but a large, rice grain-sized mass vaguely appeared within it, slowly condensing. The red-haired man frowned. If the soul-devouring entity didn't have a soul core, it couldn't possibly absorb so many fragmented consciousnesses. But this person had just continuously devoured two soul spheres and had only reached the initial stage of condensing a soul stone. It's worth noting that the two soul spheres of the wandering soul contained more than half of his soul energy. He pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and pointed his right hand at the wandering soul. The wandering soul immediately let out a tragic scream, its ethereal body contracting violently, finally condensing into another soul sphere, which he then grabbed and threw towards Wang Lin. This soul sphere was the life force of the wandering soul transformed. After devouring the third soul sphere, Wang Lin felt the rice grain-sized mass in his consciousness grow rapidly, reaching the size of a fingernail. Immediately, an unusually powerful feeling surged within Wang Lin. His extreme realm consciousness suddenly contracted completely, finally dissolving entirely into the fingernail-sized sphere. The sphere then disappeared into Wang Lin's forehead. A dark glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. In fact, only now could he be considered a true soul devourer, capable of creating wandering souls. All of this happened in the instant the soul stone was formed, as if inherited, allowing him to fully understand. The red-haired man withdrew his gaze, raising his right hand. Instantly, a spatial rift appeared in the air. Then, with a grab, the entire sea of blood trembled. Immediately afterward, a phantom image emerged from the spatial rift. As soon as this phantom image appeared, Wang Lin immediately sensed a trace of soul-devouring aura. Clearly, this illusory figure was the third soul-devouring being. Very quickly, the entire illusory figure, like a dark cloud, emerged from the crack. The red-haired man's eyes flashed, and he let out a low shout, his body trembling violently. A strange blood-red light emanated from his body, and blood mist continuously spread from him. Almost instantly, his body was enveloped in blood. He seemed to be enduring unimaginable suffering. After a while, he raised his head, revealing a vague, blood-red face, and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. The demonic cultivation technique, unleash. As soon as the words finished, countless red beams of light were forced out from his body. These red beams were numerous, spreading in all directions as soon as they appeared, densely packed like a red whirlwind, emitting an eerie light. The demonized cultivators all around bowed their heads, their faces showing fear. Only the 10 people in Duo Moose group did not bow their heads, their faces grim as they stared at the red beams. At this moment, the soul-devouring figure in the shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Its mouth grew larger and larger, continuously extending forward. It only closed when it was very close to the red-haired man, seemingly having devoured dozens of red rays. However, the remaining red rays suddenly emitted a bright light, frantically attracting the surrounding red rays. A cluster of red symbols appeared as they moved. Each time a symbol appeared, it immediately imprinted itself onto the red-haired man, causing his body to tremble. Simultaneously, dozens of red rays emerged from the surrounding sea of blood, flying rapidly to join the cluster of red rays, replenishing those devoured by the soul-devouring figure. As for the soul-devouring figure, after devouring dozens of red rays, its body within the dark cloud was now faintly glowing red, clearly needing time to digest them and unable to continue devouring. A look of agony appeared on the red-haired man's face as he gazed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin now understood why two soul devourers were needed for this task. If one person did it alone, after devouring the fragments of consciousness, before they were completely absorbed, many fragments of consciousness would once again materialize from the blood sea. In this way, the seal would not only remain incomplete, but would only grow larger. Even with two soul devourers working together, there might be a chance, but the probability was very small. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his extreme realm divine consciousness suddenly shot out from the tiny, fingernail-sized soul core, rapidly circling the red-robed man. Whenever it encountered a red light, it immediately devoured it. In an instant, more than 10 red lights disappeared beside the red-haired man. At this point, the soul devourer had completely digested the fragments of consciousness within his body. The moment Wang Lin's divine consciousness retreated, it surged forward again. Continuing in this manner, after a while, the crimson aura surrounding the red-haired man, although still replenished by the sea of blood, had significantly diminished. Evidently, replenishing the sea of blood required a certain amount of time. Then a glimmer of hope appeared in the red-haired man's eyes. When the consciousness was forced out of his body, he had endured unimaginable pain. However, now that he saw hope, he was willing to endure 10 times more. Time slowly passed, and the demonized cultivators surrounding him in the sea of blood silently watched the scene before them, not daring to even breathe. As for Duomu and his group, they were extremely tense. Whether Wang Lin could break the seal or not was crucial to their next plan. If the seal wasn't broken, even the most meticulously planned scheme would fail at the last moment. As time passed, the crimson aura around the red-haired man moved faster and faster, but its quantity continuously decreased. He let out a few low growls. Forcing the consciousness to leave his body for such a long time was an immense burden for him. His face was ferocious, and veins bulged all over his body. Each vein was like a wriggling green maggot crawling across his body. At this moment, among the numerous demonic cultivators, the heavenly demon Scatterer bowed his head, a flicker of unwillingness in his heart. He had endured hardship, yet in the end, he was ruined by the person before him. This made his heart bleed. Now, seeing the red-haired man's seal showing signs of being broken, he felt a sense of despair. Once the red-haired man's seal was broken, opening the inheritance in his consciousness, he would inevitably discover that a third of the inheritance was missing. At that point, a little magic would reveal that he had tampered with it, and then he would only have death as an option. The reason he dared to be so audacious before was because the red-haired man was sealed inside the sea of blood, completely unable to sense anything outside. Only within this sea of blood could he be unrestricted. The heavenly demon Scatterer secretly smiled bitterly. He looked up at Wang Lin, sighing inwardly. He knew that this person and his disciple had entered this place, unexpectedly to break the seal on the red-haired man. If he hadn't let the 6 Desires Demon Lord and his group leave 1,000 years ago, although he wouldn't have obtained the inheritance, his life would still be spared. Everything turned out to be a cycle of cause and effect. The heavenly demon Scatterer sighed again. But very quickly, his eyes flashed, glancing at the 10 people including Duomu. His resentment gradually subsided, and he began to calculate. The heavenly demon Scatterer was full of thoughts, but outwardly he showed no sign of it. As cunning and experienced as he was, even in the face of great change, his expression remained calm.